Yate, thank you, everyone here in the chambers. Let's quiet down so we can start our agenda to our 2023 Summer Council session. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, if you are in here within the council chambers, please press your roll call button. Roll call, colleagues. Colleagues, if you're here within the chambers, make your way to your desks to press your roll call button. Honorable colleagues at the 25th Navajo Nation Council, please press your button for roll call. Ado yate adet nhaso yahaki nihyaho yahaki yate. We'll be starting our session momentarily. Just have everybody come into the chambers. Ado ashode bahono sendo le nihich nacheta to sil hone the chambers gone. We would also like to put a reminder to our visitors and our guests to remove your hats once you enter the council chambers. May you please rise for our posting of our colors. At this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Miss Navajo Nation, Valentina Tlitzo, and Rough Rock Community School students.
Ready, set, form.
At this time, we'll have the national anthem by Tonisha Draper of Chinle, Arizona. Hello. Ya Jordan Hayol kalbi ede bada winiko at dalnat ai gonehil nilini nodos do beson de sos na bayet ahaya built a when ye go day nich in the dahin de bal nilini ahul
Oh, word, word.
Thank you. Shiprock Chapter Veterans Organization Color Guard. We have Tommy Yazzie, U.S. Army. Lloyd Begay, U.S. Navy. Ray Ballone, U.S. Navy. Bobby Nagel, U.S. Army. Irvin Shaggy, U.S. Marine Corps and U.S. Army. James Sosi, U.S. Army. Thank you, Miss Navajo Nation, Valentina Tlitzo, and Rough Rock Community School students. And also thank you, Tanisha Draper of Chinle, Arizona. At this time, Shamasane, Honorable Doctorate Luva Dehosi. On July 18, 2016, 7 years ago, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council honored and recognized our mother, Luva Dehosi, for her outstanding service and contribution to the Navajo Nation. Today, another historic day, July 17th, Dr. Luva Dehosi is honored to provide the invocation for the 25th Navajo Nation Council session. Dr. Dehosi is 97 years young. She was born and raised in Tulani Lake near Loop, Arizona. She is Hashkadzo and born for Kia'ani. Her maternal clan is Lizatlane and her paternal clan is Kachitni. In 1945, she married Wilson Dehosi Sr. Together, they raised 5 children: Catherine Arviso, Dinah Winika, Evo Plotero, Wilson Dehosi Jr., and Roger Dehosi. They lived in Parker, Arizona on the Colorado Indian Reservation and later returned to Fort Defiance. In 1962, Dr. Dehosi is often referred to as the mother of the Navajo Nation because of her lifelong teaching, her unending compassion and love for the Nez people. On May 13, 2022, Dr. Luva Dehosi received an honorary doctorate degree of science from the University of Arizona. She has received numerous awards and was recognized for her lifelong work by the Navajo Nation, counties, and states. Throughout her life, Dr. Dehosi has been involved in community services, such as devoted Christian. She has given spiritual teachings and services to others. She personally values her spiritual belief, her faith in God, and lessons that one must believe and trust in the Lord. On this historic day, June 17th, within these sacred council chambers and the capital of the great Navajo Nation, the 25th Navajo Nation Council is celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Navajo Nation Council. Dr. Dehosi's, her father's Navajo Joe Judge, was the first council delegates representing Lute, Arizona. She says, "It is a great honor to be asked to pray for the 25th Navajo Nation Council and then the great Navajo Nation." Shamasane, Dr. Dehosi.
Ake lakwe, shao agi, ba hensen shaschen, ayotan hins asa inozinko, dola dotin, Nahajos pakokon yahanane kaida, ake het zasepe, ake het. Shachen konk an hasot desig. Ake latigin guardian, hade shit at the hardishin, he kitten in the dollar dot the yin leader, dollar digging job by in leader con. Now, Chinda need Lajo Bade needs to go engine so that season, Njo Bade at the Njo Bade needs and go quaya. Quayan so not the sun. Go to the dark side needs and go corner. Nikil Honlo Dolly, Nakajin Padoli, Shitra Shitigan God, Ashkon, the DJ Yakot Ego, nice scandoli, Cornet Nah Con Adole, Bahoin Tempet Zili Corner. Yat eko kon hadi lit also ninant ein habet kon lodolis ninant aibet zilo na zigon hadi lit shita shitigen god ashkonde ninant I lot das dagin det ai dan jonogon haban sun keston jonogo betzilo saison na saison insendolis shita shitigen god ashkonde kota nchenaos kan jo pa insen godishne. In Jesus' name I pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Luva DeHozy. Colleagues, we do have 21 here present within the council chambers. With that, I will call the meeting to order of our 2023 summer council session at 10:18 a.m. Once again, we want to thank everyone for being here with us this morning. At this time, I would like to introduce, please remain standing and may you rise to welcome our Arizona Governor, Katie Hobbs. Colleagues, at this time, would like to call for a recess if there's no objections, so we can give some time over to our governor to address the Navajo Nation. With that, I'll call the council into recess at 10:19 a.m. You may be seated, and we will give the floor to the governor. Governor Katie Hobbs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Nygren, First Lady Blackwater Nygren, Madam Vice President Montoya, Madam Chief Justice Jane, Madam Speaker Curley, esteemed delegates of the Navajo Nation Council, division directors, and citizens of the Navajo Nation, good morning. It is my distinct honor to address you on the 100th anniversary of this distinguished body. I extend congratulations to the nation from all across the state of Arizona. Thank you to Speaker Curley and the 25th Navajo Nation Council for your invitation. I'm proud to be the first sitting governor of Arizona to address this body while in session. Since taking office in January, I've made it a priority to engage with Indigenous communities because for too long, you have been left without a seat at the table. Building an Arizona for everyone means creating meaningful partnerships with the First Peoples of this land and working together on the issues that matter to tribes and Arizona as a whole. That is why my first engagement as governor was to convene a breakfast with the leaders of the 22 tribes in Arizona, where I first met Vice President Montoya. I also welcomed tribal leaders to the executive tower in the first days of my administration. Since taking office, I've had the honor of meeting with President Nygren and Speaker Curley on several occasions and have continued to host tribal leaders at the Capitol. I've also made it a point to meet you all where you're at, right here to engage directly with your community. We're following through on our words with resources and actions. I have proudly tripled the staff of the state's Office on Tribal Relations and established a Northern Arizona support team to serve constituents, tribes, and local agencies. We are ready to roll up our sleeves and partner with you to tackle the tough challenges we're facing together. That starts with working to right a wrong that has deeply affected tribes and tribal families across the state. And I know that for years, the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people has gone unaddressed and ignored. My team wasted no time in consulting with community leaders to establish a task force on missing and murdered Indigenous people to ensure continued action in addressing this crisis. A special thank you to First Lady Blackwater Nygren and Delegate Amber Kanasba Crotty for your willingness to participate and provide your guidance and expertise to the work of the task force. One of the critical issues we're tackling with the help of the MMIP task force is the widespread fraud and humanitarian crisis in residential behavioral health facilities and unlicensed sober living homes targeting Indigenous communities. After learning of the issue in the first weeks of my administration, we began working immediately to address the crisis. The culmination of that initial work was my announcement in May that payments were suspended to more than 100 sober living providers. As momentous as that action was, we know this is just the first step of many. Since then, we have continued to crack down on fraudulent providers, worked with law enforcement to hold bad actors accountable, and worked to support the people on the ground who need access to housing, medical care, and proper rehabilitation services. At the same time, Access Director Heredia has worked to host tribal consultations on this emergency and is implementing several operational changes at Access to better secure the state's Medicaid system. We are committed to rooting out these bad actors and protecting Indigenous people from this crisis. While we address this crisis, we also recognize that the state of Arizona must face the lack of investment that has plagued Native people for too long. Earlier this month, Arizona received nearly $1 billion in broadband funding to help close the digital divide. And we are proud to be working directly with tribes, such as the Navajo Nation, to ensure that you can access and utilize this funding. That historic investment builds on the important wins that we secured in our bipartisan budget that will help build an Arizona for everyone. Those wins include $10 million for the Dene College's Window Rock campus, $13 million to build roads and bridges in Navajo Nation, and $9 million towards investments in growing green jobs and businesses. While we work on building an Arizona for everyone, we also have to protect our most precious natural resources, like water, to ensure that our state is a sustainable home for generations to come. No one knows the importance of this precious resource better than the First Peoples of this land, and Indigenous communities have borne the brunt of destructive federal policies and inaction for decades, causing generational trauma and hardship for tribal communities like the Navajo Nation. I believe in responsible water management for our state, which is why I've created a Water Policy Council that has tribal voices at the table to help develop policy solutions for our state. We've appointed the nation's own longtime champion on natural resources and water, Bida Becker, to represent President Nygren and the Navajo Nation on this council. I recognize that Indigenous peoples are stewards of our natural resources, and this is a value that I share. This is why I've taken such an aggressive stance on water management, tackling issues like the Colorado River and the future of our groundwater supplies head on. On these issues and more, I have been proud to work closely with the Navajo Nation and our Native communities in the opening months of my administration. Moving forward, I'm committed to continuing that work and ensuring that we build an Arizona where everybody, including our Native peoples, has an opportunity to thrive. As we look to the next 100 years of this council and the challenges ahead, I know that we still have a lot of work to do. I am committed to partnering with you to realize our shared goals of a better Arizona for our people. Together, I am confident that we can move this state forward and build an Arizona for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Katie Hobbs for celebrating this a historic day with us on the 100th anniversary of our Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, she does just have time for 2 questions. I'm going to go over to Shada, Honorable Shauna Ann Tlaw.
Good morning to our beautiful governor, and welcome to the People's Home here in Winter Rock, Arizona. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I am the council delegate for Chinle. My clans are Hawaslana Nishlino Twitch Eatni Bashichin Kache Deshachedo Kiani Deshanala Kwata Amado Asansha. Good morning, Governor. I wanted to ask you a question regarding our veterans. As you saw outside, we have many who have defended our country and who have provided freedom for us all. I know the veterans are looking forward to programs, and I myself have 3 active duty sons that are currently serving. So I'd like to hear your plan regarding our veterans and how you will include them into the resources of Arizona. The second question I have for you is regarding in the sense of our National Guard. I know that with our natural disasters that have been happening all across the state, I know that that is one of your priorities, is to ensure that communities do get resources. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about your plan. And again, welcome to Winter Rock, and thank you for your wonderful address this morning.
Thank you, Honorable Tlaw. Next, I'll go to Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson.
Good morning, Governor Hobbs. Thank you for being here with us today. And it's a great day. Every day is it's a blessing, and very grateful for each and every day. And I would like, or we need your support in the water rights adjudication. Water is life. Water is, we need water on the Navajo Nation. And just, share the story with you and everybody, that a family that lives in a coal mine area is capped at 500 gallons per week. That's including livestock. And that's a family of 7. They can only flush their toilet twice a day. And they really have to, stretch their water. So we really need help with water infrastructure. We need help with our rights to our water. And and the water is right here, and we would really like your support in securing those water rights. And I know during your campaign that's what you shared with us. I'm going to hold you to your word. We're all witnesses of that. And again, I just want to thank you for being here. May God bless you and your family, and safe travels back down to the 120-degree weather.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson. I'll return the floor back over to our Madam Governor, Katie Hobbs.
Thank you so much. So one thing about my administration is that we are across the board committed to including tribal voices at every level. That includes our Veterans Affairs Department. So thank you for your question about veterans. I'm so grateful, as I'm sure all Arizonans are, for their service to our country, and we want to make sure that we're doing right by them. That includes our tribal veterans. We know that they serve at a higher rate than other populations, and so we want to make sure that the services that they are entitled to, that they are getting. And we're working on enhancing the tribal liaison positions at every state agency to make sure that's happening. We're also making sure that every state board and commission and task force has tribal voices, and that includes the ones that affect our veterans. Your question around natural disasters and the National Guard, we're certainly willing to provide help and support where we're able to, and so We have several ways that folks can access our office for those kind of emergency requests, and then we can provide resources where we're able to do that. And so please reach out to us. Donovan Carr is here. He's in our Tribal Affairs office. Ophelia is here. She's our Northern Arizona representative. And so we have a lot of ways for you to reach out to us. We are absolutely committed to re-engaging with the tribe on water rights and the settlement discussions that are ongoing. I know that they have been stalled for some time and there hasn't been engagement from the state level, and we are committed to that, so appreciate that. And you have my word that we will be engaged, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor. Again, colleagues, help me welcome in our gallery the Governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. At this time, I'd like to give the closing remarks over to Chair Vince James.
Dan Speaker, Ado Shek Kahasito, Shek Eno Lenigi, Ado Nana Kodo, Hosto, Hahodzo, Benat A, Atsalade, Dahastahade, Lenigi, Ahaha, Quagi Eya, Nihenia. Thank you. The translation is, I want to thank you as being our Arizona governor for being here. And we would like to extend our appreciation to you on behalf of the 25th Navajo Nation Council in honor with an item, a spiritual piece that we would like for you to take back to your office. And that particular item has some special ingredients on how it was made and how it was created. As the Navajo Nation, we honor our Mother Earth. We honor our Father Sky. Nohasan Yadikil, Nun Set, the different nature things that grow on Mother Earth. And those ingredients are used to specify the gift that we're going to honor with you. And I would like to make that request that you have it sit in your office. So us as leaders here of the Navajo Nation, when we visit you and we come to you and provide you information, provide you document, we would like to see it in your office on behalf of the Navajo Nation, on behalf of our Navajo people. So with that, as the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we would like to honor you with that gift, and then we would also like to end with a photo. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you again, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado adnet khano yahagi do ta isnot ki ito yat eto nana ehehe. We are still in recess. We have two special presentations. First, I would like to give some time to our Budget and Finance Vice Chair, Carl Slater.
You guys hear me? Okay, I'll speak softer. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carl Slater. Adona Nishunagi e Kiani, she Sontane Bashichin, Tsinajuni Dashache, do Sontane Dashanella, Tenakana, or Istok Ujdes Ah, Dent Nasha, she Carl Russell Slater Dashajane. So, like I said, I'm Carl Slater. I'm Kiani born for the Jewish people. I represent District 11, which includes Saley Wheatfields, Lukachukai, Round Rock, Rough Rock, and Rock Point on the council, and I'm the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. And I'd like to make a special recognition here with our speaker, Curley, to a couple individuals, or I should say a few individuals, who made a tremendous impact at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And they work with the Veterans Medical Leadership Council and assisted veterans all across the Navajo Nation. We know about our water access issues, and if we still have Governor Hobbs here, you know, a lot of our people, up to 40% of them haul water, right? And our veterans are not immune to that. So at the height of the pandemic, I believe it was 500 gallon tanks? 300 gallon tanks were transported to Navajo. During that time period, I did some fundraising and we contributed, I think, about half of the funding to get those water totes. And they were distributed to our veterans. But it was under these gentlemen's leadership and our Central Navajo Agency, Mr. Pete Sinagini. I'd like to recognize Mr. Willis Vicente, who is the CVO commander at Saley Wheatfields chapter. Come up here, Mr. Vicente. They worked tirelessly to get PPE, all sorts of supplies that were needed. And I think the first thing that you guys did was you, via helicopter, brought up 53 chainsaws. I might need to change
No, 32 chainsaws, 53 helicopter flights.
53 helicopter flights, 32 chainsaws, and then they also had fixed wing flights as well. And I remember going to the Chinle Airport and picking up PPE with our former state representative, Orlando Teller, and we filled up our pickup trucks, and then we had to bring them and distribute them to different places. But I think the nation owes a debt of gratitude to individuals who, through their common service, and I'd say shared history, worked with our veterans and recognized the humanity and the needs of our people and rise to the occasion to assist our people. And so I'm going to present this first one with the speaker here, Colonel Tom Eisenminger, Veterans Medical Leadership Council. During the pandemic, the Veterans Medical Leadership Council, under Colonel Tom Eisenminger's leadership, rendered assistance above and beyond to our Navajo veterans. He and the VMLC delivered 36 chainsaws via helicopter, 1,300 300-gallon water tanks, installed 15 solar freezer units for veterans with health issues, and organized over 50 flights to deliver PPE. Colonel Tom Eisenminger worked tirelessly to help our Navajo veterans impacted by COVID-19, and we will forever appreciate his service. This award is awarded on the 18th of July, 2023. Honorable Madam Speaker, Crystal and Curley, and myself, Carl Slater. So I'll present. Thank you. What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta do the whole picture.
I'm gonna do the whole picture.
This way? Get one this way? Hey, we'll get that. Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Now it's your turn.
And we have Mr. Bob, it's
Dalpy.
Dalpy, right? Okay. From the Veterans Medical Leadership Council, and again, participated in the same service. And Mr. Dalpy worked tirelessly to help our Navajo veterans impacted by COVID-19, and we will forever appreciate his service. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Thank you. Do you guys want to say anything?
You want to see? You're the chair. You go talk. It's your turn to talk.
I'll keep it really short. I'll be real quick. I just want to say this was a labor of love. When veterans see veterans in need, we roll our sleeves up and go to the sound of the gunfire. Thank you.
Oh yeah, let's get one photo real quick.
What, me?
Stand in front right here real quick.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
If anyone else wants to take a photo.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. And thank you to our veterans, Adashiyaj, Mr. Pete Sinajini. Thank you for your safe travels all the way to the council chambers during. They walked all the way from Chinle all the way to Winter Rock this morning. With that, colleagues, I'm going to do a roll call and we'll enter back into session. Colleagues, if you're on the floor, please feel free to do your roll call button. Colleagues, if you're within the council chamber, please feel free to do your roll call button so we can exit out of recess. Colleagues, if you're entering the council chamber, we're doing a roll call. Norman Begay's here too. Thank you, colleagues. We do have 20 council delegates within the chambers. We exit out of recess and reconvene at 10:48 a.m. Do nana aden yaho yahaki do Welcome to our 100th annual of the Navajo Nation Council. This is the 2023 Summer Council session. We call to order at 10:18 a.m. We'll move down forward with our agenda, colleagues. We are down to number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. At this time, I would like to start off with visiting officials. Again, thank you to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs for visiting the Navajo Nation this morning. We also want to thank all the trail riders who came with us throughout these past weeks to the Navajo Nation Council chambers. I also want to express my appreciation to Apache County Sheriff Joseph Dedman, who provided the escort throughout the weekend and just being here with us and having that support from our county. And also, I'd like to recognize on the south portion of the council chamber, I'd like to introduce my husband, Mr. Neil Damon. And also like to introduce my mother, Marilyn Curley. Thank you for being here, being the backbone of my little family here. Ado Sha'awe Shiyaja Kamiko Curley. That's my baby right there. Jensen. And also like to introduce my other mother, who I call since my high school. She's my school teacher, Miss Irene Bizahalani. She's sitting on the north side of the council chamber. She's from Salina, Cottonwood area. So she really helped me throughout the trail ride, and she rode in with us for the past 3 days from Salina, Cottonwood, Low Mountain area. Colleagues, at this time, I would like to go down the listing for recognizing guests and officials. First, we will start off with Shiaj Chair Vince James.
Speaker, thank you very much. If I can have staff ask if Ida could come out, Miss Ida Burnside. With that, before we get to that recognition, I'd also like to recognize my group of trail riders that came in with me. We broke up our trail rides in 2 weekends, and so the first weekend we started from Jedito chapter through the Hopi land, and then into Steamboat chapter. Saturday we did from Steamboat chapter to Cornfields. And then Sunday, we did Cornfields to Ganado chapter and Kitlachi chapter. The second weekend, we did start off from Kitlachi and spent the night in Summit at the James Ceremonial Ground Site there in Summit. And then from there, yesterday morning, we rode into the fairground. So with that, I'd like to extend my appreciation to my family, to my mom, to my wife, my relatives, and also to all of my 5 chapters that I represent. They did really sincerely assist us with all the different food that we had, and I really want to extend my appreciation to constituents, friends from those chapters that assisted me in the trail ride as well. So God bless them, and I really want to thank them. So with that, Miss Ida Burnside, Shama, she's been a staff with us for many years. And earlier I talked about the significance of the trail ride, why the trail ride started, how did we get here. I explained the reason of that. Not for popularity or anything, all of that is not the reason. There's a purpose. A trail ride. Beyond ya hot ahlato yinet long in hana il so with that, I'd like to read this message to Shema Miss Burnside in honor of her son, the late Virgil Burnside Jr. He was born May 27, 1991 in Phoenix, Arizona. He was raised and lived in St. Michael's, Arizona. He graduated from Winter Rock High School on May 27, 2010. He participated in sports wrestling, track, and cross country. He attended the Tulsa Welding School. He is survived by his parents, Virgil Burnside Sr. and Ida Burnside. And he has brothers, Jeffrey, Gerald, Kelly, sisters, Kimberly, Savannah, and then also Venetia. He truly loved horses. Virgil Jr. rode with Navajo Nation Council honor ride horse riding for many years, and he was always excited to join them and ride with them. He raised and trained horses, and his favorite trail horse was Hopper. But there were other horses he also used. He rode with many former delegates, Honorable David Shandy, the late Kiyazi Mann, Honorable Walter Phillips, to name a few. He was a family friend. His family friend told him in 2013 that Tom Lee Jones is looking for an excellent horse rider. So Junior tried out in Las Vegas, New Mexico. After many other men and ladies tried out, he was told, "What about you? Let's see what you can do," because all the others couldn't really ride. So he jumped on the horse, whipped the horse, and raced around the arena, and all thumbs went up, and he was selected. Junior truly loved horses. Ahiaha, Shema, thank you for raising your son in that way. Hodiyin hazango, hot asato, igato hodon, niyaj na nashinlinin haayila, be sato yat eho, besist ogi, clean bekat atan sa ani, at him bakao, dinat anini, tlenigi, ndi taho, be eya e, at atahonieo, be go yat eho, eo ne tado yat eho, jingo at him bakago hadita okot an hai lasalinko, ahiaha shama nskago. Thank you very much. And I want to end with that speaker. Ahiaha, thank you.
Ahiaha kodo Chair Vince James do ahiaha shama Ida. We love you all, and she always does the best for us. She always makes sure that she takes good care of us. Thank you, colleagues. We are still within our agenda of recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Shema, Ida. Ado Kune Enana, Hanana Zihiki, Shiche, Council Delegate George Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Also, my colleagues from here from the floor. Biswas Anna Senegi. Tokaya Halani Chi. Johnny Ota Sanetlio. That he tinted Quiskandashi. So, they in Hinat at one big year. Out on Hata is the Idia here at all. Like to recognize the veterans post-color day Laito, the coordinator Gwen Nahas Kagi so AIC Akia Bahi Winton. Ayo Petalen Len Danat Agi Holiday Ospa Nha Con E Nhaike Aro has Twido Sani no Klenigi Kuneho Sone Shiche Masan Chanal. Yeah, na sam kanan hino lasto. Nkene lihot echo. Aro throughout the 110th chapter. Stuido sani sa but I jo bao na za. Edo benashnido. Aro salat so ro ahot es tras 2000 Ayo bchinda hoi now echo on your Washington. Hai shipan si kisto le koro. Don dan Hatchindo at Hana Carpenter Holgish, Edo Benashni Dole. Don he chapter officials, manager, coordinators, staff, and Zenigi, and hit on his staff. Noslani, thank you very much for helping us. Oko Konkis on a slot. Oko here, and yet I was touching. And then on the north side, Shina. I'll call my brother, a former council delegate, David Rico. Can you stand, please, to be recognized? David Rico. North side, just a dark way again. Shabbat, get a cut. It's on here not on it, and they, Econ, Adonda. Sinado from Shiprock, Konda has Kako. And so we need to know how Chin Kwan has can had a hot lon ha Jono the begin at neck at you. Ako none of Tinigishi, but he needs to know. I don't if my LDA is in the house. I have not seen her. It will recognize it. Actually, Jeanette Weiss from Oho and Sino. What are niche Edo Lako Aron Nekon Etlo Nahaslan Lengisto 18 Tocho Patens and Lenko Khalid he Washington he Gaston Hanahat Atans and she Asian Sto recognized Deliado Lilcon or Arnold Scoto here Slinkil Ade Wiki so tau could you know Yahakisto Apatas to Echo. Hala Shinto hot and Linso Bajopa, Oko Ediantan Hilni or Koshin, Bahatan or San Hedo con Arietano Yahakito, Groba Hitnessing do Yat or Shinkon, in Hibas Anido Adeliagibe, don't hate gender. A Jonadil Hinto Banabikel Tito con reports also. So at this time, I just want to say thank you to all of you. Our speaker, Kon, the family, Kagi, yeah, what our Azan, yeah, with Hinani, with Asho, just tweet over that in there. Halaf Dan Lenko. Of course, I've been with my wife for 48 years, and she takes care of me daily, so she's at home. So probably tomorrow she will be here. So please, Bezos, Anni Tlenigin, his son, Yego, Kehadapaton, Hala in Hansik, his stone, outside Yang Leko. staff na clean do yeah Arnold ko ere hot ero le to salat do Navajo police officer for being out here ere ya to ba ke hinsen ko you nan sta ko ere hon so le Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Toth. And for our visitors in the gallery, just a reminder, there will be no hats worn within the council chamber. So if you're wearing a cap, a hat, please remove them. And also to please keep your voices down when we have these introductions on the floor. We have Chair Brenda Jesus. Oh, let's say Chair Shondine Parrish.
Speaker Crystal and Curly Otto, it's 25th Navajo Nation Council. Do it's shik do it's also she kia ani adona initially go do bashin twita cheatney a dash chades go bahan a dash chanela aquat aus done initially she Shandine Parishina she auto twita nesha det nasha chimbitko do dana hoto do twita nesha banasha do auto DJ kwe bashet hojon do shit it's nejona go do let auto Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me some time to speak this morning to introduce some guests who are visiting in the chambers and also who were able to ride in with me on horseback yesterday into the Winter Rock Fairgrounds. Yesterday, Speaker Curley and colleagues, I was joined by members of my family, the Johnson and Russell family from Whitegrass, Arizona. Whitegrass is located on top of Black Mesa in the chapters of Chilchimbito and in Kayenta. And they were very excited to be a part of the trail ride yesterday and today. And I just want to thank my dad and our companions who joined us on the trail ride yesterday. I know many of the delegates also had their families and had many trail riders with them. It's such a historic event and a great part of our culture, our way of life, and how we bring in this summer council session. I also wanted to acknowledge that this is the Centennial Navajo Nation Summer Council session, and I want to continue to acknowledge that because the makeup of our council is very unique this year. In addition to the trail riders, yesterday I also wanted to acknowledge Chilchimbito Chapter President Mr. Paul Madsen, Vice President Thomas Bradley, also our Secretary Treasurer Virgie White, and our chapter manager from Chilchimbito, Mr. Eugene Bedoni, who rode in on horseback today with me into the council chambers. It is one of their, it's their first time riding into the chambers, and it was significant. It was great to share this part of history with them. I'd also like to recognize Denahoto chapter, our chapter president, Larry Tooney, our vice president, Tuli Bigay, our secretary treasurer, Miss Julia Richards, also our chapter manager, Marcy Smith Williams, also our Kansas chapter, our chapter president from there, Mr. Dalton Singer, our vice president, Sally Chi, our secretary treasurer, Miss Genevieve Benali, also our administrative staff, Pearl, who's doing such great work for the community. I wanted to recognize my chapters today because they are very an instrumental part of the work that I do here on the council floor. So I wanted to take some time to recognize them. And before we get into the guests in the gallery, Speaker, I wanted to also acknowledge the late Helen Charlie from the community of Chilchimbito, Arizona. Speaker Curley, earlier this month, you wrote a press release acknowledging her life. But today, on this 100th day of the Navajo Nation Council session, I also wanted to acknowledge her. She was the last surviving member of the weavers who wove the Chilchimbito Little Sister and Big Sister rug, which has been displayed at many of our inaugurations, our graduations, and it is a rug of unique esteem that represents the Navajo culture all across the United States. Last but not least, I also wanted to acknowledge Mr. Navajo County Sheriff Klaus, who's also in the audience today on the south side of the chambers. So thank you, Speaker, for allowing me this time to speak today. I also wanted to just really end on a positive note as we enter into the 100th annual summer council session. I wish the best discussions and pray the best for my colleagues this summer council session as we go in to deliberate many legislation before us. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Shondine Parrish, for your introduction and also to your special guests. Colleagues will be moving down the line. We have Chair Brenda Jesus.
Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to the visiting guest in the gallery, Adoing da Adat Legislative Services team. And also to Madam AG, we have Chief Justice Ms. Jane in the gallery as well, and we do have BIA representatives, Mr. Mahoja and Ms. Curley. And also, again, I just want to acknowledge the trail ride that our district had completed as of this morning. I'd really like to thank Bahin Shnani, Mr. Yazi, and my son, Cruz Wedo. I want to thank them so much for being there by my side. We had started off on Saturday morning at Hauk Chapter. Clean being dot citizen be start a day an honor in recognizing my honorable colleague Lamardo Azaret and the chapter officials there with how do you say it? Adet tati kai aro ende tesa under chapter administration ade nkitsada ila do kwa gel satli hada sien le Saturday da aro e inda I agon le kelch intel da ada nani ka ada chapter administration and chapter officials in Tago non nation hana they fed the riders aro inda dana abenego ein le kelch intel da nadi kago ein le hotso ado inda hosta kwa na ho na atle ya he kai and le na kid da shimik edas keda da akots adan Tago ha kubeli na gloshi haloni do chinies na hol a kodo tilkech account and long kodo tratlin betlin JR's tweet dos a lot solar danle. I'd like to also commend Sergeant Mitchell with Window Rock District and allowing him and his office to assist as well. I'd like to thank the Smith family, the Roan Horse family, the Bend family, the Joe Benali family, all the chapter officials from the 4 chapters that I've mentioned. And I do have in the gallery Vice President from Oak Springs chapter, Mr. Daryl Nelson. He is sitting on the north side. So that is Vice President from Oak Springs chapter here, Hiahat Shanat Ani, for being here. So again, it was an honor riding in this trail ride. It is my first, and I think a lot of us are tired, but we still have to continue with work. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and also recognize Madam Speaker, if we can. I do have President along with Intech or NECA in the north or south gallery. They will be presenting a dividend check here to the Navajo Nation Council. So Jared, if you could have President Nygren and also represent Enterprise of NECA Enterprise come out here and present the check at this time, Madam Speaker.
May you all rise. We have the President of the Navajo Nation, Mr. Boo Nygren. And our Vice President, Rochelle Montoya. Colleagues, they do want to do a check presentation. If there's no objections, we can give them 5 minutes here on the floor. Make your way towards the center right here.
Good morning. Let me sit down. This is too low. I got to speak closely. Oh, with these. Good morning. Yad Bene. Asa no Zinigo. Beginning with Mr. Honorable President Nygren, and also Vice President Montoya, also inclusive of the Speaker, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Of course, the members of the Navajo Nation Council. It is my pleasure to come before you. Navajo Engineering Construction Authority Board of Directors. Before anything else, I want to introduce the members of the board. Let me begin by introducing Mr. Terrell Harvey. He's the Vice President of the board. And also Mr. Ernest Hubble, Ado, Mr. Ernest Hubble. Also Miss Parker, Amber H. Parker. Another person is, another member is Stephanie Arthur. Kutai tanahatra shinanda. Ado disheya ta ahe danilzen. Stanley Yazi dashichin. Twitchin slot senachini basis chain Island dashiche. Ado trachin dashinalo aya. Nature tenas sindo. I became before the Navajo committee quite a while back. Of course, Ibenatni. Di Bini Biye Binya Kodo Nakaho Agi, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, Miss Madam Vice President, did it Kodo Ben Yenkaho Agi in Rea da in Nation Kilpahausen, Navajo Engineering Construction Authority with Diego. Back in 1972, Adana Khayata, Ako Ade Yata Dainisha Howell Jish, Ado Hushne Howell Jish, Odat is on Gilshinsha, Ado Katit this thing that's an Ache, did it Dainishiki Pelakana at Opa Wetlo Yos, wasn't there in his thousand. Quet Oyot Napa Nadi Kitsale. Ata Iliaki, Ata Shinigi, Arjuna Nahabo on the Shat or Nahade Nisha, Nasquadia, January 27 year down. Kadate on the hit and then it Lenigi be Lord. Ado board up Ordney. He would die Ordney at Keys there, and hitting the board door. Ado Skanka with Diego, Arjun, Daination there. Ako laia peso bechulia tocho yos in ako even nai with our ilia ako I don't stay hold just scholarship with the hegit up in Neligo Atlanta ado shisazedo the ba henson ado ben I don't kid it doesn't and Atlano zenigo had the ashbone at so peso adal inigate atlach inte. Oh, you had it all. It's had that. No, that a Shilpehausen. Ako eben nationanda kodo to tan hinatigi kodo atlahad the meal and sagi show get $1 million as a dividend to the Navajo Nation, and specifically for a scholarship. Do le isha. Ado natin the meal and sagi 20 million. Ek at this change. Dik at kodopa has segi 1 million. Beat soko natin the meal and sagi be what isha a alchinda ultraigi. So dan jeno she chuidon ilnitsen chukat ngalchin ultra under this kaya. Ako ishi lashibo otanet ad ishi kodo la papa na.
We have a time of 5 minutes. You may proceed with the check presentation. President Nygren.
I just want to keep it short and brief, and I'd love to have the speaker and I think the RDC chair come join us. I know that there's only limited room up here, so we'd love to do the check presentation with you all. So I know that to me, having been a former employee of NECA, what really warms my heart is that every single dollar that NECA contributes goes directly into the NECA Trust Fund that's under the ONSFA, Office of Navajo Scholarship, and none of these funds can be used for administrative costs. Every dollar of this $1 million will go into the pockets of our Navajo students. So I want to commend the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority for their work and for their tireless leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and also to our guests from NECA for that check presentation, and also to our president and vice president. Colleagues, we're going to proceed back on with recognizing and visiting officials. Next, we have also just a reminder within the gallery, please remove your hats and your caps when you're inside the council chamber. And please keep your conversation to a minimal. So we do have the councils that are recognizing guests throughout this morning. Council Delegate Stephen Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Ado Kodobes Pasaan no Senigi ni Tlinigi 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ben Hitojo. A Shahat Landi Ben Nakano Kai Ade Naiso Tanigi Dan Kenasigi. I just want to recognize a good friend of mine over on the south side, Brenda Hosky, if you would stand, and she's helped me out a lot. We both ran against each other, and she really supported me afterwards, and that just proves to show that you could work together still, You know, and that's what I'd like to see happen is that, you know, people work together, you can go a long ways. Also, my LDA, Heather Kinslachitney, and her two daughters, Angela and Kiki. Thank you. She helps me a lot. Otto, I want to recognize the Yambato chapter and the summer youth students. Last week they had a parade going on for the horse riders that were coming in, and summer youth students really got into it, and they had a parade and everything going for the riders, and they fed them. So I just want to recognize the Yambato chapter and their staff and all the summer youth students that participated. Otto, this morning our riders I just want to thank livestock owners nkinal tlonshida holonigi yego eya nkinal tlonshidan lenigi pada hosnya aro saet obolo bonda kai pada hajo pai nedato on den kado da yos kaso dayana kaile ako nkili yego pada hosnya ashode aro in the it's the last choice though. I'll always recognize our veterans of the Navajo Nation and the United States. I'll call the Dutch Nation. So, you know, when you're a veteran, you know, you really appreciate the red, white, and blue. And late basic training, the Navajo, you really don't understand. A red, white, and blue hat nisa ko. In late basic training the Navajo, you begin to understand the red, white, and blue. Aron the hashi jishkedo da banjagasa ko. I just want to thank all our veterans across the Navajo Nation. Aron the anhitsalaudan linigisto abich in the huit nande abahunits and do on hansi kesota kodolan order committee need linigi besat need lehoko aben soit a kanate jako Navajo Nation Police. I thank you and I salute you all. Ako out so a hasito leta chinandai. Madam Speaker.
Kahat, thank you. Council Delegate Stephen Arviso. Next in queue, we do have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I want to say good morning to everyone, but I also want to thank Delegate Vince James for that beautiful tribute to our staff, Miss Ida, who we all love. And I always say, you know, it's not a council session unless Ida is here. So it was really great to hear that tribute giving to her, and then also her family, and then the loss that she suffered with losing her son. So I just want to say thank you for that. I also want to thank our Shiprock Color Guard. Speaker, our Shiprock Color Guard, they're the only color guard on the Navajo Nation that was recognized by the state of New Mexico, by any state. They came in second in the state competition representing the Navajo people. And they didn't get very many accolades for that, but I do want to recognize that, and I did recognize them when they won the state competition. But our color guard is always willing to assist. They are the color guard and the honor guard, so it's really just it's an honor for me to be here and to see our veterans out here. And I know that I saw Vern Lee, who was here earlier. I wanted to recognize him, but I don't see him in the crowd. Vern, actually, I ran against Vern the very first time that I ran as a delegate, and so he's always standing up for the veterans, speaking up for them, and always making sure that they get what it is that they need. I also want to recognize with the color guard, we were missing one of our own color guard, Mr. James Sosi Jr. He just lost his father, Mr. James Sosi Sr., who was actually one of my biggest supporters. He was a good man. Every time I saw him out in the community, he would come up to me, he would hug me, tell me I'm doing a good job. He served more than 20 years as an EMT and additional more years driving our children in the Shiprock community as a bus driver. So I want to recognize the Sosi family at this time for all of their, what they do for the community, but also just who they are as a family. So I do want to recognize them at this time for that, Speaker. I also want to recognize, I know that the people always, our delegates always recognize family. I always recognize my husband, Leroy, and I'm blessed to say that, he stood by me for 27 years. And we've grown together as husband and wife. We just celebrated our 26th anniversary a few weeks ago. And I laugh because a lot of people always ask us, where did everything start? And I always tell them, our relationship began at Burger King in 1996 as our eyes connected over a Whopper, is what I always tell people. Some people kind of laugh about it, but in actuality, I did meet my husband while I was working at Burger King as a cashier. My husband was a customer who came in, and he got a little more than a Whopper. So I guess maybe that is good. But we do have one son, 5 dogs, 2 geese, 8 sheep, 1 donkey, and a partridge and a pear tree. We are starting our little farm. We lived away from the Navajo Nation for almost 16 years as I was in academics, receiving 5 degrees. So it's exciting to be back here to start our farm and to start our family again here on the nation. I also want to recognize, as Delegate Arvizo has already done, recognizing our law enforcement and our first responders. Many of them who were, our first responders gave up their vacation time, their holiday time during COVID to help assist. They were our frontline workers. Through and through, they were our frontline workers. I also want to recognize NECA. They are in my community, and I was laughing because I said it's wonderful to see them here because Shiprock is always giving. We rarely ask, but we always give. So I want to recognize NECA, and I want to thank them for being in my community of Shiprock and for everything that they do for our community. So I just want to make those recognitions at this time. And Leroy, I know you're listening. I love you, and I can't wait to see you at the end of this week. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton, for those special recognitions. Next, we move down to Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Sitting in the audience here today, also probably watching online. Adoshi o Yats Ehipene and the members of 25th Navajo Nation Council. I really do have a long list of folks to thank, and I've through our trail ride, I've often expressed my appreciation and thank you to those who were supported and also rode with me for those 100+ miles. And so I, what I really appreciated most was that I had with me 2 grazing officials, one from Hard Rock and one from Black Mesa. And I've always known that there really was some of the most underfunded and unappreciated, workers here on our nation. And we need to do better in supporting and establishing a better grazing official positions and compensations. So I want to say that. The second really big thank you that I want to express is to the Sells family in Salona Cottonwood. Charlene Sells, I hope you can hear this, the matriarch of the family, Dwayne and Cheryl Sells, your family who really embraced us, opened up your rodeo grounds and fed us food and gave horses some water and really spent some time with us and said encouraging words to us. So I really do appreciate, and words cannot express enough, your hospitality. As you mentioned that you're only following the traditions of your clan matriarch, who really acknowledged, long distance travelers and made sure that they had food and water to drink before they left again. My Shiaj Deputy Sheriff Nathaniel Simonson, thank you for keeping us safe in Navajo, your jurisdiction there in Navajo County. I think the biggest job is being the chuck wagon on a trail ride. I have my assistant Nadine Narendrankura, as well as Raina and Nick Ashley and Shannon James. Thank you for all the food that you kept feeding folks and kept us hydrated all along the way. I also want to thank my mom and dad for, butchering the sheep that really replenished us Saturday night there in Ganado. Ganado chapter, thank you for opening your doors, utilizing your kitchen, and the luxurious shower after that long 30-mile ride. And then also I want to thank all the people that dropped off food, dropped off water along the way. Very much appreciated. A young gal, Miss Central Preteen Leah Charlie, who worked all afternoon tirelessly making sandwiches and cutting up melons and fruits. Thank you for that. That was very replenishing. Also, he stopped us along the route, shared his elkant with us. Di tana Bajimpan da estate do di saspano h iyan kwaet kwaet hitchen hui landle. Ado Shiaj Percy Dill, thank you for your good words, as well as my brother Joe Lee, as well as Gene Shepard. I was really proud and honored to say that on my trail ride, I feel I had some of the best trail masters on the nation. Mr. Gene Shepard, who's known to travel across the reservation. Also, Mr. Barton, as well as Allison. So thank you to my riders, Richard Nez, Byron Tate, Layton, Marcy Lehman, and the Vice President at Blue Gap Chapter, her sons, Marshall Johnson. And mostly thank you to the young kids that joined me all along the way. These young kiddos got up at 5 a.m. and took care of horses, and then they laughed into the night. Who knows what time they went to bed. But they were really fun moments. And of course, big thank you to my family, my husband and my dad, who really take good care of me. I appreciate them, and my kiddos who came today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson, Donana, Kodo, Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Got a whole vice chair thing going right now. Good morning, everyone. I would like to recognize, to start off, Mr. Ernest Dick, who's here in the chamber. His father was the late John Dick. You want to stand up? There we go. And he is a former board member of the Rough Rock Community School. He was a teacher and I believe a bus driver as well. And his father was one of the founding board members and a visionary in the community. So he's a local pillar and community leader, and we appreciate him being here today. I believe that he served with our speaker on the Rough Rock Community School Board. Correct, speaker? Yes, so we have some great connections here. This past Saturday, we had a barbecue out at Wheatfields Lake for District 11, and I want to recognize and thank all of chapter officials and people who came out. Devon Begay, Doris Newman, Paula Begay, Patterson Yazi, Shadat Paul Jim. We had an amazing time. It was the first time I felt like we had gotten together as a district for something that was just plain fun. We didn't end up doing a full-on trail ride this year, and we started scheming for next year down at the lake. It was cool, it was great, and I feel like this summer really feels like the first one where the reservation and perhaps my district and maybe everywhere else across Navajo, if you feel it, it's coming back to life since COVID-19, and it's still something that's with us. but it's just so wonderful to see people up on the mountain taking their animals up there. There was a horse ride this past weekend between Round Rock or Rock Point and Round Rock with the Bahis, and I think Circle D Ranch helped them out. We had some of those folks come out to the barbecue that we had, and I feel like our people are gathering and convening, where there's so many that are happening across the district, across the nation. And I love to see all of our riders out there kicking up dust. We need some moisture, but it warms your heart and your soul that we're coming together to help heal one another, perform our obligations to one another, and gather in community. We're wearing green today for, I believe, mental health awareness. And so I have an aunt, Mary Russell. Dr. Mary Russell is a psychiatrist, as is her husband, Joe Neidhart. And I look to them to advise me on some issues sometimes related to mental health issues, substance abuse treatment, and they help me out a lot. So I want to say Ahiat Shema for all that you do to help our people. She works at Santa Fe for the IHS and helps our Pueblo relatives and our Navajo relatives who live over there. But to all the clinical mental health counselors, to all the social workers, to all of the psychologists and psychiatrists, and then to all of our hatachi and to all of our spiritual leaders who are there and help provide guidance to those who are confronting issues about their mental health, about where they're at in the world. Ahiat, thank you so much for what you do. It's something that I think goes unnoticed and can be very thankless. You're exposed to so much trauma that exists among our people and in our communities, and you carry that weight on your shoulders, and you have to, let that burden go sometimes. So I hope that we as leadership and as a council, you see that we're trying to help unburden you. And for those of you who are confronting difficult times in your life, know that the Navajo Nation Council and we as leadership, we love you, we see you, and we want to see you thrive and have a beautiful life, however you want to define that. It's not up for someone else to define, it's for you to define. So Ahiat to all of those who help guide the spiritual and mental well-beings of our people. And lastly, I'd like to recognize Roz. She was here a moment ago. Roz Zaw, she was the wife of the late Peterson Zaw, Shadat, and I just wanted to give her a recognition. She might have moved around here in the chamber, but she'd done so much. She was very active in Democratic politics in the state of Arizona and nationally, was a leader among our people, and someone that I'm happy to count as a friend and I'd say a mentor. So Ahiat for being here, and thank you so much everyone for joining us in the chambers today.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for the special recognitions. The Yat Eshiyaj on the north side, Ernestic Adon Nilsadala, the late Nkich Ansatale. Oh, Yat Edon Hain Yahagi. And we also have a former council delegate on the north side too, Mr. Pete Etzidi. And on the south side, we have Sheriff Joseph Dedman, who just walked in as well. Thank you, Sheriff. At this time, we move forward with recognitions. We have next Council Delegate Lomardo Azaret.
Speaker Curley, Ado Council Delegate Naso Tanido, Naso Kaigi, Ado Anotokwe, Kidas, Naso Tanin, Naso Tanigi, Naso Kai, Ado Shea Lomardo Azaret, Ashitna, Nana Stazutachin in Slona Kaidena, Filipino, Ebashichin, Ado Etlashi, Dashitche. Sachit as Ado Nasha Ado Benye Nasha ya Sasaan Maito Nadatzil Play Todo Kinchil E Banasha Cordit A at Sashi a hen get the Schneedo Anotho Tashi Quay Anna has Quay the Yat Eta but the Schneedo a hen no Kray on the north side. Helen Benali, not at the Donakhe. So the Yego, another water, quishing years, 20, 30 years, as in they not at the Yanad Nisho Yanaga, call a hen, get a schneed Eba. Ado a non Evelyn Yazi, a on north side, you got Satado, Ado Satnana, May, Salago King, a Newlands, Aji Yanad Nishto, a cab that would not need Aji own a quishing years, not Ajanad Nishto. Ado, the nephew does it, Xavier Yellow Hair. Ein Santons or Adet Hania, called it Angel, the Yoft Ado, even a day, Yedal Nito. Ado could also recognize that they sleep on here. Beispas an Qua Nahazha veterans than le. The show Shab Yego Bachita Ricky Nez. Veterans than le. Ado a George Toth. Donanas. Ado a Stephen Arviso. How did she add Witla? Ado Nana a Danny Simpson. Ado Hajashi Edwatla Ado Asia called it a Yegon Kandale Nisto a Shahag of Nido Abit veterans all of the Navajo Nation Yat a Tabatone a Shahag Tabato Nido Nda Seho Yat a Tabatone a Shahag and Kanda so ba Tabatona called it a they really appreciate if you say things like that to them. Adonan I yesendli bakai tajisoya. These staff, council chambers, legislation staff, today yegon kandal nishota, yego bichiyata kyo yegon kika natja, do hate ada do tan nida, dita shika oche tabato no ein yegon kika natja. Did by Hesen. Oh, thank you, Dabadohna. Ado Eya Kodonan Eya police officers. It's the Yego, he cut not Jahota. So the Yego, Shed Dabadohna. Kadena had not the Yego desk doing later. They've been helping the people, make sure they're always taken care of. Abit EMS personnel. A thought the Yego, Shed Dabadohna. Adolana qua Brenda ye hat zid the Yego Hen Kidini don't leave how chapter don't not at the dot of Jinok Hen get the Schneedo Adot the Yego at cycle last but not least Niklea Shasta 59 years got the Sekha Isha Halyan Kutish Jije Horjish a core Hen with the Schneedo Shado, or did today ye go here. Thank you, staff, thank you, council delegates, thank you, people in the galley.
Thank you, Council Delegate Azaret. Do kodo anach na holjish do lech. Shiaj, Council Delegate Rikines.
I Speaker, Shanant I no Senegi, Bashna Hanta Nazneligi, Ado Shidne no Senegi on us, Shik Asian and Ossa, Hawasan and Shla or Zait Kachin, Vashishin, Sanhabit that should Cheroki Ani E, that should not hot eye and Enshla. First, I would like to recognize my lovely wife Audrey of 35 years. Over to my right,
holding our 1 month old granddaughter. So, and my daughter next to her, Krita. And then my grandson is somewhere crawled underneath the chair there or something. Ryder. And then Mackenzie, my daughter. She graduated from Navajo Preparatory School, currently at University of Redlands, California. So, my family there. I also want to recognize my family. My 2 brothers rode with me 105 miles from San Juan chapter, and they're not here today, but they hauled the horses back this morning. My brother Ronald Nez, my brother Randy Nez, my escort, my sister Juanita, Izzy, and my family that's been cooking along the way, Kay Nez, as well as Elsita Nez, Irita James. When we got to Sheep Springs, there's this gentleman that used to be a chapter official there. His name is Ernest. This gentleman is a very respectful person from Sheep Springs, and I just want to recognize him virtually. I'm sure they're listening from Sheep Springs. Yesterday was a wonderful day. I always wanted to just invite people and just who all shows up. And yesterday, I just see, different departments and organizations to come together, and that's what we do as leaders, is work together. So yesterday, we had from BIA, Dr. Calvert Curley and his wife Cheryl Curley rode with us, and I was just so glad that they joined us. So Cheryl, thank you, and thank you to Dr. Curley, and also Wilson Stewart rode with us too. Man, it was just fun, and young people that rode with us. So I was glad to have this gathering yesterday. To my south side, the industry there is just right between my 4 chapters. Kortasha Upshaw, easy. Thank you. And then across the river to the north from Intech at PNM, we have former delegate that works for PNM, the Honorable Pete Kin et City to my north here. Thank you to PNM as well. Like I said, my daughter graduated from Navajo Prep. Those kids over there, man, they're taught to become independent. She didn't come to us a whole lot, and she was working on all these scholarships, and these teachers and everybody else help these students how to get these scholarships. So from Navajo Prep over here, we have Mr. Sherrick Roanhorse. Thank you. Ado Yvette Escagita. And I don't want to forget a gentleman from Dinek College as well, Mr. Greg Bigman. Yeah. Did I also recognize it as Schlito, but I don't know about a Hatsodadosan, to Arnold. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you, Delegate Riquinez. Next, Kodo Council Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Shada Speaker Curley, Otto Aden, my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, staff, parents, families, of everyone here in the People's Chambers. First and foremost, for the prayer from Dr. Luvita Hosey from our community of Fort Defiance, and to your family that was here to support you. Auto Shiprock Veterans Organization, Auto Rough Rock Students, I want to also recognize the NECA presentation of the scholarship. I want to recognize some educational agents that we have here in the People's Chambers. First and foremost, thank you, Honorable Ricky Nez, for also extending the appreciation to Mr. Sherrick Roanhorse, as well as Miss Yvette here from Navajo Prep. Colleagues, if you see a bag right near you, it is from Navajo Preparatory School, courtesy of their board as well as their head of school, Shauna Becenti. Feel free to look through that packet, and we certainly thank you both for being here. Also to Mr. Bigman as well, he's from Diné College. We also have representation from the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Acting Superintendent is also here. Mr. Franklin Chanella is also here. Dasi. She's assistant superintendent, assistant professor at the University of New Mexico, Dr. Wendy Gray Eyes. Board chair for the Southwest Polytech Institute from SIPI, Mr. Adam Begay. We also have teachers here coming from the Office of Standards, Curriculum, and Assessment Development, our Navajo language teachers. Ms. Hino, Ms. Rita Jones-Claw. A lot of their Navajo language teachers are here. They're probably outside enjoying some of the festivities. But thank you so much for being here. Also wanted to recognize the trail riders that we also did. We didn't necessarily trail ride on horseback within our communities. We did it differently because not everyone has a horse. So I come before you on a 4-day journey. We started walking from Crystal Chapter to Red Lake Chapter, about a good 7 miles. Auto Saturday morning, we ran 10 miles from Red Lake Chapter up to Sawmill. Auto Dana Apina, we bike ride. We rode our bikes from Sawmill Chapter to 45-inch Chapter. We took a break, and then we got on horseback from 45-inch Chapter to Winter Rock and to the fairgrounds. Auto Pinda, we also joined the group here to the People's Chambers. So I certainly want to extend our appreciation to all of our participants. We had very young folks joining us on bike ride, to our veterans, to our elders, and many of them extended their gratitude to join us on this 4-day journey. And to the Tom family as well for hosting our large break with fruits and vegetables, as well as water. To our 4 chapters that I work alongside, Fort Defiant, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. Also to Darwin, Jeanette, and Arita for also supporting our events and giving our participants water. To Commander Williams and Sergeant Gorman, and to the Navajo Pine Fire Department, Chief Deschitney, and all of your staff there for also keeping us safe as we made this 4-day journey. So it's been a great, exceptional time to be here before you on the 4th day. I feel great. I feel excellent this morning, and I look forward to a lot of what we can accomplish this week and hereafter, colleagues. And again, just thank you everyone for being a part of our journey, being a part of our work in strengthening. So again, thank you everyone, and again to my family, and certainly last but not least, my LDA Amber Benali, who is joining us here this morning as well. She's here on the south side. So thank you again all so much, and let's enjoy our Monday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. Ado Kodo Hanana Tihiki Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. Just like to say good afternoon to my honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for all being in attendance today. It's an honor to be amongst you. Also to the Speaker Curley, thank you, as well as the Speaker staff, the legislative staff, also OPVP. And I'd like to thank you all for being here with us today. And I'd like to go ahead and thank all the trail riders and all those that participated in the trail ride over the course of weeks that's been leading up to today. So I just want to thank you, each and every one of you, for participating, whether you walked, whether you biked, or rode a horse, or drove up in your horse. So just like to go ahead and make a special recognition. I'd like to honor and recognize my beautiful family, Salvina Bigay, Shitsit Yithnaba Daiti Johnson, my family, my relatives. Thank you to all my supporters and all my voters. With their love and support, and I'm here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council representing you as well as the great Navajo Nation. I'd also like to recognize Navajo County. Can you stand up, please? And go ahead and wave your hand as Navajo County Supervisor District 1, Fern Benali. Navajo County Attorney Brad Carlin. Navajo County Sheriff David Klaus. Tori Gorman. Navajo County Sheriff's Office Public Information Officer. Navajo County Recorder Michael Sample. Also like to recognize a former Navajo County Supervisor, Jesse Thompson. He's a member of Arizona State Transportation Board. Also like to recognize Luther Lee, Director of Tribal Engagement, Mark Kelly's office. Just want to recognize those individuals and thank you for being here with us today. And again, you know, life is very precious. Like my mom used to say, you know, we're on borrowed time and we need to take advantage of every pulse of this heartbeat, every breath we take. You know, we got to live to the fullest in the direction that we're going, Oscar. We got to keep moving forward to beautify our communities, our family. You know, we're not here to waste any time. So just wanted to share that with you. And again, you know, we had a special recognition for Ida and her late son. And it's good, you know, to really, you know, share that love and compassion, you know, because, you know, when I first came aboard here, she was one of the first that I met here in the chambers. And she showed that, you know, she was very friendly and very inviting, and anything I needed, she helped me with. And I really appreciate that, Ida. And I did share, you know, as I lost family close to me, knowing that feeling, and you know that, you know, just that absence, you know, is just something that we're gonna have to, you know, carry with us, and there will never be a void that will be filled. So, with our prayers, you know, with our good thoughts, that we will continue to strive, you know, on, you know, together in this life. And what I always know, always was told, you know, we will see them again. We will see our loved ones again. But until that time, we got work. We got work to do. And we got, you know, a certain amount of time to get it done. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. And it's an honor to be here in the council chamber with each and every one of you today. And all those in the galley, I want to go ahead and give you a round of applause. Thank you for being here with us today. Yeah. Again, thank you, Ida, for everything you do. Kihan Saga, we're all here for you. Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and end with that. Let's go ahead and get to work. Yeah.
Vice Chair Johnson. And we would also like to announce that colleagues' lunch is being served and staff as well. And for the folks in the gallery, we do have lunch being served within the tents, just right across the street, right here, right in front. Just because of for safety reasons and sanitation, we do having the general lunch being out within the tent outside. So if you want to have lunch out there, just please exit quietly, and then we can proceed with the session. Ado Kune'nana Shema, Delegate Helena Nesbegay.
Oh yeah, good morning to everybody. Speaker Curley for giving me the floor. Sheyam Helena Nesbegay Shiedo Tudicini in the Enschle, Liz Atlanta Bashes China, Kaidene Dashiche, Adonash Ejitapahadashinale, Ado Bodaway Gap, Copper Mine, Kaibito, Klichi in Tanalia, a quote out a Bebesh Bahasa Aninschle echo. Auto Hashin Soko my chapter in the community of Bodaway Gap. They set up a televised broadcast of this Navajo, 25th Navajo Nation Council meeting. So, ado ade da is atle, ade na has tau da is atle his zani na has twin his shade on lead on my son nalazan lenide the da benatho del hito dan his atle ko. Ako kodo nan nishidel nehide oya at the nebezadi the shabi deno atola to lech jo ebeniye ako adeta is ado and I just like to say a hehe Viditesh Nicholson Bodaway Gap chapter for supporting me on the trail ride ado besha gedo ado lechi. They provided snacks and things for my trail ride. So, ebi todo tanalia do, what a betha adia, bethatin shil lodge on the aden hostel, shil lord oko. Adosh shut it down Linny the Bestatish Kayako, and Hisani danit Linny the Yahashi ade, Lini Hilati Jeko, Adon dash away and le. My new LDA, I want you guys to meet him, Tom Franklin. He's on the soft side. Tom, you see? That's my new LDA. Yoshika law. So he knows what the real work is during the trail ride. So quite again go make up the nature knows crystal oyetla. So what here. Ado, one of my veterans, United States Army law, veteran law, council delegate in law, Hakwishin years Ila, Mr. Leslie Deal, Jo A. Aden, Linshisana law, and Shadejan, at Linsley law, Doshit on Nidako, A. What are a baby Ishla, as though called Bishbahasa in law, what are a, that's how I honored him too, because he served in the 82nd Airborne with my brother, Randy Nez. So in that way, I honored him. In that way, to remember my remembrance of my brother, my late brother. Akot ao eben niye adet shitli lohlabanses kes. The height egon his doesn't what ao at the lan saw the banses kes shitli lohl. The big changes that happen in 100 years. And even the weather that we came in, what ego, what our yo the sun really gets hot. So ako ade asli bahas ti also aban saha kes also aden hikala delia ado and I like to acknowledge the community of Forest Lake and Nazlini again for their hospitality if it wasn't for them, you know, we wouldn't have slept in a really nice area and to have the food that we had. Ako ato the siya wedo speaker benacha to ade be skala delia to ha shi bo hanet lingo as he kaiko ade sa riders saslin yete haslin gal winter rock jeko ako eba Hansen ato the 25th Navajo Nation Council that rode in on their trail rides, and I really am so proud of you because I know how it feels now to ride that far. So he had through the heat and everything that you went through. And
At the time, Shema, Council Delegate Helena Nesbigay. Ado Kunenana, we have Council Delegate Nathan Nota. If you're in the gallery, please keep quiet and just keep your side conversation at a minimal. And yeah, I know lunch is being served, but just having that respect for our colleagues here on the floor. Next, Council Delegate Nathan Nota.
Speaker Curley Akeha. My name again is Nathan Nota. Toha chadoi nasha tlogan shlokia ani basichin todichini dashedo shini edashanala but khadashage atwachi adonashada adomai thetlis don't not kaibitho do basla. Those are the 5 chapters in District 14. First I want to say congratulations to all the youth in my chapter, in my district, who have gone out on many summer programs all over the United States. I have even one child that went overseas on summer programs. These are upward bounds. These kids in my district have gone to Atlanta, Washington, D.C., Denver, Chicago, San Diego, and several other places. I wish I had all the money to be able to help sponsor all those kids. That's not possible, but I do want to send a congratulations. Ado, in particular, there's a North American Indigenous Games that's taking place in Halifax, Nova Scotia. I have 3 kids from my chapter, my district, Talon Long, Jared Peterson, and Briley Dufresne. So they're competing in the International Youth Games in Halifax in Nova Scotia. Good luck to them. I hope they bring back some awards and so forth, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now, Kiguna, I want to thank all the people that helped me with the trail ride, like everyone else is doing. I want to thank my trail boss, the McKinley County Commissioner, Danielle Nota. I want to thank 2 of my presidents who really helped with our trail ride from Coyote Canyon, Sherilyn Yazi, who's here today. I'd like to ask her to stand up. Sherilyn, you and your entire family, thank you. The other president was Eloise Johnson from Twin Lakes, New Mexico. And then I had the Twin Lakes chapter. They did provide us quite a bit of food. Chian, Toda Saint, Bato, and here we started Saturday morning. We were kind of naive. We started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we were riding through the major heat of the day. Next year, we're going to start earlier in the morning. The McKinley County Magistrate Judge Brett Detsoy and your family, the trail riders, Larson Nota, Leonard Nota, the Detsoy family, Keith and Abby, Herman McCrae, Che Colton, Ainsley Curley, Cordell Curley, Lene Nota, Dustin Frank, an elder, Nahania. Her name is Esther Largo. She met us at Twin Lakes. She is 100 years old, so she was. We honored her as well as the 100-year celebration for our program. Last, I want to thank the police officers They escorted us, they protected us. We have one here today. I didn't get your name, but I want to thank you guys. Tell your counterparts aheha for all the help that you guys provided. Aheha la, pardon me? Okay, okay, Sergeant at Arms. Okay, aheha, Crystal, Speaker Curley, thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Shiaj. Council Delegate Nathan Nota, for your special recognitions this afternoon. Colleagues, lunch is being served and we'll continue with our session. Honorable Shauna Endlaw.
Aheha Shadeja, Speaker Curley, Auto Shishin a Aheha and the Schneederle, Shamado Shaja, Paul Claw Jr., Doan Claw, Auto Beska Jagi Shadeja Ke, Auto Shachinin Linigi, Kala Ka Shake, A Salato Jajalingo, Auto Nana Bikedi Chinli. I want to say good morning to Chinle community, those that reside in Flat Rock, Spider Rock, the Mesa area, Chinle Valley, Chinle Cottonwood area, the Canyon residents, people that live within our town limits, the Banana Curve, and then Del Muerto area. And I also want to extend my appreciation to our Navajo Nation veterans, and then also to our Central Agency veterans and Mr. Pete Sinagini, who is here in attendance this morning. I want to say thank you as well to our water rights team that is working hard on behalf of the Navajo Nation. To all of the team members, thank you for your diligence, your perseverance, and your resilience, and then also for making our voice known on behalf of the Navajo people. In addition to that, I want to take some time to say thank you to our Assistant Secretary, Mr. Orlando Sean Teller from Chinle. He invited the Navajo Nation leadership to participate in the Aerospace Summit. I was able to attend to give our invocation and also to be a representative for the Navajo Nation. I did get to meet our first Native American female astronaut, Miss Nicole Mann, who is also a colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps. I also want to thank those that were in attendance there and for giving the opportunity for the Navajo Nation to get involved into the space race. I also want to thank our young people here this morning from Rough Rock School, and then also to Tonisha Draper from Chinle. She served as our royalty and she sang the national anthem beautifully. I also want to thank Mr. Tatanka Means, Natani Means, the Grant family, and Mr. Wes Duty. We do have celebrities who come from Chinle and who represent our area and who are also positive role models for our youth. In addition to that, I'd like to take some time to recognize two women who come from the same family. I want to first introduce and thank Dr. Karen Francis Begay and also Dr. Juanita Francis. Their grandmother was the late Ida Francis. We're very thankful for these two women who also lead the industry in the Navajo Nation as far as education. In addition to that, I want to thank our Sheriff Dedman, if you could stand. He's standing already. Thank you, sir, for leading our group in the horse ride. In addition to that, I want to take some time to recognize his brother, who also brought in the flags this morning, Mr. Dennis Dedman. And I had the privilege of riding his horse in this morning. And yesterday, the horse's name is Dewey, and he was a small little painted horse, but that horse wanted to lead, and we were calling him Hildago because he wanted to take the lead and run. So and then also I want to take some time to thank my LDA, Mrs. Joanne Dedman, for also helping me through the trail ride. And then those that rode with their horses to preserve the teachings of our Navajo people. I want to recognize OPVP, our Chief Justice, Ms. Joanne Jane, and then also Shadeja, Madam Speaker. And then I want to, last but not least, thank the children, those with special needs as well. May we remember them today and in the work that we do. And then also recognizing 8 young individuals who are part of the Devil Pups program, who are participating in Camp Pendleton at this time, and they are representing the Navajo Nation. And then also to Nihimasana, Nihiche, Nihinala, Dan Linigi, Ehehet, Njonago Ein, Nantian, Adon, Sodizendo, Niyin, Disje. Okay, with that, Speaker, I turn the time back over to you and say good morning to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ehehet.
Ehehet, thank you, Honorable Shauna Antla Shade. The Kune'enana, we have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. I do want to make sure I dispel rumors that I'm not moonlighting as a bouncer or security guard at my chapter house meetings. I just want to make sure we get that laughter out of the way. I see myself as a peacemaker. Do she Sherilyn Yazzie and she do khonagahnin shle. Twitzo ne bashichin twidich ne dashachedo ashi dashanale. I want to say that our people have lost faith in our tribal government system. We are having arguments and fights over money. And to my colleagues, the past 6 months at every meeting and gathering, I've listened and heard all your beautiful prayers. And you prayed to Mother Earth, the Lord, holy ones, and you end them with, in Jesus' name, amen, and Hojona Hasli. That faith in your prayers is what our people are missing in our tribal government. I know I just started this job 6 months ago, and it appears that a lot of our people have given up on that system. And I just want to ask everybody, how do we get that back? So I want to acknowledge my communities that I represent: Delcon, Teesto, Indian Wells, Greasewood, Springs, and Whitecone. And thank you for helping me and my LDA and my intern, and we completed a small community survey. And in this survey, what it's going to allow me to do is give me a path to build that trust that is missing and to build a good relationship with my communities. And I'll be sharing these results at our chapter meetings. And those of you that show up to the meetings, you know, let's show up in a good way. I want to introduce Lawyer Hunagahni Henderson. She's our legal counsel and she works with Law and Order. I want her and her family to stand up. Please also, her son is Wiley Senderfer and her father Al Henderson. Thank you for the work that you do and that you have done. The next thing, I want to also share a letter from Alberto Peshlakai, Navajo County Board of Supervisors. Congratulations to the Navajo Nation Council on their 100th centennial celebration as leaders for the Navajo Nation. This is an incredible milestone for the Navajo people and a testament to the strength of their community. The Navajo Council has played a vital role in shaping our history and future of the Navajo Nation. It is truly an honor to be a part of the community with rich and vibrant history. We look forward to celebrating many more milestones with the Navajo Nation Council in the years to come. And I will put a letter in each of your box from Alberto Peshlakai. Lastly, I do want to recognize my mom. She's here today in the chamber. Mom, can you stand up? I just want to say thank you. She's been a single mom, and so she taught me just to be strong. And so, thank you, Mom. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie. Do kune'nana shija Council Delegate Otto.
Yati Lina Ado Adid Shunan Do Adid Say Bishmans an Hadananta ye it's Curly, Speaker Curly. Yat Bene Do Lina Ado Adid the legislative branch staff. Yat Bene it's good to see you guys smile and have that cheese smile across your face. That tells you that there's something positive going on in that office. Really tells me that. Ko hota ni hinan nishwallo. Jan ripi gahan hitet ninte. Yego ino edo konas adola ya apa nan lene pa ala be ala ba oshe. And especially Legislative Council. Thank you very much for all the hard work. You came through under Speaker Damon and myself, and now Speaker Curley. Ko hiya non sako. Idi hot an ikidini dole. Shay aro so da shune na kaid na toy het lenin shlem. Nan shajet kappa hapashin. Look at na da shay do Tana Jenny Dashinal Hot Aid Nanchlido, Tonanes, the ya na, Bebeshma has an a dashilla. Nast a nacheta national and coig a could exchange should hold just near Tahunshla. I don't like a exchange, but Hajonate ego cut. It's the 100th year centennial Navajo Nation Council. Lady has twin Liniki. Atlahad nes not din na khata ni nele has twe not ani ni nele do ich khata ni nil kadish ching na hat an lini be yit zito be nasi khato denen lini pa ni ta na yikna nlede koya dat ike oh hot ego na hot ama na khapan siskes chen shmasana that's part of one of the first Navajo Nation Council. Haskin Dazel Diego, Ade Hot Ego, at Ade Chishiki. Hastoya and Nick and them. Not Annie Yahalzen, not Annie Nihitan Echenego, Hastoya Yadaki. Nick a hank at not hardness, not de Nachede Kude, Nihit Hawan Schlo. Ade na ket ini hot ego ko atlo la nanzen ade na ket ini hat ishi leni hat ishi be inayat ho adol nili denzen hot so ko na paita khayshi dishige hi penni bedeshido di san yi nata yi natsaje hajona hat an leni paita na hate kese na hate kesto na hate kae na hate ka no na hat ato on jono sa ada bitch na han hat ich koje na hajit an sa kesto koje lo hajit an sa kesto a hot na hat ait aso to on jonda opa I hot ako hot on hit da sit could just would like to introduce my lovely wife, Latoya So, Kodo, easy. I did up in need ash. I did from my area, Nashahado, former delegate Raymond Max. He served in the 19th council, the 20th council, and the 21st council. He served as the Navajo Hopi Land Commission executive director. The other is that two individuals, I believe that they're valid individuals that I think I need to recognize, and that's former Chief of Staff, Mr. Williams, Drivers Williams, and his wife from Kayenta. He served under Speaker Johnny Nays. Our Chief of Staff, Shirley Yazi, served under Speaker Damon and myself, and Diego nahatan Lenin tazo naste na khao beba.
Council Delegate also for your special recognitions, and also to our guests who are here. It's good to see you, Sherilyn, way back there, former Chief of Staff. And thank you, colleagues, I hope you guys are eating well, and also for announcement for our public here that are in the chambers. They'll be serving the food underneath the tent outside, so feel free to make your way that way if you are needing some lunch. Council Delegate Herman Daniels.
Yeah, kudo shama arunana kudo yat kwatlana kwegi hol jishko arunana kudo apenda kudo so da hade zint ko eshin kudo had schneedol chenale Mr. Hosey kudo I see by hens and kudo arunana kudo sege ya kudo to have the schneedol zat o besmans anet khane ya da zada Shiga Satado Ashiga Hat Ego but today this is the first time out of Shakete Yada at the Shinigibli Nash Inigi Teresa what a Satako Shatahadil Gene She Asataro Nagade but at Estroson Nagada the Pedanaj Jebe Kashitanaj Jetlitanaz Shiba that Estroba Hashiado today should on it. Adastahati, what a call AIC here with the Schneidol little Sagi. Thank you very much, Kodota. Betlinash and Gate Teresa Hodo Adonana Kodona Gaita a Kun Ya Kodo do I see them Ashi Bened name that sort of some years behind Nato. The Reikoya that at the local level. Yamasana. As tweedo sani nasa legi nhinala asan hinala sthin aro dan hi masana dan hi cheda lat anden da has tran leda edo I see here the schneedo little tohodo today aronan every day kodo an hedel neko te don khisi nata kodo edo I see here kodo aronan akun ege ya kada innish rede every year by Nahaljish, Kabananas, Eosen, Hatahuish, it at the lead. According I see that they stu, at Shinitne, a quen hit hold Jishaho. That they stu, I used at Adonana Kodot Hobet, the Hoye, Oyasha Dohashin, so in like East Hitler, Nalt Losh, which in ya, Cheledat, and like East Hitler, the Bebenant and Lenigi, grazing officials. Aronan Eastern Land Boards, as Tokato, a hab at the Schneedol as Tokato, Adonana Kodona Gaidam, at the Mobish Kahadonana, the Modo Trajingone, Bananas and the Yil E, the Mo Yajugota, the Ray Kododam, Nalt Losh and Lenigi Kita He Kodonal Sos Nahat Nahan hauling permits, deputy livestock inspectors. Here but the Schneedol little toko. Do I see here but the need either today in the I see here but the need or let Kodo. Ado in the Kodon his last so Nana Kodo, Edo Kodo the Quishy, a here that don't need a cautious as than do I see here Nana Kodo, Nare at the chapter level, chapter veterans organization, the Hadlonko, Nare Nazis, Azat, Hadlonko, a here that I see but the Schneedol let Chiche. East Sashi Quedodam, Commander Jefferson McGay, AIC here the Schneidol Leche. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support. That Egizanat Equadodam, Adonana Quedodam, Wetebe and Edo Quedod Betlina and Inigi Mispino. Ados a lot so are not Ecuador, Betlina dash Inigi. Ishin he had that ego. When that Ecuador they no car Cocodo, a co here Ecuador. I have a legislation on the agenda. That's the first item on the agenda. Tomorrow, Shiba Haljisto Lekodo, ya Quadocha Quagi Katanit, Lengi 100th anniversary, no Quagi Katasanit, Lia Gouldings. Next year, 2024, it's going to be 100th anniversary. 1924 at down, so next year, 100th anniversary. Mr. Lorenzo Max, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Chair, Linigi, Arishli Naish Enigi, Arun da Kodobesh Mahas Andan, Linigi, Benanashda Lagi, Kodo, Adon Hin Has Tanko, Kodob, Mr. P. Kenneth City, Dona Honorable Rico, Arun the Honorable Max, that Egi Honkin da Has Tanko, AIC Habedini, Dolet, Arohon Soy, Dodo Hede Behasi, Dolet, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Oh, Shiaj. Delegate Daniels. Ado Kodo Bijit Nasogi. Council Delegate Curtis Yanito.
Oh, yat a sto arit anothodais, not Ido Kodegi. 25th Navajo Nation Council, Kwaitlanit, Lingi this summer session. ICA gon Chicago, could they chapters, do Kon Navajo Nation 110 chapters, a had he to all the sheep herders out in that not Kari, that is not Angi, Adon, the Arigeta dot leggy farmers, Ador ranchers and not Lingi dot Kon Jonon, he leech does in Gita not scholar horse riders and participate in these trail rides to the chambers the had in Chicago ani yonan short hadlin hello ado hat khali no lenido adana haiso khanigido so zun belang haiso khanigido nihido ahya godon khaso do zun godon jono in hat abede nas enit aro ara hawandan da hagido adan da tezgida ado da tongido yeah, but they not keep the tradition going. You can not Aron the all the water haulers, which done was in late to the day not yet on the Yenido, Nihido here and Yidinido late, and all the grassroots out there. We respect and honor your inputs and your concerns. Ikodo eya banit on nas nanit tatod late, and all the rodeo fans out there and the champions. Ada. Museum the Lanhanda I know that you guys have a lot of champion saddle. You guys don't know what to do. Might as well donate to the museums. Any rodeo fans, I really appreciate you all participating and getting your little ones, your youth involvement. To all the people out there, Navajo Nation, it's not Aro department staff, Aro and the Kodo chapter official, the Notlini, the Anotsko, Aro and the administration staff, that, and you veterans and the Nihachin of all ages, Edo, Hian, Yidini, do Leto, District Grazing Committee, Notlini, Arat Anotsko, Kodo, the permittees, Bandat, Nizido, Hiat, do rangers, that, and do LDA, but in the Nishido Ban Khandash, Nisado, Kodo, 25th Navajo Nation Council, do Anotsko, here and Yidini, do late. Aron the past Navajo Nation Council, the Noslini, do Honitra, Ochido, Dice Not Saishin, Heda, Nosendo, Heda, but Nedo, here and Yidini, do late. Aro, Navajo Nation President, Bu Nidrin, do Vice President Montoya, do here and Yidini, with all the staff, with all the attorneys that we have here on the Navajo Nation. This is the 100-year centennial year. Our first chairman, Henry Chi Dodge, she tokodoni trado da senta edo kodo not on it or you in das creation of kodoni trada na has trada is don hido here yidini do let's all work together make Navajo Nation better again kodo here yidini do council delegate Curtis Yanito and it net last change ne torich ini was is seen that nessa ni da chedo to banga sunal here
Ekehat Shiaj Kodo Curtis Yanito. Ado do Shlahanana Zita. We are still on number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. Second call. Third call, thank you, colleagues, for the wonderful messages that you brought forth to the whole Navajo Nation Council. Do hidini do leto adet na so kaigi nizate shin ha so kai ba tani zendo adet bishbit sakeste de da is not agi to yat dan hidini to Ado kodo anashit na hol jisto le takone isogi review and adopt the agenda. Kodo shaden hika deal with Michelle Cook. Kodo agenda and hay diltka.
Good afternoon, delegates and participating audience. This is the proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Summer Session, July 17 through the 21st, 2023, 10 o'clock a.m., Window Rock, Arizona, Navajo Nation. Presiding, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call session to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. A, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. B, Indian Health Services, IHS. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. And D, Indian Health Services Area Director. 10, old business, none. 11, new business. A, legislation 0025-23. B, legislation 0033-23. C, legislation 0052-23. D, legislation 0051-23. E, legislation 0079-23. F, legislation 0115-23. G, legislation 0120-23. H, legislation 0122-23. I, legislation 0125-23. J, legislation 126-23. K, legislation 0127-23. L, legislation 0128-23. M, legislation 0130-23. N, legislation 0133-23. O, legislation 0134-23. P, legislation 0147-23. Q, legislation 0140-23. R, legislation 0148-23. S, legislation 0149-23. T, legislation 0150-23. U, legislation 0146-23. V, legislation 0145-23. W, legislation 0044-23. X, legislation 0053-23. Y, legislation 0096-23. And Z, legislation 0104-23. AA, legislation 0108-23. BB, legislation 0141-23. 12, close of session, announcements and adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Shada kodon jinago agenda and kain kaigi. Do kaigi colleagues, we do have read the agenda into the record. We have a motion by Council Delegate Stephen Arvizo. We have a second by Chair Shawndine Parrish. Next, we have, this is to the main motion. Shache, Delegate Tolt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Like to offer amendment, or I can ask the motion party. It's a minor mistake on the legislation 150 on page 5. Instead of Cheryl Liazzi, it's supposed to be Mr. Tolt. On page 5 on the agenda. I guess it was typo. On legislation 150-23. Speaker, thank you.
Goshin Kya Shache, staff at Nigo, Ea Edi La, Dide Nadil Sozo, Ishin Hot Up Kato Lish. Oh, Goshi, colleagues, this is to the main motion to the agenda. We do have a motion and a second here on the floor to adopt our agenda. Shiyaj, Council Delegate Daniels.
Yes, Kwadota, Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Kwadota, Arunana Kwadona Gaidam, staff doesn't know about the Desh Kitako. What other legislations are ready for council in about the Desh Kitako? AD Gidam, be this motion Desh lead for amendment.
Gashin Keha Shiyaja Dent 19 Kidigi, Adanigo, Art Epic Boka. There are no other ready legislations that is ready for council. Shiyash.
Okay, thank you very much. Withdraw my motion.
Hugoshi Keha Shiyaja Dent 19 Kidigido, Dent Dotla. Bana Hatzita, the Quagi Jindan Dil Sosigi. Second call. Lede Shiaj, Delegate Yanito.
13 Yat Eho Hia Kodo, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Kodo motion party, Keso Zenigi. This physical recovery funds legislations, there's 13 of them. Let's go ahead and remove those out on the Kedo legislation band 18 ole. Up front, Nakata Soto Ea Belada Ditlil, Ota Belkeso Zini Motion Party, Utan Hinch Kedo. Yeah. Not removing it, but I want it to be on a consent agenda. The sensei, sorry. Reserve my time.
Reserve time 4:05. He didn't motion, huh? He didn't motion. Did he motion? No. Shiyaj Aden, Delegate Yanito. For the main motion, Nikki AI da for Delegate Arviso do Chair Shadeen Parish. If you like, you can do an amendment to the agenda. Hot eins and Oshi AI Kodole. Just for that clarification, Delegate Yanito, if you want to move forward, then you can say you want a motion for a consent agenda for several different items on the agenda.
Hakoshi, thanks for your correction. We'll go ahead and make an amendment to proceed with the consent agenda with 13 items on the agenda of physical recovery funzigi. Let's go ahead and put that forward in front of all the agenda so we can get that out of our way. That would be legislation 115-23, legislation 0120-23, legislation 0122-23, legislation 0125-23, legislation 0127-23, legislation 0128-23, legislation 0133-23, legislation 0140-23, legislation 014-23, legislation 0149-23, legislation 0150-53, legislation 04145-23. Those will be the items that I like to have on the consent agenda moving forward on the agenda for approvals. That would be my amendment. Thank you.
On the drawing board here, on the board, if you can see, I believe those are all the Fiscal Recovery Fund ARPA projects for each delegate region. Hakoshi, they are all on the board. Here our staff has helped us with. We do have a second by Delegate Nathan Nota. This is to amendment number 1. This is a consent agenda. These are all 2/3 vote legislations. Okay, to the amendment comments we have, or any deletions or objections to any of these legislations that are within consent agenda. First, we have Chair Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Otto. Thank you to the amendment sponsor, Delegate Yanito, and the seconding party, Delegate Nota, for your amendment today. I'd like to request that legislation 011523 and 012523 be taken off the consent agenda. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:40. I believe these legislation do have amendments before going forward. Thank you, Chair Parrish. You do have reserved time of 4:40. Vice Chair Slater to amendment number 1. Before we move forward, Chair Parrish, can you restate the legislations again? Staff didn't catch the second one. I believe it was 0115-23.
Thank you, Speaker. The legislation that I recited is 011523 and 012523. And yes, Speaker, they have amendments ready.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Yanito, for the amendment. Delegate Simpson and I would like to remove 133 and 128. We have amendments that we need to offer on our legislations. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:41. Chair Bench James.
Thank you, Speaker. And then the motioning parties, Honorable Unito and Honorable Nota, I'd like to make a request to you to add on legislation 0079-23. That is legislation 0079-23, since it's part of the 2/3 of the legislation. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:35. To the motioning party of amendment number 1, Delegate Yanito Tash Nesloko, to add on legislation 0079-23 to the consent agenda.
If there's no doubt about it, I'm going to go ahead and honor your request.
Seconding party, Kona Oak. Thank you for the concurrence. Colleagues, are there any additional comments or questions to amendment number 1? Going twice. Third call. Going. Just for clarification, it does include all the ARPA projects except for 4 deletions that will need amendments. Colleagues, we're going to the board for a vote on amendment number 1. Colleagues, and also for our visitors, if you do have a chance, feel free to thank San Juan Generating Station for providing lunch today for all of our guests who are outside and also within the council chambers. Thank you. One more minute to vote. That was P&M with San Juan, within the San Juan region that provided lunch today. So thank you again. We believe we have Mr. Pete Kinnett City representing on the north side. So thank you for lunch. Vice Chair Johnson, the time did run out to vote on amendment number 1. Vice Chair Johnson votes green. And we do have 1 excused with Council Delegate Seth Damon. Colleagues, we do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, and with Speaker not voting. Amendment number 1 carries. Thank you, colleagues. We are back on the main motion of adopting the agenda. We do have a motion and second. Are there any other requests on the floor on the agenda? We have Chair Vince James. We are back on the main motion.
No.
We have Council Delegate Simpson. Waves, okay. Do kunen Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe at the last Navajo Nation Council session in the spring, we had added a report on the Washington House, and I think the resolution of that was they were going to do some further investigation and then issue a report back to the council in written form. And because that was a council action, I'd like us to add that as a written report to our agenda. So I'm going to motion to add a report from the Navajo Nation Washington office on the Washington House, because I know they obliged the request the council made or complied with it and are ready to submit that to us. So that's my motion. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time 4:19. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for recognizing that, and also to add a written report from the Washington office regarding the Washington, D.C. House. Is there a second? Colleagues, is there a second on the floor? We have a second by Delegate Daniels. Chair Parrish to amendment number 2.
Sorry, Speaker, I actually pressed my RTS button for the main motion, so I guess I'll reserve my time, but I have nothing to the amendment.
Your reserved time for 4:55. Okay, waives her time. This is to amendment number 2. Colleagues, are there any other comments or questions on amendment number 2? Second call. Third call. Going to vote for amendment number 2. We have a point of order raised by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted, they're barely adding the information on the screen, so I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly, the report from the Navajo Nation Washington House. Is that correct? Office. Okay. That's all I was calling about, Speaker, because it wasn't up on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And also to add is as a written report. Thank you, colleagues. We have a little over a minute to vote on amendment number 2. We have 25 seconds on the board. Time expired for vote. I will go down to Honorable Tlaw, vote screen. Honorable Norman Begay, The time expired on the clock. Votes green. Chair Brenda Jesus votes green. Thank you, colleagues. We have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with 2 not voting, and 1 excused absent. Council Delegate Seth Damon, and with Speaker not voting. So we do have amendment number 2 carries. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we are back on the main motion of adopting our agenda. Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to offer Amendment 3 to the agenda for a second consent calendar or consent agenda for legislation 011523, or sorry, I apologize. No. For legislation 013423, legislation 010823, and legislation 014123.
All right, colleagues, thank you for that amendment. Chair Parrish will wait for staff to put that here on the board. Just for clarification, we are still in order of we can have 2 consent agenda on our main agenda. So that is allowed, so we can do 2 motion for consent agendas, just for clarification. Chair Parrish, if you could look on the board if that is correct.
That's correct.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. We have a second by Chair Vince James. Colleagues, do we have questions on the floor regarding the consent agenda, the second consent agenda? We have Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to request that you remove legislation number 0134-23 and also 0108-23 from the consent agenda. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. There was an objection, so that automatically deletes 2 items on that consent agenda. Colleagues, are there any additional questions or comments on amendment number 3? All right, thank you, colleagues. Second call on amendment number 3. Third call, amendment number 3. We're going to a vote on amendment number 3. Oh, wait, first, before I go, apologize, we do have reserved time. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
I waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, waives her time. Colleagues, we can go to the board to vote on amendment number 3. Point of order raised by Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Speaker, can the council have a consent agenda with 1 legislation on the consent agenda?
Chair Parrish, yes, we can have 1 agenda item as a consent agenda.
Is that all? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Colleagues, we are still going on the board to vote for amendment number 3. The voting is open. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Vice Chair Johnston, we are voting on amendment number 3 on the agenda. All right, colleagues, I believe we gathered all the votes here within the chambers with one excuse absent, Council Delegate Seth Damon. With that, colleagues, we have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. Colleagues, we are back on our main motion of the agenda. Are there any deletion and additions? Second call. Third call. Staff, could you help us with a second reading of our agenda before we go into a vote?
Amendment 1 is a consent agenda. Legislation 0079-23, Legislation 0120-23, Legislation 0122-23, Legislation 0126-23, Legislation 0127-23, and Legislation 0140-23, Legislation 0148-23, Legislation 0149-23, and Legislation 0150-23, Legislation 0145-23 is Amendment 1. Amendment 2 is to add a written report from the Navajo Nation Washington office. Amendment 3 is a consent agenda item, and that is for Legislation 0141-23. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading our second reading of our agenda with all 3 amendments. All right, thank you, colleagues. We'll go to the board for the main vote on the main motion of our agenda. We have 1 more minute on the board. Vice Chair Slater votes green. Delegate Arvizo, we are voting on the main motion of the agenda. Delegate Arvizo votes green. Voting is timed out. We do have 1 excused absent, Council Delegate Seth Damon. With that, we have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, with Speaker not voting. We do have an adopted agenda for the 2023 Summer Council session, colleagues. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
On the main motion, Speaker, I'd like to ask that we take a short, maybe 10-minute break to allow our staff to put together the agenda so that we have the agenda right in front of us, Speaker. That's my motion. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:50. Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Colleagues, there's a request on the floor to go into a 10-minute recess to allow our staff to make those new amendments to our agenda and also to make the Xerox copies. There's no objections. We recess. Let's make it 15 minutes. Give our staff a few break to eat their lunch. So we'll recess at 1:16 p.m. and we will reconvene at 1:31. Thank you, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We recessed for 15 minutes, and we do have our finally approved agenda. It should have been sent an email, and staff is working on doing the hard copies for each and every one of you. I will do a roll call to exit out of recess, and we do have 2 excused absences. For the record, we have Speaker Seth Damon and also Council Delegate Otto So, who are excused for the rest of the afternoon. Colleagues, if you are within the council chambers, we are doing a roll call. Colleagues, if you are within the council chambers, we are doing a roll call to exit out of recess. We do have Delegate Norman Begay. In the chambers, we have Council Delegate Amber Crotty. We have Vice Chair Casey Johnson in the chambers. We have Vice Chair Carl Slater. We have back in the council chamber, we have Council Delegate Otto So. Do we have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie? Council Delegate Lamardo Azaret? Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and our guests may please rise. We have the Navajo Nation President, Boo Nygren, and Vice President Rochelle Montoya. Colleagues and guests in the gallery, we do have our president and vice president here at the presenters table. If you could find your seats. Well, find your seats. We do have the president and vice president here at the presenters table. Please find a seat. If you're still on the council floor, if you're not a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, please clear the floor and you may have a seat on the benches or within the gallery. We do have our president and vice president here at the presenters table. Okay. Colleagues, we did have a short recess and we did a roll call. We do have 22 members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council within the council chamber, and we will reconvene at 1:44 p.m. Again, to our guests, please, if you're having a side conversation, let's give some time over to our president and vice president, and just to give them that space. And reminder as well, if you are wearing a cap, a hat, please remove them, please. So if we can find our seats and we can begin. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do have an approved agenda. It was emailed, and there were also hard hand copies that were passed out. So if we can quiet down in the chambers, in the gallery, please. Honorable colleagues, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. President Nygren, Ado Shama, Vice President Montoya, you may begin your report. You would have 20 minutes. If there's a need for an extension time, then we can do that if there are no additional objections. President Nygren.
Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, Navajo Nation Council delegates, and relatives and honored guests and my people, Yate Shikedo Shedene. It was 100 years ago on July 7th, 1923, that the first council of 24 of Natani gathered in Tohanle, in New Mexico as the first Navajo Business Council. Chi Dodge was the first chairman of the council, and he became the first leader of the modern Navajo tribe. Our council-based government came into existence with the intention of making decisions in the best interests of the highest good of all Dene. The council was created to make decisions based on natural resources, much as we do today. It has changed and matured through the periods of peace and turmoil, and often in struggle and in disagreement with the federal government. It has evolved into what is now the largest and most highly developed three-branch tribal government in Indian country. This morning, we commemorated how those early councilmen rode to the first meetings on horseback and in wagons. Our leaders of that time rode across our great Navajo land and visiting constituents in their hogans along the way. We appreciate and thank today's writers for reminding us of our government's beginnings. When I testified in Washington last week, I told our congressional representatives that with the Interior's Chaco Canyon decision, I felt we did not receive meaningful consultation. That decision negatively affected our allottees without any alternative form of relief. A true government-to-government relationship must be on mutual respect. When I testified, I knew I had the support of the council speaker, the delegates, and the support of local communities, and for that I am grateful to this body. The Navajo Nation is strong, and our pride is self-evident when we stand united. Today, in this centennial year of the Council, we celebrated a government whose leadership is shared by many strong women leaders. Our government distinguished to have its legislative body led by our first woman speaker, Curley, with the largest number of women delegates in its 100-year history. Our judicial branch is headed by Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Associate Justice Eleanor Shirley, and are joined by 6 women district court judges. Our Department of Justice is led by Attorney General Ethel Branch and Deputy Attorney General Heather Claw, and the Navajo Nation elected their first woman Vice President, Rochelle Montoya. Since taking office 188 days ago, my administration has focused on executive branch, divisions, and departments to find ways to spend the $2.1 billion we received in ARPA money in 2021. Through teamwork, we created 201 new business units. We set up budgets in the amount of $632 million. We expended $85 million, encumbered $171 million. That brought us to a total of $888 million, either obligated or spent under my leadership. I have reported to both the Council and the Navajo people that with this unprecedented funding opportunity, the Navajo Nation wants to see homes built, water and power flowing, our students connected to the world of knowledge, and our business people connected to the world of commerce through broadband. We are removing the barriers to our most important ARPA priority, infrastructure. It is the responsibility of all of us here to get this done. I am more confident than ever that we will. When it comes to our water, last month the U.S. Supreme Court ruled against us in Arizona versus Navajo Nation. Many feel this 5-4 ruling was a loss for us, but it wasn't. Although it was a limited decision, we continue to move forward to secure our Arizona water rights. Our LCR adjudication began in April, and we assembled an Arizona water rights negotiation team that same month. The Supreme Court ruling found that the United States has no affirmative duty to the Navajo Nation to secure water of our Treaty of 1868. It found that the federal government is not obligated to quantify our water. In our view, this opinion upheld the 1908 Winters Doctrine and confirmed that it remains valid, and it is the law. Both the majority and dissenting opinions noted correctly that the Navajo Nation has a claim to the water rights in the mainstream Colorado River. Justice Gorsuch pointed out that the Navajo Nation has a right to intervene and push our claim to the Colorado River water. I want the Navajo people to know that we continue to pursue our claim to our water rights. The settling of our Arizona water rights is a priority. Negotiations have begun in earnest to firm our water rights through a settlement. In another June decision, we were glad to see that the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of not just the Navajo Nation, but all tribes regarding the Indian Child Welfare Act. It is a decision to affirm the sovereign rights of tribes to protect their children and to allow them to maintain their family and their cultural connections to their tribes. What could be more basic to one's indigenous identity? Since its passage by Congress in 1978, ICWA has been vital to protect our children in state court proceedings, and now with this opinion, our Navajo children and their families will continue to be protected. In this case, we applaud the Supreme Court's opinion that ICWA is consistent with the United States trust responsibility. Looking now at critical funding progress, I am pleased to announce that the United States Department of Transportation has awarded the Navajo Nation a $20 million grant under the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity program, otherwise known as RISE. The grant will let us reconstruct 7 miles of Navajo Route 15 between Sunrise Springs and Cornfields, Arizona. Route 15 is a critical road. This grant will widen the roadway and shoulders, elevate the road for safety, enhance drainage, to better manage stormwater and initial livestock underpasses, to reduce vehicle-animal collisions. Additionally, 10 days ago, I signed a memorandum of understanding with the United States Army Corps of Engineers that established the Albuquerque District as the lead district for the Navajo Nation from among the 3 districts that we span. For the first time, we will be able to facilitate communication and coordination through a single point of contact. This is a significant development. Many future projects will be streamlined, and we will be able to take advantage of significant federal resources in our infrastructure development projects. The goal over the next quarter is to develop a master plan so that the nation and the Army Corps of Engineers can identify projects where assistance is needed most, such as expanding water lines or reconstructing bridges. Earlier this morning, the Navajo Nation Council and I accepted a check for $1 million from Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority. We are very grateful to receive this money because it will be used for Navajo scholarships. NECA is an enterprise that is aggressively moving forward with projects to build roads, water lines, sewer lines, bathroom additions for the Navajo people. Our enterprises were formed and were founded with the intention to become profitable, earn revenue for the Navajo Nation, employ Navajos, provide needed services to our people. We continue to support our enterprises and in return seek support from them. I recommend to this council that we ask our enterprises to also step up to present their dividends to the nation. Whether small or large, regular enterprise dividends will provide the Navajo Nation with a reliable source of operating funds. At our Navajo Nation Economic Summit, I announced that we would grant business site leases payment relief for up to 36 months. Many of our small business owners suffered great financial loss through the pandemic. This is something within the government's power to help. During the pandemic, the nation completely shut down. We reopened very slowly. That allowed only a few businesses to open, followed by partial reopening for others. Many businesses are still trying to catch up. This business site lease payment relief will enable these businesses to spend their dollars on needed repairs and improvements, new hires, and expansion. I've asked the Division of Economic Development to work with these lessees who have ongoing hardship from the pandemic. Lessees must show how their businesses is suffering and how rent relief will be used to help recover or grow. We will do all we can to come back strong from the pandemic. While the Navajo Nation needs entrepreneurs and business people, we desperately need veterinarians. Last month, through the generosity of the University of Arizona College of Veterinarian of Science and Medicine, we are one step closer to training Navajo veterinarians and bringing them home to help our Navajo people with their livestock and beloved pets. In June, I signed a memorandum of understanding with U of A's Dean Theresa Graham Brett that offers a full scholarship to 7 Navajo veterinary science students. The veterinarian college will pay half of it, and the Navajo Nation will pay the other half. This scholarship is similar to the one offered by U of A's medical school for Navajo students. We are at an unprecedented time in history when education is more accessible than ever to our brilliant and eager Navajo students who dream big and have bold dreams. It is my honor to be president at this time. My greatest thanks to the University of Arizona for its generosity, understanding, and willingness to encourage and help Navajo students in these ways. My administration is nearing the final steps of developing a long-awaited comprehensive salary study for all Navajo Nation positions. The study will look at each of the nation's 100 jobs and will evaluate appropriate adjustments to reflect cost of living increases and other changing needs of our workforce. Since April, the Division of Human Resources has completed hearing sessions at chapter locations in all agencies. It's time we make adjustments for our workforce, and I look forward to your support when we are ready. We are making strides to fill as many vacant positions in the Navajo Nation government. When our administration arrived in January, we had 2,100 vacancies. We dropped that number to 1,597 as of June 5. That's 503 jobs. Our goal is to aggressively recruit to fill vacancies so our government functions at the highest level. On July 5th, the Resource and Development Committee unanimously confirmed the appointment of Dr. Melissa Begay to the NAPI Board of Directors. Dr. Begay is Kiani, born from Tsinasjini. She's a physician, assistant professor at the University of New Mexico, and a successful entrepreneur with businesses in Albuquerque and in Farmington. I look forward to hearing from her on the NAPI board. The council has my recommendations for several other individuals to fill open seats on enterprises and commission boards. These boards do important work and need for full representation, so I urge you to fill these vacant seats. I welcome a discussion if you have any concerns. I am pleased to report that Director Silversmith of the Navajo Department of Transportation was offered a position as General Manager of Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority. Garrett has accepted the position. He skillfully led NDOT for more than 7 years and was my choice for the job. I have no doubt Garrett's leadership and competence and teamwork will lead NECA to a busy and profitable future. We also have a change in leadership at our Navajo Department of Health. Our Director, Rhonda Tooney, has stepped down. Thank you, Rhonda, for helping us achieve the first milestone of our administration in lifting the mask mandate. And recently, the Commission on Emergency Management completed the reopening process by deactivating our state of emergency. The Navajo Nation is now fully open for business, including at the chapter level. Taking the leadership at the Department of Health and are already on the job, we welcome Kim Russell as its new director. Kim is Todichini, born for Tanazandini. Kim comes to us from Arizona Advisory Council on Indian Health Care, where she served as its director. In May, I was notified by Governor Katie Hobbs that Arizona would take action against fraudulent rehab facilities. Some of our people have been displaced. As a result, were left on their own in the valley. We responded with Operation Rainbow Bridge. Its purpose was to give our relatives an option to return home or to set them up with a trusted provider. We have recovered 8 of our missing relatives in this process. Some of our relatives who wish to come home have asked for treatment here. We are working to provide those services. Education is the most valuable gift in life. As I spoke in high school graduates all over the Navajo Nation in this spring, I advised them to take advantage of wonderful opportunities in New Mexico, Arizona, and Navajo colleges and universities as tuition waivers for Navajo students. For the first time ever, thanks to both the New Mexico and Arizona legislatures, Dinek College and Navajo Technical University, Navajo students can obtain their bachelor's degrees or graduate degrees without having to pay for tuition. I offer my most sincere appreciation to these state lawmakers and college boards for their foresight to make this investment in our Navajo students. There is no greater investment that will take you further in the pursuit of your dreams than in education. Like all of you, I support full use of the ARPA funds. However, under the Navajo Nation law, our divisions are set up for failure. I will need your support to amend the Fiscal Recovery Fund legislation to allow needed flexibility. First, we need to clarify deadlines by which funds must be obligated. Second, more flexible use of administrative funds will let division purchase buildings, other urgently needed items so we can rebuild and recover from the pandemic. These amendments will comply with the federal Treasury guidelines. Chairwoman Jesus will sponsor legislation to amend CJY 4121 to allow for these changes in emergency legislation. This will greatly help our divisions to fully spend our ARPA funds. Last week, I was informed the council that talks to buy the Gouldings Monument Valley Lodge and Tours property near our beautiful Monument Valley Tribal Park were successful. I initially opposed this purchase. After weeks of negotiations, the Navajo Nation and the hospitality enterprise reached a profit-sharing agreement. The projected profits and taxes of $7.4 million from this enterprise will go to the nation annually. This income will be 4 years after the purchase. Gouldings will pay Navajo taxes for the first time. This purchase will provide our nation with revenue and will keep our people employed. To complete this deal, the legislation is on your agenda, and I encourage its approval. The Dene Action Plan was approved by the Navajo Nation Council in September 2021, but has remained unfunded. The intent of this plan was to enhance public safety services, address domestic violence, substance abuse, suicide, and the missing and murdered Dene relatives crisis on the Navajo Nation. The Division of Social Services Executive Director Thomas Cody is my administrative's lead in reevaluating the Dene Action Plan. He has identified a need of $500,000 to create the Office of Dene Action. With council support, the Dene Action Plan will have a chance to succeed once it's funded. Along with 110 chapters, the Navajo Nation has hundreds of buildings, offices, gyms, community centers, and playgrounds. All of these should be open to the public year-round. However, our families and our youth can't use them because of insurance requirements. I've asked our Insurance Services Department to come up with a solution to cover public facility use. Keeping these gathering places closed says we don't trust our Navajo people. That's not true, and I reject that premise. Members of the council, like our communities, I want playground chains removed, sports center doors unlocked. If our people can't use these facilities, why build them? My executive order will open these facilities, and I need your support as it is rolled out. Lastly, I want to thank our student interns working this summer for the Navajo Nation government across the Navajo Nation and the Office of the President and Vice President, the Department of Justice, the Navajo Nation Washington office, the Navajo Tax Commission, our Department of Health, the Office of the Speaker, and many other offices across the Navajo Nation. We appreciate each and every one of you for what you're doing for the Navajo Nation and our people. We hope your time here is a highlight of your summer, and we hope you will return to work for us full-time when you graduate. You will have endless possibilities to positively impact the lives of our people while working under this administration. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you very much, and have a successful summer session.
Thank you, President Nygren. At this time, I'd also like to give 10 minutes to our Vice President Montoya if there's no objections. Thank you, colleagues. We'll put 10 minutes on the board to get an address from our Vice President. Shema.
Good afternoon, 25th Navajo Nation Council. It is always good to share positive thoughts and good words with each and every one of you. Speaker Curley, staff, legislative assistants, legislative chief of staff, and to your families. Audience in the gallery, friends, na de nil nish. 100 years of service, Bilaganik etche eya centennial dechne. Abinda ada atli that DJ Nle Fairgrounds there, and for the past few days, our delegates have been writing in from the various parts of our Navajo Nation. Ake ishot go es deets their click clack of their hooves. And I thought back to when 100 years ago that our leaders came together and came to this area. I would like to recognize leaders from my community that have sat, that were honored to be here in these chambers. The late Harry Jackson, the late Joe Domingo Sr., the late Charlie Toledo, the late Joe Caidito Jr., the late James Sandoval, the late George Toledo, and one of our earliest council delegates from the Torreon Star Lake chapter, Hieronimo Chiquito, and of course, the Honorable Dave Rico, the Honorable Laverne Wagner, and the Honorable Daniel So. Our leaders have taken 100 years to organize our nation. The world counted us out over 100 years ago. Nhizad edo dits adato lehtan hijdinid. Nhi eol il edan do lehtan hijdinid. Nti ko nhik en linigi nhi lajet na heskaigi. Tabet zil ko do tatadinid ko eya kota honidlo. Honorable Council delegates, you stand on the shoulders of wonderful history. Our former leaders established water systems, local government systems, education, roads, and healthcare. As today's leaders, I want to thank you for taking on this task to continue to build upon what was brought before your leaders in your various communities. I want to say thank you for your continued positive efforts for our people. Yego adat Alka neja to elkilta huil net go do hojro go banside case go eya ko executive branch, legislative branch, do judicial branch, e ko local government bil ta tainil nishto le. Future leaders that are out there listening, don't think that you're going to be a leader way into your old age. We made history by electing our youngest Navajo Nation president. So you can be a leader as early as you possibly can be. And we need you. We need each and every one of you to take on the role as the president, the vice president, the speaker, the council delegates, the chapter officials, school board members, Club C members. We need you. Please. To our people that elected us, we are in this together. Let's continue to pray for one another. Let's continue to have positive thoughts for one another. It is frustrating. It is frustrating to see what's happening in our communities. Sho e yabini na kwaegi shinale do she do kwaegi beshba naz ane do tha naz neleki. Please have patience with us. We're working hard every day to make sure that the needs of our people are addressed. Let's help one another, bring solutions, talk to us, have conversations with us, and let us be respectful to one another. Please continue to be safe, everyone, mind, body, and spirit. Please continue to be responsible pet owners. This summertime, we have our students walking to play basketball, to go to skate parks, to come to the Navajo Nation Council chambers and watch what's happening. Please secure your animals so that our children are safe and they feel safe to be among their grandmas and grandpas in our communities. Keep our community in your hearts and everyday lives. As one of my yajas on this council has a website called Community. Let's practice that every day, everyone. Look out for one another. Listen out for one another. We all need one another. It takes a nation for us to be here, and we have 7 more generations to come that we need to be here for. One more time to the Honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council for this time that you gave me. Doshiyaja, Speaker Curley, thank you so much.
Thank you, President and Vice President, for your state. of the Navajo Nation address. Colleagues, we have a motion by Honorable Riquinez. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable Brenda Jesus. Thank you, colleagues. We do have a motion and a second, and we press your button if you want to request to speak. We will start first with Chair Vince James.
Speaker, thank you very much, and then colleagues, Ado Kodo President Nygren and Vice President Montoya, Ado staff no Tlinigi, Hihan, Hidini do Lil Kodo, Sho Shinat no Tlinigi, Kodo, the Quigo Sheet Ehalabinan, Hidish Kito Lil, Ado Ata, Abe Hadas, Linko. Okay, the first one is when will you provide us an update regarding the investigation of the previous administration hazard and duty pay? Benj Hanas the Kui the Shi Ben Hitchasi during the spring session yet not Ben Hitchasi. As of today, still no response, no update. Adonana number 2, the Arizona minimum wage. I just wanted to inform you that as of last week, we are moving forward with addressing these issues as in phases. And I did drop legislation to move forward just to do minimum wages for our Navajo Nation positions. I just wanted to provide you that update. Next one is a very interesting, hot topic that I'd like to get an answer from you, and it's regarding the ARPA funds. My 5 chapters, 4 of them are certified chapters. We've been waiting for the subrecipient agreements to be in place. We've been ready for quite some time now. So please, from your office, do your best to move those subrecipient agreements forward for us. We've been submitting it. I believe Chinle has been the first one to get that subrecipient agreement in place, but please help us. Please help my chapters. We want to move forward with these projects. Nana the veterans the 6 years contract as chairing the Health Education Human Service Committee, we have not received an update on it. Chief of Staff, I can cancel contract anytime. I don't need to get the permission from the council delegate. We need to respect each other and work together for our Navajo veterans. Nana kodo rule addressing. My chapters have been waiting regarding the rule addressing issues, projects. We have not received even an email, update email regarding the rule addressing. Now, moving on to the HPL, the Hopi partition land, you really need to identify an individual to start working with administration of Hopi to address how we can accommodate those families with ARPA funds that are still residing on the HPL land. That are still residing on the HPL. The next one is the gravel pit. Is BIA the burden of moving the nation forward for improvements to our roads? We just point fingers to each other. They haven't submitted the documents. Nana is the N15 president. We have $36 million that's been allocated to us. When is it that you're going to address Route N15 from Burnside to Greasewood? It's been a burden at the historical preservation. We're still in that status quo. $36 million just sitting there to get that road improvement. Navajo EPA toye ben hichahanasse edo oten dokot en hidohnida. There's 3 more, but the RBDO the ahonan echo Asian akonienda.
Shiaj, Chair Vince James Kodo sa Behensi do 19 Kidiki do Kodoshi Natil Kidiki Shade. Delegate Amber Kisnabat Crotty.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate the report, she has, or the to the council and for Shadeja for your telling us in terms of your vision and how we could work together. Questions that I wanted to focus in on is, so in the 3-branch report or recommendations, I deeply appreciate that all 3 branch chiefs agreed that our senior programs and support for our seniors is a priority for the nation. That's deeply profound in how we can collectively agree on that our elders are our treasures. And there's a federal Older Americans Act that provides mandated services to our elders. But what we don't see here on Navajo Nation is how we're implementing or providing those elders with those rights, or right to service, or right to be safe, whether it's financial abuse, physical abuse. And I would like to continue to engage in that conversation. And now as you transition to your Executive Director, Kim Russell, that we continue to work with Daltech. And what does that mean? Continue to work with Director Cody with his Elder Protection Program, and to see on the challenges that our elders are facing. Each of our elders should have a way to contact either leadership or an advocate or an ombudsman to help assist them, especially in this sweltering heat. We should know if our elders have access to resources. So I appreciate and want to continue to strengthen that collaboration and commitment regarding our senior programs, whether that's operation and maintenance, vehicles, food. We also have a senior center trust fund that is, it's pretty minimal. We've tried in the past to supplement with Sehasin. Unfortunately, the 23rd Council voted that legislation down, but we do know our elders need help with dentures, hearing aids, eyeglasses, and so that would be a collaborative effort with Medicaid, Medi-Cal to see how we could make sure that their quality of life and that we're taking care of them. And at times I hear and ask, like, well, why is it nobody checking on Grandma or Che? I don't know why someone makes a decision not to check on their grandparents. But that's the role of the government, and I would say we can collectively do that together so that an elder who's out there and in despair, I'm sure they go to your office, they tell you their stories. It's a challenge, and we want to make sure those who are being abused have a voice, and that the courts also look at how we can advocate and what special provisions that we could either provide at social services or a way where our elders feel that their needs are being met by all aspects of Navajo Nation. We did have the Arizona governor here, and my question directly to her was, to Governor Hobbs, is regarding water. Is Arizona coming to the table to discuss water? We should have a date. If walking away, no more photo ops, no more anything. When are we going to talk about water, and what's the timeline? You have your team that can be deployed. She could deploy her team. We could have dates, we could have timelines, and we could know when, in fact, we'll be having these water negotiations. I do want to state that your request for council to work with you regarding home site lease process and your homes, we're more than willing to have that future conversation in talking with the staff and in our own housing assessments. If you could help us with the misconception that you need a home site lease for bathroom addition or for remodeling. We have homes out there that individuals are in and they think they need a home site lease, but those structures were their grandparents and there's no Navajo Nation law that requires it, but we need help to make sure that the chapters know that, the FRF office knows, so that we can provide services, because COVID didn't ask for a home site lease. So Navajo Nation shouldn't create that roadblock for individuals who want to stay in their home. The last thing, I want to thank your team with Operation Rainbow Bridge. As you mentioned, we were able to recover and make sure the wellness of our people, but we learned a lot. We learned not only the coordinated efforts with the state, but we need the state of New Mexico to also respond. They have a state plan and they did not respond.
Thank you, Council Delegate Crotty, for your comments and questions. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, I would like to make a quick announcement. I know we're celebrating the 100th centennial year of the Navajo Nation Council, and me being the first woman speaker, I do share this memorable council session with 8 of my councilwomen here within the chambers. It's great to be here. This is the highest number of women delegates that have been on the floor, so I really appreciate this, and I really want to share this moment as women leadership with them. So at this time, I'm going to have all of our women council delegates to serve as pro temp speaker throughout the rest of the day. And I believe this is a time for us to celebrate womanhood, us as mothers, grandmothers, and aunts and sisters. So I'll first call on Chair Shondine Parrish to serve as pro temp, and we will go down the line with our chairs first and then followed by our members, women members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I'm going to turn the gavel over for 30 minutes to our chair, Shondine Parrish.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker Crystal and Curly Otto. Yeah, it's at 25th Navajo Nation Council. It's my honor to serve as Speaker Pro Tem for the next 29 minutes or so. So I believe we were along the lines of Chair Vince James, who asked about 10 questions, and then Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty asked a few questions. So we're going to turn the time back over to the President to respond to the questions posed by the Council. President Nygren?
Pro Tem Speaker Shondine Parrish, to Speaker Curly, Ado Hodonnaide Kidigi, Shikis, Vince James, Yate. Adon Juno Naiden Kidigi Beni Nacho Horoye. Hodi Naiden Kidigi, I'm happy that you're dropping legislation for the minimum wage, and let's set the standard for Navajo Nation employees. I'm completely behind that. Update on hazard and hazardous pay. I know that I've had, I think, I'm going to have to check back on our records, but what I was told was everybody's questions was responded to in an email within the first month after the last session. So I'm going to follow up on that unless that was misinformation that was given to me. So my hope was that every question was responded to if I didn't have an answer for it, but I'm going to check up on that as well too. So, and I know that I think the Division of Natural Resources recently submitted for hazardous pay for some of their people that were out in the communities. And so I want to keep that you posted, because I feel like the people that worked during COVID should get paid. I'm completely behind that. So we'll keep you posted, but that's the information that I got, and I'll follow up with that. Then ARPA funds, I'm sorry that you haven't gotten your sub-grant recipient agreement. I'll have a follow-up discussion with Tom. For you're right, for a little bit there, we were on a roll with sub-grant recipient agreements, and they were being pumped out. Let me follow up on that and see what's going on that part. So I'll have that discussion. So again, that's why I rode real close to you this morning. So I knew something was going on there. The veterans 6-year contract. I do agree with you. We should come back to the table and reevaluate it. To me, I really want to, when we come back to the table, it should kind of coincide with the administration. Then that way, whoever the new president is can elect whoever they want, just as we do with division directors. So I think that would make our life a lot easier. So we'll come back to the table, and I'll definitely I'll have Chief of Staff clarify that and give you an apology for that if his tone did come off very offensive. So you'll get a letter. So we'll make sure he apologizes to you. Sorry about that, Honorable Vince James. Rural addressing. I know. Again, I'm gonna get an update for you on that one. So we'll keep you posted again. All these responses. I know my team is out in the crowd. So I know this is Calvin and I think Mike Anderson. I know that you guys were working on this. So let's really make sure that we get a real response with some timelines and milestones and things that Honorable Vince James can help us with. Then HPL, the need to help the families. Again, I think we got to come back together. There's that whole discussion on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission and everything along those lines. Really, I know the commission is supposed to meet with me soon and really reevaluate everything and figure out how can we move that commission forward on behalf of the Navajo people. So we're having that discussion. We'll keep you in the loop. Gravel pits, I share that same sentiment, because I did have an ambitious goal is to have at least 2 gravel pits open this year, and one of them was from your area. And I know we got to get the ball rolling on that, so I'll have that update. And then if there's have been any correspondence with the BIA or the Department of Interior, I'll make sure those emails are forwarded to you, so you kind of have an understanding of what's being discussed and talked about. I know that we've been trying to help with the T-SNUS Plus one, because I know there's a road project that's going to be starting very soon, and we got to make sure that that there's a gravel pit there available. So again, we'll forward you the emails that we've received so far. And then in 15, 36 million. Again, I'll work with Garrett before he still has a week with us to figure out how can we line that up to make sure that we can get that ball rolling, because it'd be nice to have that in line with the gravel pit that you're thinking about, so the material can be readily available. So we'll have a real clear understanding of that to make sure we get that done, because even coming in 35, the bids and everything came in, and it still took 6 months to get that contract signed, and I had to keep having those discussions. So we really got to refine that process. So we're going to make sure we get on top of that in 15, especially with the additional funding that's coming in as well. So we got to take complete and then Navajo EPA Toye. Again, let's have an open discussion. I know with Dr. Andy Naz, we've had discussions about situations next to the high school. So let's really try to set up a meeting to where we figure out what is possible, who's responsible, and what funds can we apply for to see if we can actually the things that you're thinking about. So look forward to setting that up again, Vince. And then if I missed anything, like I said, my goal and my intention to the council is that whatever question that I do not answer, I want that response to council. So my staff, it's very clear again to make sure that we are taking notes and we're actually not giving a summary that we're working on it. It's got to be a hard email, 1 paragraph. This is what's stopping it. This is what's needed from council, and this is some of the help, and the very efficient response. That's what I expect out of my staff. So again, keep me in the loop. I'm sorry that you didn't get a response on that in the spring session, so I apologize, Honorable Vince James. Amber Shadeja, Shadia, thank you, Hodo. I'm glad that, yes, seniors are a priority. I think all of us in here have a heart for our seniors. They're the ones that live here all the time, and we got to do what we can while they're still here. They're the stewards of our language and our culture and who we are as Navajo people. So while they're still around, let's honor them, make them feel good, and make sure that they have a good place that they can go to, whether it's our senior centers, whether it's funding, assistance. And then the Federal Older Act, not too familiar with it, but I'm up for sitting down and talking about it and figuring out how we can help. Sounds like you and Thomas and a few others kind of already understand it. I just got to get up to speed on that. So looking forward to that. And then our elders, I think that we should revisit that. I know the 23rd Navajo Nation Council had a different perspective, but I think the 25th Navajo Nation Council probably has a different perspective. So we really got to do something with our elders because they're starting to age, and now would be a good time. Some of them probably don't have cooling. This would be the time to provide them with cooling. And I know a lot of them live in some of the most remote areas. They should be able to have access to those three megawatts of solar standalone systems, at least the power AC units and cooling. So really want to reevaluate that because this is the time when, especially with climate change and everything happening, to really try to help our elders. So I'm all for that. I'd love to have those discussions to see if we can actually get that done, to have more funding available for our seniors. Senior centers, Arizona governor, the discussion about water, I did ask her the same thing too. I said we gotta get serious on this because we gotta get moving, and we gotta figure out how much water does the Navajo Nation have entitled to. So I did have that discussion with her. I'm glad that you all had that discussion with her over here. So both of us talked about water and its importance to the Navajo Nation. So home site lease, I want to be very clear. We'll send out a message that if it's a bathroom addition or a renovation, you do not need a home site lease because that's an existing facility. So we'll make sure that it's on my letterhead or whatever the case is to get that out to the chapter communities, because that was my understanding. I'm sorry that there's some miscommunication out there, but we'll be very clear to make sure that's out there on behalf of Division of Natural Resources Department. And then also we got to revisit home site leases in general. One of the things I think about is that now is the time. There's so much unprecedented amount of funding that's coming our way, and we're holding ourselves back. And people that have lived there for 10 years or something, we got to set a timeline that says if they've been here 10 years and you know, and they qualify and they're approved, why are we getting in the way? So let's reevaluate that to where we can get that accomplished, because it's not unfair. Because I've seen all sorts of crazy stories where to get water to a cousin or relative, then you got a relative that's in the way, it's blocking water to a handicapped elder. To me, we should not be getting in the way of a handicapped elder who needs water, and there's water available to bring it to them. So really, we got to make sure we get serious with that so people get water. So that's one of the other thing I've been thinking about too in terms of an executive order, if it's within the powers of the president, and I'm willing to take the heat on it to make sure that our elders and our people can get water and electricity and power. And if even getting a home, there's a lot of our veterans that need housing, and sometimes home site lease gets in the way. So that's something that my team and DOJ is looking into, see if that's a possibility on behalf of the president to do that, because we're not going to get this amount of money ever again, and we got to spend it and help our people. So we're looking into that. We're keeping the loop on that. And again, Operation Rainbow Bridge, I know there was a lot of stress on the executive branch department because we kind of redistributed some of the resources from their normal duties and set them down to Phoenix to help out our relatives. But I've heard a lot of heartwarming stories about helping our people, close to well over 500 people that they had contact with, and finding 8 missing people. That's big. That's priceless. In my opinion, finding 8 people that were missing is priceless, because those families know that they're here now. They're here now with them. So again, we're doing what we can, and I did have that discussion with the governor as well too, that it's getting a little expensive on our end. That we're hoping that there's some funds or some help to help alleviate some of that price, because it's going to continue to cost us money as a Navajo Nation. So hopefully they'll entertain. I know that Mike and his team and Operation Rainbow Bridge are trying to keep costs, things that we're spending, and hopefully we do get some sort of reimbursement so that our efforts are recognized. So again, if I missed any question too, that we will have a response for you. So I know my team is listening, so we'll definitely, if there's a question or something that I kind of half responded to, we'll make sure that we do have a thorough response.
Yeah, thank you, President Nygren. Vice President Rochelle Montoya, do you have any responses to the questions? Thank you, Vice President Montoya. President Nygren, I'd also just like to remind you to be courteous of the titles of the council delegates in the in council today. So I believe we're going to go on to Shiche Delegate George Toth.
Madam Speaker, Pro Temp Hago Shahin Adnik Eshitoli Hala 100 years celebrate Atletan Hidotni. Ita is Twido San in General Tietal Adnik Eche Asian Adadots Division Director, Competent Kai President Ado Vice Ms. Matoyo Kiashima. Hache Hadzo, just majority of you address me, Shiche. I don't mind. Anyway, I have some concern regards to Veterans Home. How many have you built, the nation built Veterans Home? I know the contract was stalled. The other ones, you advocate 1,000 homes within this year. And a lot of people need these building homes, 1,000 homes. No, behind my chapter, I have close to 400 plus Stuisani who want the okay. Asian Adona has Kada. The other one, elderly's day, Wednesday go bandi can hado. As Tweedo Sani in Hitler, we have a big event coming up Wednesday go. It ain't Koroben Hirkodishne. Although the other one is law enforcement. Law enforcement Jokon Hastam. Asian Ashe Compton de Charlotte Kodishne. There's a lot of problems with law enforcement, nepotism, lack of leadership, and so on. So, you have done in Hatchin to the Nita no Unhatat Losani Nitlenita, Salon Nitlengi, Niki supervisor don't hat Haliana dan no. Yayata Edo Adon Division Director, Economic Development, Le Eastern Agency. Kenigi store, C-store, gas station, go ben hitchin out a cob, the Ghana, this store they hit. Asian Tob, the Yiddish Kaho, Ahot, and Abik Tito. Johnson, Eddie Hot Ekohala, Nzat, and Hitnahas Auto, some places, Toto, Tinda has glazed 8 top. 8 top and a deep in so on Hiddish Neko. Division of age in years and now it only they hot up concern ado ajisnan shisla accord the insurance van on a zit no I've seen these van just parked accord insurance iba hunt out need accord 80 stop naha khila as nana Asian stop and chilling so only 2 years, 3 years, that insurance is ladder, why does it have to be 1 year in the EDB not in Lincoln? Ado testify at Washington, the subcommittee stop. Ayat Oslahata so they don't lie I that unhidden. It's urgent and Lincoln could all it is its Adon Hissens on the Acco Lacan and Kiddo. Esto here is just a hundred and the Ebi Hatzi hot all a Koroben Hitchadis to The last one, stay a kid in, stay not on him. Kodo, a lot of times the division director always on travel. How wondered, on has ado a lebent on the store, has a hotel, ligi, Lego na tsato sata da no da area bana alti ilo ahit ada bibchan tsato lihluko ado inta ado in kidis at hagin shaman lenito have her make a decision alepa while you're away, not your staff. Ide kot apa kunitsin kotan hitlenko. So the next in line to make a decision should be your vice. Thank you for allowing me this time, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Council Delegate George Tolth. Next in queue, we have Vice Chair Carl Slater. Vice Chair Slater.
I'm going to try and match Shitsui Vince James with the most number of grievances I can raise right now, Mr. President. I'm joking. It's great to see the veterinary agreement go through. That's something that Ms. Graham and I have been working on. I guess my invitation got lost in the mail, but we have Mr. Jones from Rock Point, who had been a student over there and trying to get a parallel set of scholarships for the veterinary program like we have with the medical program is great. My question regarding the homes initiative is, I think if you make an assumption that you can build, this is overestimating probably 3 homes with the ARPA allocations per chapter, that'd be 330 homes. You have the same amount of dollars in the veterans program. And if you can magically do 3 homes per chapter with that allocation too, then you're at 660 homes. Is that what you're counting toward your 1,000 homes initiative? And what really is that initiative? Is that just a talking point, or is there something that is concrete? Because I'm getting a lot of constituents who are contacting me about how they get on some sort of listing or whatever it is. And when you contact CHID, when you contact NHA, anybody, they have no idea what the office is talking about. So I'm really curious if you can elaborate further on that. You spoke about dividend payments. I'm interested in understanding if you'd be in support of a consolidation of the Navajo Nation enterprises into one entity or one sort of coordinating entity. It'd make a lot more sense for how to make investments and also how to capture dividends as a nation. I'm really happy that you're moving forward with the salary study. I know that our current HES committee under the leadership of Mr. James and Ms. Simonson are really going to support you on that. In our committee, we tried to get that out of the last administration, but it didn't go through, and it's something we tried to fund and support. So I'm happy that you're following through on that. I'm curious what your position is on the $2.5 million legislation for Utah State University to build a campus or expand the campus in Monument Valley. They've said that there's about 10 students who attend there on average, and they don't offer in-person instruction. That's a tremendous amount of money for us to be giving to a non-Navajo Nation institution. They are bringing external dollars in, but if you imagine what $2.5 million would look like if it went to NTU or if it went to DC, we have hundreds of students who are in attendance there, and I think the impact would be that much greater. I think it's good that it's going to be a community asset. We need buildings in our communities, but I think if you're going to look at reallocating money under this ARPA legislation, it says in your report that it's an emergency legislation. I'll get to that in a second, but we really need to invest at DC and NTU. They submitted proposals that were approved, and they didn't move forward. We didn't fund any education proposals because the council didn't want to do that at that time. So that's my ask to you, is that you include them in a reallocation proposal. I've tried to do my own work on that, but we haven't gotten too far. When you say emergency request in your report, does that mean we're going to have a legislation that we're going to be forced to consider this week? Because that's really the only time you have an emergency legislation, or is that just an error in the drafting of this report? US 191-8009. In Rock Point, we have severe flooding issues, and The chapter's passed multiple resolutions. I know our grazing official and community members have been advocating to both Apache County, to NDOT, and to ADOT. But by ourselves, we're not able to get the attention that we need to rectify this issue. There's flooding over 8009, and then there's flooding that's taking place and starting to wash out US 191 there. We need a lot of assistance coordinated from the President's office to mitigate this issue. Last week, you testified that allottees on average receive $20,000 a year in royalty payments. And the information that was provided in the legislation that the Navajo Nation Council passed isn't consistent with that figure. So I'm curious, what the true figures are, because I'm trying to understand the whole picture with our position related to Chaco and the adverse impacts it's having on our relationships with members of Congress and the Secretary of the Interior. Lastly, we have a Cheska Regional Council meeting next week, and I'd really appreciate it if Ms. Shirley could attend that. It's going to be on Wednesday. We need to look into the management of Wheatfields Lake. There's an incredible amount of trash buildup. The bathrooms are disgusting. It's completely neglected. The community has raised this as an issue, and we need strong leadership in the President's office to take care of this jewel of an asset. Lastly, please assign someone from your office or in the administration to work on co-management of Canyon to Shea. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for the questions posed to the President and Vice President today. Before we give our time back to the President and Vice President for responses, I believe my 30 minutes is up. So at this time, I will turn the gavel over to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton to be Speaker Pro Tem for our next set of questions during the State of the Nation address. So this gives the time to the President and Vice President to prepare their answers to our council.
Thank you for that, Chair Parrish. That caught me off guard. I thought Chair Jesus was going to be next. So with that, I believe that we're going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the President and Vice President for their response to the questions being posed. And again, at this time, everyone, I just want to remind everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute and that there's no interruptions during the questioning and answer period here with the State of the Nation address. So with that, President Nygren, the floor is yours.
Horitza, okay. Pro Tem Speaker, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Do Shache, Honorable Shananta George Toth Yate, Ani Hote, Sinezati Nache, and his Don Ho in Beni Nachoda Tatidish Gene, the Nedani Tlinigin Kinzabe Yadel, Kegiani Hote, a Hair Asiad Nekache, Behain Ziggy, Hand in Ladohodo, Hanet, and Didic Kidibe Nashadin, Kidi Salah, Soberan, the Quila Dalia. Lake and not so sort the Liageto, Bishop Bacada, and Lay and Nita, as Kane does the Liot, the nest, and the Kane non nest there. She lay not as zero, she not dean, but that the niche no, is she a sparrow group that this, and she hot or Nasco holds just to lay, a hot or a job in Nahodo Neto, and needed an Asad a meal yaja, Hone Lao one dotness, by yes tea, jo at ended then never care a cow has anagi, just a زي إنه بس ندهز أدو سأي خج أن هن هوان بيدا إنيش تو سأي أولت ده هوان دايون نيش تو خج لو دنبك واشنطن جبس هز أني هوان دايون نيشلي إيات إنس كي ناست أردت زبدي نيكا أساد ميل يجي ديل نهان لي Dina Karit Nado Hache, Ehone Lada Dilni, Joel Seda Yasi Yego, which in a Huntlana, Notobayat, Aradzana Kit, Hada, Zedin, Nutness, every Nasasi Yego, the Hotel Yado, which is the neat, you know, that's it. Ashjashi Aquila bit the neat, no, Edi, a hair, do Arj, Banan, Nahigi. Din nezet din hot o bije de ila do hada no shro hawan la sha do ni tanzon da ide krige he do li eshi bije hojen ke che da ke che di li aro khaishi babo hone zauna che jo lai a si ye go ba peso da tengi la peso ba che de ta sai nin da khido bana ne sa si tan jonogo e ken khada da khagi jo e be peso da han lo bini na che la peso pa to ne ne khwa hot en kaya ba khada hodo so higi khwa be chin hon e baie del che niri hojeshan antana e del krigeshi yego hojoben da dil nisto khwa sallau nengi jo sallau e bin inacho hodish chide khode a khor go khada di kheto ayon del gezo khada da chegi ani hote e da nil zindo halet ola do hojob yat ke do hojo pa hodol to nengi eshi hodo hojo elkel na hodil ne eshi hode Mike Anderson da satanegi eshi hojo hodo san ne do to dit o beta inish do nili he aro ajo ha ajo tho ina khagi beto hoye de nenegation hodina go Tony Skrlana session hajo arena to galo yinnol il khashet oy hajo chedo neto khashet oyan he de neba Washington yo lwaligi la kin nido ajo hoje shananta hoje Herman Daniels e de sanjno hot eda nil tsigi e hot order sanjno because on ta I kisoda hot on ke de ne arjun da ich no beltero lelen so banses kes herrschen und hot on idin krigido doch shanda anneski betselas de shanda khaygi division directors an ni hote khare shit khada da khaygi e altoshi hajob chadeste hot ele hajo nannol di khaya a huich shina halo ahonan na Asia benesh anit on leje shilaz ani a huich ajsatale a sinanis khodol jishainle Washington the sar host doje hajishi e a lachina kichina ja tskin honasta aro a benda ashna ot ahle benina deshnenige khoje jinne shida holen haishe benina shishji ala ba khadol ne pana hon tlagidon sinda de na so tskin nast not tahigi e ban sis case aro hote le tinde di do honseta go eti shala shije ya khana il di hoje ke da satanigi e a hote hot en a kho ajseta le shibina kho hot e le shi he do le ha da shi jo sha na di ta lan juno el kilna hodil neto di wa el ke ni negi hajo el kilna il na go e billah biga to le أكيه شننتا هذا تأخذ أو نشي هناستي نكأشا سين أني هوت نكأشيات كدو بدنيل أني تو أخذ إند نكأشين هذا نص سلكي سلچين كزار بنده هديل آلتا ننجي إبني نشاسي ييغون خوان خيان خي خوان بتلاز أنجي the college into you ييغو بكاي جيو آجي كن كدنا أن كزار ينده هول آتوات إن بيش بهنن ندو تديت ساتون لي بكتاشيون دا نجونو تديت لين so mansis ke eshi a hot edo hot o nezatin nana khego hot o khodo la heshi nana starol deneban ab no at neck at yeltgo e an nehido lesen so mansis ke a here shananta hot o naidin kiri ado Carl. I'm gonna switch back to English. Thank you, Carl. It's always a pleasure to have those discussions with you. I'm sorry the invitation got lost. I do apologize. I know that Mrs. Jones' son is definitely graduating, Virginia Jones, and I know that he's been a big testament to that program down at the University of Arizona and that program alone. So looking forward to the 3 graduates graduating this year, and I'm hoping that they do pass the veterinarian exam, and then I've already talked to Mike Colonna to offer them jobs, so that it'd be nice to see if we can work something out to where I know it's going to be very hard in terms of salary. Hopefully by then the salary studies are adjusted so that we can actually bring on some of these interns, not interns, but Navajo veterinarians to come home to actually participate, because I know at the Department of Natural Resources, we don't have a veterinarian on staff, so I know there's a need. And all across Navajo, we have a lot of horses, cows, sheep, and our pets need assistance right away. So I'm really hoping that we can really secure those 3 veterinarians, and then maybe there's a program. They work here for 2 years, and then they can move on, develop a program maybe with a national firm or some sort of incentive that says, you know what, work here 2 years, or at least have a new graduate replace the old veterinarian, and then kind of have them recycle out every 2 years so that they can pursue their private practice or whatever avenues or careers that they want to pursue. So I'm looking at those options, as I've explained to Honorable George Toth, that the 1,000 Home Initiatives, it's an all-comprehensive home all across Navajo, whether it's our community school facilities, whether it's our state school facilities, whether it's our hospitals that are building homes, whether it's NXA, whether it's CHID, whether it's our veterans, whether it's Navajo Nation. I want to be able to start tracking all across Navajo, and that's why I've tasked my team, who's building homes and how can we help them, how can we assist them, because I know a good example right across the street at Lagajage, it's great that water line came through. So that water line came through and that new NXA development is happening, and it brought water all the way across the street to the new Lagajage facility. So I think that it's an initiative. Not only is it 1,000 homes, it's very ambitious over the next couple of years, but it'll help us better coordinate who's building homes, so we don't have that situation that we had at Lagajage Community School, to where NXA and Lagajage and building the house and there was a need for water. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is developing a master plan of where homes are being built by subdivisions, kind of like what NXA and Lagajage did, and then also in terms of scattered housing. So that's kind of the overall briefing, and I'll actually want to work on publishing maybe a couple-page document what the 1,000 Home Initiative is, so that it's a lot more clear and concise, and that we can get that distributed to the communities as well. So it's an overall encompassing, really trying to find out who's building homes all across Navajo. So that's kind of what the 1,000 Home Initiative is, and I'm glad to put that report together. And then the one enterprise instead of many, I think that's an interesting concept. I know it's going to take a lot of work if we decide to go down that route, because we have Section 17 enterprises, we've got federal types of enterprises, we've got the normal enterprises like NECA that operate differently than INTEC or NOG or DDC. So it'll be a fruitful discussion, but I know it's a very ambitious discussion to have. But I'm all for how do we maintain them, and how can we keep them accountable and transparent so that they do deliver back to the people. So I think that's a great discussion to have. I'm all for it. I know that Madam AG is looking into that as well. And because I know we've toured a few facilities down at Gila River, Salt River, and Auction community on how they run a lot of their enterprises. So we've been evaluating how their models are and how they keep their enterprises accountable. So we're trying to bring some of that data and see how our data is reflecting compared to theirs, and really trying to figure out what's appropriate, because they are the ones that reap the benefits of being a tribal enterprise with costs and everything along those lines that make them competitive. So they got to make sure that they do bring the bacon home. And then salary study. I'm glad that you're all for it. I know that that's one of the things that is big on my plate, because I think that same thing. I'm glad that you've worked on it for the past couple of years, just like the MOA agreement between the University of Arizona. Look forward to keeping that going, and hopefully we get a salary study within the next couple of months. Then hopefully maybe by fall session we get something on the table that is really more comprehensive and inclusive, so that people do tend to come home. And then at the same time, one of the things I think we got to talk about, not only in terms of salary study, but to apartments where there's lots of jobs. In this case, Window Rock, there's lots of jobs in Window Rock, but there's not enough housing. So I'm hoping to have those discussions as well, to really invest in apartments, whether it's a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and have them more inclusive. Maybe they're high rise or 4 or 5 stories, so that it can make more sense with retail at the bottom, like a Chick-fil-A or Jimmy John's or anything like that our employees would really enjoy. So I think along with salary study, that's one of the things we got to look into. And I think that comes back to our parks too. If we bring talent home, they want their kids to go to parks, they want their kids to go to the playground. playground. They want their kids to play after school basketball, to join teams and things like that. So I'm looking forward to really having that discussion in addition to salary studies. And the $2.5 million for the university, Utah State University. In this case, I know that's Herman Daniels legislation. I do support it. The only reason why I do support it is because I think the state's coming with 12 million or 14 million or whatever the dollar value is. I know they're bringing money. I think anytime people are bringing that amount of money, because $10 million is a lot of money at the same time, and the nation's willing to put up $2.5 million. And if we can build out that facility, and I know that there's only 9 students now, but I think with a really nicer facility that will be built by Utah State University, who knows, next year it might be 20 students, 30 students. So I think that it's good for the area. And again, if we were out on the hook for all that money, then it'd be a little bit different discussion. But all of us are entitled to our own opinion. But to me, they're bringing $10 to $12 million. Why not chip in $2.5 million and put a really nice facility right across the Monument Valley High School? So, but if the council does pass that and it goes across to my office, I'll definitely sign that legislation. In terms of ARPA, I know that you're the ARPA master as well, so I'm glad that we're really trying to, I think it was an error that was emergency. I know that I don't think it's an emergency legislation unless it was put in there for a different purpose, so I'll get a response on that if it was an emergency or not. The other thing too is Rock Point. I know the roads. I know going from Rock Point to Round Rock, I've seen that and I've been through it every time it floods. It definitely does flood the highway. So definitely with reestablishing those relationships, because I know whether it's mud or in the same thing in that case sand too, when the wind gets really intense, I know that the sand builds up in that area. So again, and then when it comes to Chaco, as I mentioned last week in my testimony, it was mainly about, my main intention was to respect tribal sovereignty. I said the council didn't want it, the president didn't want it, the local communities didn't want it, and we're elected people and we're the voice of the people. At least that should have been honored and respected, because it did put us in a tough situation, because I've got really good relationships. It was really tough sitting there before Congress, because I've got fantastic relationships with Congressman Theresa, Congresswoman Melanie Stansberry, Congressman AOC as well. So it was very difficult to sit there and have my friends oppose the legislation, but they did all agree that there should be some sort of relief for those allottees, or a solution that's provided to them. And as I've expressed to them, that let's come back together, let's come back to the drawing table, and how do we help those allottees? Because I know in terms of the Navajo Nation, as I expressed last week, there's very little impact to the Navajo Nation in terms of revenue and royalties. So for us, it wasn't that much of a difference. I believe it's less than 1% impact to the Navajo people in terms of, I think, percentages that were provided. So to me, that was very minimal to the nation. So I don't want to say it's going to hurt us. But in terms of the allottees, I think that there should have been alternative solutions, and all three of them agreed. I know Theresa, Melanie, and AOC all agreed that there should be some sort of relief for them, and that they should have been consulted a lot better. And I know that we got letters from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, all the Arizona congressional delegations that were submitted as well, that's questioning why wasn't the voice, the leadership listened to. So I know it's making it a little bit tough, but my main goal is to help the allottees. That's the end of the day. And I know I spoke with a few others that were there on behalf of the other communities, like Janine Yazi. We had that discussion about how can we collectively come up with a solution. But my ask was, why put all this responsibility on us as a nation? The decision was already made. There's nothing that we can really do. Only the secretary can do something about it, or Congress can do something about it. But our allottees, they want us to help them right away. So to me, the problem was created, and now it's up to the Navajo Nation to figure out how to help the allottees. So all I'm asking is, how can we collectively come up with solutions to help these allottees that are put in tough situations, whether it's $5,000, $10,000, or $20,000. That is a lot of money for people that don't have a lot of money. So that's one of the things that my biggest advocacy is for the allottees, to make sure that they're treated fairly. And so that's kind of where I stand on that. Honorable Carl Slater, the Chuska, I'm glad that Vicky will be joining you there, and I'm glad that you and Vicky they worked together very well. I know that you guys got the Lugajige veterans thing situated with Sean. I'm glad that the $1 million, and that's one of the things I expressed to Arizona governor today. I said that the dollars that you sent to us is a lot easier to work with because we can work with it right away without a lot of the stipulations. So I'm going to take some of that success that you've had with the Lugachige veterans and some of the work that I think my previous state representative, my wife, First Lady Representative Blackwater and I worked on, and to try to advocate on the New Mexico side and say, hey, Arizona, they have less stipulations and they give the money directly to the Navajo Nation, and we're able to use it a lot quicker. So let's use that success that you're going to have within your own facility and then use that on the New Mexico side and try to lobby the New Mexico legislature and governor that says, you know what, Arizona is barely coming to the table, but the way they're allocating the dollars to us makes it easier for us to work on it. So again, thank you to the work that you're doing. It's an honor to always see you in my office. If I did miss a question, I'll definitely respond again in writing to make sure we follow up, but I'm glad that you work very well with our Chinle agency representative. So Carl Slater. Oh, co-management of Kenny Deshay. That was one of my requests. I know when even Congressman the congressman from that way that's sponsoring the legislation, I know that when he asked for my support, I told him co-management needs to be a part of the discussion, and that's the only way that I think we'll support it, is make sure that we do have co-management. I believe that was written into the legislation, Grahova, that he's proposing. So I'm looking forward to that legislation as well. Co-management is very important, and I know that even Congressman Grahova brought that question to the table too last week when I was before Congress, that we got to better work with our tribal nations, and let's make sure that we have better representation so that these comments on the allottees are better taken. So I'm glad that we brought awareness to the group last week, and I think that was the main thing that I really wanted to bring across was nations not that affected, it's our allottees that are being affected, and now the nation is tasked with developing a solution, which before we didn't have to provide. We were hoping that DOI was going to provide some sort of solution if they were going to economically impact the allottees. So again, thank you so much, Carl Slater, for your leadership.
President Nygren, does that conclude your response to the delegates who have posed questions?
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, Chairwoman Charles Noon, yes, that does.
Thank you for that, President Nygren. We'll go ahead and go down the lineup here. We have Chair Jesus. The floor is yours.
Adoshanat Ani Pro Temp Speaker Charles Newton. Ado Kodoshanat Ani Hiha Kodon Kilchihin Anigi. Doquigoshinat the Desh Kettensen Kodo Resources and Development Committee. Aje Hashine na nishita to nilto hade eta o nishigi kodo nhitil agi benkil chita hast agi benache el sahigi e ya DIDIQ contracts the Hlina Division of Community Development and lay the quishi contractors consultants hired up at the Lam Corporation IDSA JSRA Dishjida on the Linigi Nghat chapter de projects yet the ete do leto yeta do lishan kwa hat ishibahan contract numbers, that's it, the scope of work, that's it, ashon da ajit da o nishigi Division of Community Development edo dai Office of Management and Budget kot adan linigi ashon da tihon hat ishibahan hagi kodon linigi ete do le ku deadline hat no bahan net ado na case so na ed grazing permit bidi ninigin laid Big Navajo on trust land igi and laid na kidamoya da kodo BIA do Navajo Department of Agriculture do Fish and Wildlife but he kai kuda hik a hidna kojo Big Navajo jigo a ya on the permits and linigi hashin so go linigi belchata ho on hithanda do netane at end bahan hagi edich Ford study dechne Ako din king hasalat the Neb Washington ni tlini khalet on Linigi Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resources and Khayen Adon lay 25 CFR Section 167 ni Ajin Linigi Beast Soshanat Ani Ado Kuna non the Title 26 amendments be ne Kodon Linigi Work Session Resources and Development Committee ne Tsadan Trago Nahot Shanat Ani Ishiba Akunz and Nle Nda Nisbetnda has other Tatnas Nilado Ajin Khanda Nishigi Tsada Hashine Lodge Linigi Nish Nahot Quaige na tosel hende yi nitle huelte na daya dahat benago kojet hik the nabaka do wasla hits aunt nainsta ako kodoninch keto the Department of Justice that ada aje agat ahin linigi kodo de tatnas nilado legit Washington jid khadel nishigin le chapter de that's adan lini retrain indol yithat ege enkinan nishn khasalado eshi yenachi ikenada the dot ado di administrative service centers nini edats the 5 management system bidi nenato aje din le chapter house do tatnas nile aje da yenada no tin ako ein linigi kwaga ayego shiti akhala ya akwi jina halon hid Besh bahasa andi Linigi Bay and Hitch Hanet ako John here ko legislative they need leashin here aje executive ado ti de asala de media hawando the nini giti na haje hat ash ya process and linigi that's a step by step ado le khay ya ba ta has da nle low income families ba ta has nle shot here middle income do high income that's it to khait adan linigi ba ta hot to ado nana shi ba kun zenchnat ani the home site leasing regulations zigit ayes another no the bebenant kodo ke hate zo higito nlepe has ani home site lease regulations be so hato ikata ida benad o hayugo the na edan lind sa there's high numbers of disputes. Auto in the Kuna 3720 line in Le National Park Service in Le Antelope Point Marina Ajahal Zohigi. It is a revenue stream. Deep base so you to note that the Neba Washington Eito in Linigi Hait Adan Kinan Nishita di Niltin Le Division of Economic Development Biti Ninigi Akoko Benaje Diden Linigi Tadanan Nissen Chazi that Eddie Kodo Belchen Agishanat Anin Linigi Ako Akun Sogonat the Deshkith Ahiaha. Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you for that, Chair Jesus. Just for the record, you have used up all of your time. So we'll go ahead and move forward to Delegate Andy Naz. The floor is yours.
Oh, Shadan Lini, Koro, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Aro kwaiki astoshna adoshma anosa kwaiki hinta. Ako kwaiki di. I will go through a series of questions. First, according to your report, 2,100 vacancies became 503, which you're informing us that 1,597 jobs were created in 6 months. So can you explain how this was achieved and how it was possible? Because I understand many of our programs and organizations still report to standing committees that there's a lack of personnel, which is why things don't get done as soon as we want them to. And also explain the salary study and kind of elaborate on how they also parallel with one another. Adona Kweneki Eya with the Department of Transportation, Mr. Silversmith, who is leaving. Perhaps this is why we me personally, as one delegate, has not received some movement within the Navajo Department of Transportation. I know oftentimes when we're leaving certain positions, we tend to not kind of obligate certain areas that are assigned to us. But how can you also work with Mr. Silversmith or with the incoming NDOT to ensure that not only mine, but maybe many of our colleagues have projects and questions that were ongoing that affect our respective communities? And for me personally, it also includes the White Clay Road up in Sawmill, as well as the neighborhoods there throughout the community of Red Lake, in the community of Navajo, New Mexico. Do we expect a closeout report? And I hope so. Next, I want to also thank all those who are involved with Operation Rainbow Bridge, including Western Sky Community Care, and thank you. I appreciate you for putting your efforts forward. However, there are some concerns that I have regarding direct services to our families and our relatives here when it comes to the Department of Health and Department of Social Services. I know we've been unable to receive reports from Operation Rainbow Bridge for 2 Napikiyat committees now, but I look forward to learning more on that. But in your position from your administration, how are you working with both Department of Health and Social Service to ensure direct services are not being compromised here on the Navajo Nation? Because again, many of our relatives still continue to need those services that are under the purview of both Department of Health and Department of Social Services, especially when it requires licensure to do the job. Next, Delegate Claw, as well as Honorable Shaja Vince James, are the key leaders in getting the subrecipients going. My main concern is that we are 7 months in. We are also 2 months nearing the halfway point of encumbrance. So in essence, the administration, the Navajo Nation, has 2 months to set all subrecipient agreements. You're going to have a slew of other additional legislations and projects come before you. And so I'm just curious how the administration and the executive branch plans to work to exhaust all subrecipient agreements in 2 months, when it's been 7 months since the first subrecipient agreements have been discussed. My recommendation is perhaps to get everyone in one room so that many of these projects can filter through each respective program so that we're able to allocate those funds as far as ARPA projects. Also, you talked about the Fiscal Recovery Fund. So what feasibility study exists that supports this legislation? And I hope the body includes the legislative branch, because there are many services that did not receive initial ARPA funds, including EMS for ambulance. So I think a lot of us have creative ways and respective agency projects that can also be supported through this legislation. Lastly, I do want to also get your, I'm curious on your thoughts regarding your initial opposition of Gouldings. The latest count was that 7 delegates opposed, 11 voted, 3 were excused, 2 were not voting, including chair. And this does require 2/3 vote. So just to help us educate those that were opposed to the initial legislation, such as yourself, according to the report, and how your negotiations have changed your mind. And last but not least, I've mentioned this to you at many of our 101s, the community of Sawmill and the community of Red Lake, we still look forward to you coming to visit us. Yeah, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Delegate Naz, 27 seconds of reserved time. What I'll do is, at this time, since those were a lot of questions, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to President Nygren for a response. President Nygren, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Pro Temp Speaker, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Noon. Yeah, Chairwoman Jesus. Thank you for your insightful questions. You're always very thorough, and the questions that you're thinking about is not only about how do we get progress done and how do we get things moving forward. So thank you for always asking those questions. So your IDIQ contracts, from what I know, I asked that question actually late last week. What I was told that they've been assigned. I know all the IDIQ contractors have been assigned to each agency, to respective agencies, so they're not making it difficult. So their focus is specific agencies. So my hope is that some of those agreements do come across my desk very soon, and I'll make sure Calvin gets you the update that you need. But as of last week, I was told that it was moving along and that those 5 companies have assignments. So hopefully those are moving out very soon, because I know we got to get those projects rolling. So again, we'll keep you in the loop, and we'll make sure we give you a thorough response on that. And how do we address the deadlines? I think that's how we address it. We got to get them out there, because we got to start designing, coming up with engineering, design, constraints, and building to the costs that have been allocated. So I know that you, coming from a construction background, you really understand that scheduling, milestone, and budget is very important. So again, thank you for that, and we'll get you a thorough response outside of my response just now. And then grazing permits. I know that you mentioned that the study is needed for all of these issues. So again, I think we got to come back together. I think grazing and home site leases, I really want to spend a tremendous amount of time on how do we streamline a lot of these things that are out of our control and things that we got to do. So if that means that we got to start allocating additional funds for that study, and to make sure that the Navajo Land Department and Natural Resources are staffed correctly, so that's not the issue. So again, having those discussions with Mike Colonna, I know Mike is going to be in contact with you very soon to make sure that we have a response, because I know that's one of the things I do ask my team all the time. Just don't tell me we're working on it. You know, that's not a response. You know what I mean? Okay, coming from a construction background, somebody could be working on a project forever and it never gets built. That's not why we're here. Tell me some of the critical paths. What are some of the issues? What are some of the schedule constraints? What do you need from me? What do you need from council? Let's make sure we're very clear so we're all on the same page. So I'm glad that we're going to make sure that we get a response that is within those deadlines, because we're not here to just waste time and just write emails to one another because we like emails. Let's learn how to be very concise, and that's what I expect out of all my team members, to be concise and to the point in what we can do. So again, looking forward to that. I know grazing in general with permits is a really tough discussion. I know that all across Navajo, it breaks my heart to see our own people working against each other. Our own grazing permit holders, their grandmas were sisters, but now their kids are fighting and they're not liking one another. They're not getting a water line. They're not getting housing. They're not getting the service. They're not even getting power lines because of it. And that's the other thing I want to address is it doesn't make sense when IHS provided a water line to a home and now we're asking for a home site lease to get power. I'm like, isn't the water line more disruptive, and doesn't that take a lot more work to bring water? And then now you're asking for a home site lease to bring power? To me, if somebody has water already, they should get power. It's like they've got a water line there. They should be able to get, if it's within the mile of the power line and it's feasible, they should get it. And those are the discussions we've had with NTUA as well. Is they've got the Light Up Navajo initiative. They've got all sorts of people that come out every summer, and that's what wasn't highlighted in my report. Is that when I came to the office, I made sure I worked with NTUA because they had over 100 and something homes that they wanted right-of-ways and Navajo Land Department to work with them. So I made it a mandate that if it's power lines, make sure we're signing off on the right-of-ways and making sure that we're clearing the path, because we have people coming from all over the country to put up power lines and things, and to light up our communities. Why are we making it difficult on them? So I'm going to continue down that pathway, because people should be entitled, and grazing permits and those things shouldn't get in the way, because just look at how hot it is outside. Some people would probably like to have a fan. They probably don't even want an AC unit. They're probably like, I know all of us have experience putting up a fan and putting a washcloth or a wet towel behind the fan to feel like you're getting the cool air. And I know that we've all done that. All of us in here are very humble people, and sometimes our elders, if we can just get them some sort of electricity, that will help them out. So we'll continue to go down that route and really fight for that as well. And then in terms of lawsuits and the election office and administrative services, and really working with them, again, the training, I think that again, a thorough response on my behalf, you'll receive that as well, to make sure that you do have a response that's just not saying I'm working on it. The other question you asked was housing, low income, because I know there's, as I mentioned earlier to Honorable George Toth, is that there's low income housing, there's middle income housing, then there's people that have a lot of money. They can't even build a house here on Navajo. So if it's so difficult with people with money to build their own home, then obviously, if it's hard for them, it's going to be very difficult for the poor. So I really want to streamline that process. And at the same time, I know that, to me, I think our priorities are definitely going to be low income, and then maybe with the middle income, maybe we help them with getting their home site leases, making sure that we're expediting their water lines and their electric lines. And they're, like I mentioned earlier, they probably can qualify for, I know there's some real estate people, professionals in this room, is that they could probably get a HUD 184 loan so they can build their own home. And let's help them, empower them so that they can take on loans like that. So I think that let's not only have initiatives for low income, the free homes that the government is going to provide, but the middle income, let's help them with getting their, because a lot of them live in Phoenix and Albuquerque and they're trying to figure out how to come home, but getting a water line sounds, I think the response now is once you build your home and then we'll apply for a water line and then wait 3 years to get a water line, then another couple of years for power. What does that do to the investment? All of us know that if we just let a facility sit there for years, it's going to deteriorate. So one of the things we got to get better at is accommodating people that want to put their own money up, and we should make it easier for them to move home so they can be in their community. And the same thing for high-income Navajo earners that don't want to get a loan. They have all the money to build a home. So let's figure out how can we streamline it for them, help them get a home site lease, help them get their water line, their electric line. That's out of their authority. But if we can entice some of those people to come home and be a part of our community, who knows? You know, we might have a lot more leaders that want to be here among us if they got a home. And so I'm all for that. So again, thank you for the question on that, because I know home is what makes all of us be able to do what we want to do. And then the home site lease regulations, the grazing, and the disputes, as you mentioned earlier, let's sit down and have those tough discussions and really figure out when it comes to residential power lines, residential water lines, residential improvements for broadband for the community. We shouldn't deny that to our people because of paperwork, because of rules and regulations, because that's life and death situations, especially right now. People need water and people need to be cooled off. So there's families out there, grandmas and elders, that don't have power and water lines because so-and-so doesn't like them anymore, even though they're their blood relative. So we got to get past that. So I'm all ears when it comes to revitalizing those things. But if it's a business that wants to develop an enterprise or a corporation or a manufacturing facility, yes, they need to go through the normal process of making sure that grazing permits are signed off, the local government is signing off, and they got local community input, because that's for profit. But for life and safety, let's relook at a lot of those regulations so we can make it easy, because that's how we bring a lot of our people home. That brings back the discussion of water. I know that Honorable Crotty mentioned water earlier. I think that's in order to really encourage our people to be home in terms of water, we got to make it easier for them to be home. So the more and more people we can have water, the better it is for us, so that we can show to the outside world that we ain't going anywhere. We're building water lines and we're bringing power lines to our people, and we'll be here for a very long, long time. So stop licking your lips and give us more water. So Honorable Andy Nez, Dr. Nez, Honorable Dr. Nez, I do appreciate our 101 visits. I know you make it a mission, and probably just because you're right down the road. We definitely have a lot of those discussions, and thank you for always bringing in very professional reports and everything that you're working on, and trying to figure out how can we collectively work together for the communities that you represent. Just to clarify, it's actually 509 jobs, not the 1,000. I think it's 2,100, and then it was reduced down to 1,597. So I think that I might have misworded that. So again, I apologize for that. If it was misworded, it's 509 jobs that were filled during the 6-month period. So just wanted to clarify that. And then the salary study, I'm interested too. I know that we went through the whole procurement process, and we actually, I think through Tom Platero's office, that it is justified to have the FRF, the ARPA dollars, pay for that, because I know that it was one of those things where we were trying to figure out how can we pay for that. And I'm glad that you've been working on it along with Carl Slater for a long time, and really trying to bring, I'll encourage Debbie and her group and all the people involved to really come back before HESE and have a strong work session, not only what the milestones, the deadlines, everything involved with the rollout, not only of the completion of the salary study, but to go ahead. And also I know that I've had a Department of Transportation Garrett Silversmith do a salary study within his department too, because it's so hard to hire engineers, because you have engineering companies that will pay 50% more for our Navajo engineers compared to what we pay them at Navajo Department of Transportation. And that's one of the things I'm very excited that we are going to look into a salary study, because we should have highly qualified engineers at Navajo Department of Transportation. Instead, they say, you know what, the salaries are too low. I can't even feed my family. I can't make a living, and how am I supposed to do certain things? So again, I highly recommend the salary study. I'm all for it, and hopefully through this salary study we acquire a lot more engineers that want to work for Navajo Department of Transportation, because I know there's a lot of Navajo engineers. I remember going to undergrad, and there are so many Navajo civil engineering students that pursued that work. So again, I appreciate that, and it's going to be I look forward to being a part of that discussion in terms of salary. And then Navajo Department of Transportation, yes, we are going to have a closeout report from Mr. Silversmith before he leaves, and we'll make sure there's a smooth transition. And the good thing is he's not going very far, so he'll still be summoned to RDC. So he'll still be summoned to the RDC committee under Brenda and Casey's group, and so you can still throw some NDOT questions at him if you want to. So he'll still be around, and we'll make sure that he continues to come by and make sure that any work that he hasn't, he's still finishing, works with the new executive director as well. So he's got a week left, so he's got a lot to do now until Sunday. So we'll definitely work on that. And again, as I mentioned, he's not going too far, but we'll make sure that we have RDC summon him for, we'll call it honorary NDOT director and report. So again, thank you to Western Skies. I know that, as you mentioned earlier, there was a lot of people that got involved for Operation Rainbow Bridge. Thank you to all the volunteers that were a part of Operation Rainbow Bridge. I know that it took a lot of people to find 8 missing of our relatives. I know that they contacted well over 500 of our people, and I think that's a lot of people. And you did ask a strong, legitimate question that I constantly ask my directors of social services and Department of Health. I said, make sure this doesn't affect your work back home, because we still have people back home that need these services. So I've been very direct, not only to the social services, Department of Health, but to Department of Justice too, to make sure that they balance it and make sure that services are not being put in abeyance back here on Navajo. But we'll get a report, and I'm looking forward to actually seeing a report from them as well. I'll ask them to make sure they put a report together, not only for myself, but the full Navajo Nation Council as well, on everything that has happened. And then with the sub-grant recipient agreements, you're right. When I look at this legislation that's before the Summer Council, there's a lot of FRF legislations that a lot of the delegates are pushing. So I hear you, and I know that our team went through the agenda yesterday, and we definitely are trying to work with Tom Patero to make sure that he is ready to go for a lot of these agreements that are legislations that are FRF, ARPA related, that's going to be before you all, and we'll make sure we're prepared. And that's the other thing that is, as I talked to Honorable Mr. Vince James, that we got to make sure that we're not dropping the ball, because I know we were just pumping them out, and then now for some reason they've slowed down, and I'll have a response for that, and I'll provide that plan to you, and so we'll get that going. Okay, I think that making sure that I know that we're in talks of the FRF legislation and the ARPA legislation to figure out how can we expend those dollars a lot quicker. I truly agree. We need a lot more money for EMS and some of the agencies so that they can do their work. So I'm all ears. If there's a suggestion or amendments or anything like that that's in those terms, I'm all for it. I think that I think we got to have that discussion to figure out how can we start streamlining. And I know that Tom has been in this position for quite some time now, and he'll definitely be a good resource next to Brenda Jesus when they bring that legislation before us to make sure that this is meant to streamline and make the ball roll a lot quicker. So again, Gouldings, again, I'll be. This was the discussion. I had Gouldings Board of Directors come into my office a few months ago. It was like 2 months ago. I had the board come in. I had Honorable Otto So was there. Honorable Ricky Nez is there. Honorable I think Speaker Damon was there, and I told him, I said, no, I don't support this legislation, but we can have this discussion. And I was very upfront in that discussion, so it was not a way to start a meeting, because I don't support this legislation, but we can talk. And the more and more I looked at it, and so some of the things I asked for is why are we doing 50%? I like 100% profits, and right now those amounts are a little low. We're trying to figure out how to do revenue generating. So I asked the really tough questions in negotiating. So obviously I was a big stickler, and I thought that this was going to close the discussion, but I'm glad the discussions didn't close, because they agreed to 100% profits up to $3.5 million, and I know that was a really. But at the same time, I asked the question too: if I'm asking for too much and that puts you in a situation to where I set you up for failure, let me know, because the last thing I want to do is to put an enterprise and set them up for failure. That's what I didn't want to do. But I said, what can we do and what can we extract as much as we can from this? And obviously the money that's going to be used is from the Land Acquisition Trust Fund that we can't even use right now. The only thing you can use it for is Land Acquisition Trust Funds. To me, I think about it, it's kind of like converting it, and then we're able to extract $7.5 million. So $3.5 million is the dividend profit sharing, and then all the rest, I think if you pull up that letter, we'll explain some of the breakdown on all the other $4 million, because that's taxes that we've never collected from. Right now they pay to the state of Utah, and this time they'll start paying taxes to the Navajo Nation. So when I looked at it in terms of, okay, $7.5 million divided by 10 years, at least we'll get our money back in 10 years, and then it'll be complete gravy right after that for the next however long we continue to own Gouldings, and then it saves 300 jobs. So that's one of the negotiations that we had. But at first, like I said, my answer was no, and I had some hard ask on that point. But in terms of revenue generating, dividends and taxes back to the Navajo Nation, I think $7.5 million in year 3 is a strong statement, because I know a couple of years from now we got to figure out. Right now we have legislation that's out there that's we are supplementing the Navajo Nation $40 million a year because of the closure of NGS and Black Mesa Mine. So we got to constantly think about how do we generate additional revenues that we can use. And I know $7.5 million is not 40 million, but it's a step in the right direction. So again, that was how the discussions went, and I'm glad that the negotiation went the way it needed to go before I was supporting the legislation. Again, I was thinking they were going to walk out the door real quick, and some of the demands that I had, but I'm glad that we came to a median to where it's successful for the Navajo Nation government, because that's $7.5 million. It's successful for the enterprise, and it's successful for the community of Monument Valley by maintaining 300 jobs. So that's how that went. And then I'm going to tease you right here, okay, Honorable Dr. Ingenez. I did go to Sawmill. I went to the chapter house meeting, your assistant's up there, but it was real temporarily. But a specific meeting, I know we'll work on that. I know that we've been saying we're going to make a special meeting out there. Maybe this summer we'll figure that out. So again, I'm still trying to make it out there. I know if I make that promise to you, I got to make it out to all 110 chapters. So again, I'm going to work on it. I know it's right down the road, so we'll schedule that. What about within the next month? We'll schedule it. That's a promise to me, to you. So within the next month, I'll be out in Sawmill, Arizona. So if anybody wants to join me, let's go out to Sawmill, Arizona. So again, thank you, Dr. Andy Nez, Council Delegate Andy Nez. So thank you for those insightful questions as well.
Thank you for answering the questions that were posed to you, Boo. I just want to say, Boo, that I believe that Chair Parrish requested that you use the titles within this chambers, and I appreciate the first name basis. I don't have a problem with it, but I think that the way that things go here in council is just we call you President Nygren. And I believe that it is just mutual respect that you call us council delegate or delegate, and then followed by our names. So there were a few times when you were referring to delegates by their first name. And again, I don't have a problem with that. You can call me ECN. I don't have a problem with it. But Chair Parrish did respectfully ask that you call colleagues, my colleagues by their title. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Chair Brenda Jesus. While she's making her way up here, I will mention that as Speaker Curley stated, there are the largest number of women serving on council. 3 of us do chair one of the committees. And we have 2 of the women delegates who are also serving as vice chairs. So again, a lot of women in leadership during the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And for that reason, we are grateful and we are truly blessed to have our women leading the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Chair Jesus, the floor is yours. And I just wrote down the names right there. Thank you.
Okay. Yat e nine kitishnido dida koja e ani be shik ashid nado ado hiha Madam Chair Charles Newton ado inda kodo nana shanat ani President Nigrin kodon linigi do ado Madam President Montoya ado she ya kodo ya na ade kida sabaje named kodo Dr. Honorable Andy Nez ado konak bijit nana sohigi ya na ade kid ya kodo Honorable Nathan Nota. So you do have the floor, Honorable Nota.
Yate Keha Pro Tem Speaker Jesus Ado President Nigrin do Vice President Montoya Keha Adon Hano Aj. So you're explaining a lot of the actually you're answering a lot of the questions that I have and so forth through this session. I do have a couple more questions for you, maybe 3 more. Just for clarification in one area, you said no home site leases would be needed for existing homes that may need some infrastructure development, like bathroom additions and that type of thing. So I just I appreciate that clarification, and I just wanted to make sure that I heard that correct in that manner. You also said that you are removing additional barriers to many of the ARPA priorities and infrastructure. I'm going to ask if I could maybe get 2 other examples that you might have where you are removing some of those barriers. Ado funding and getting these accounts, I think I'm going to be asking for the 3rd time that we get those funds and those monies out to the chapters just as quickly as possible. We have a whole a slew of FRF legislation that we're going to hopefully finalize this week. So let's get those monies out. All my chapters are asking for those funds. So 2026 is going to come up in no time. It's going to be upon us. So I'm going to ask you that again. Ado, and more clarification. I know that there is tuition waivers in the state of New Mexico. You mentioned all the other states, I think Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. In the past, I heard that was for just undergraduates. If I heard you correct, you did say that was going to include graduates at this point, graduate studies work at this point. I would like clarification on that as well. Ado ke de yaha. The U.S. Supreme Court, they did rule against us on our water rights case, Arizona versus the Navajo Nation. You said really that wasn't a loss for us. Can you explain that to me, and maybe a little bit about what your strategy and what you're looking forward? This would be, I think, aside from the Little Colorado River adjudication, but that particular ruling against us, can you Just explain why it was not, you feel that it was not a loss for us, and then again, just a little bit of a strategy of how you think we as a Navajo Nation should move forward with that. Asheha again, and it's good to see you here in council once again. Anotha, thank you.
Asheha, Honorable Nota, you did not reserve your time. Honorable Nota? It's okay? Just wave it. Okay. Adoshi Kuna Eya, I'd like to go on to Shadeja Kodo. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, you do have the floor.
Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Honorable Jesus. Thank you, Ado Shitsile, Dr. Abu Nigrin, also the Vice President here. Welcome to the chambers once again, as well as all of your division directors. I'm just going to actually make a few comments on some of the things you mentioned. So the Navajo Nation, or the scholarship funds you mentioned with the check this morning, earlier this year we heard reports from the Department of Diné Education, and one of the reports mentioned that they don't have a really good return on their investment, meaning that there's a lot of scholarship monies that go out, and our people are obtaining their degrees and their education, but we aren't seeing many of them coming back here to the Navajo Nation. And I know that we have a list of reasons for that not happening, but we just need to really find a way to talk about those things and really encourage our young people that they, that that this can't, I'm trying to understand how this is just money flowing out. And so that concerns me, because there's a lot of work that needs to happen here, and we absolutely need all the expertise here back on the Navajo Nation. So that's just my one comment. With our meeting with Governor Hobbs this morning, we talked about, I reminded her that she made a campaign promise to help Indian tribes, and how is it that we, as one of the largest Native American tribes here in the state of Arizona, still do not have water rights, and that we are 80 miles of our reservation sit right alongside these waterways, and other tribes who are not anywhere close have these water rights. And so it was just a reminder, and I agree with Shamasan Delegate Crotty, that we really need to hold that the governor accountable. And this isn't something that the federal government is going to help us out with. This is truly a state to state, a nation to nation, a state to nation work that needs to happen, and we should really have asked for some real concrete timelines and future activities from the governor before she left. So in your future meetings with her, let's get something more concrete. HPL, Hopi Partition Land concerns were mentioned. I appreciate your support of in requesting for a commissioner. In the meantime, how can we proceed in advocating for NPL residents and to ensure that they also receive infrastructure, even though they are our Navajo people living in Hopi Partition lands, clearly by no fault of theirs, and they need roads, they need water, and so help me get some services to these places. We also, once again mentioning and also going to expound on Delegate Jesus's comment on HPL. We really need, this also really needs to be a priority here in this next few months, that we need to bring Department of Ag and BIA together, because there's a lot of finger pointing happening. The forage study does need to happen. And so one of the reports from BIA is saying that, well, we can't give any more permits because we don't have an updated forage study. And that's because we're trying to take care of the land because you sued us at one time for it. And so it's being used as it's like a punishment. They're being punitive and using that back against us, which is, I don't appreciate that. So if they have a responsibility to help take care of these things, and you talked about your renewed agreement with Army Corps of Engineers. I would like to have a discussion with you on adding to the Jean Watershed project, because I believe we are ready to proceed with the project, and recognizing that we need to take care of the land. And once we take care of the land, we know it'll take care of our people. Also, two really big controversial projects that are going to be coming up: the Black Mesa pump storage project. Just know that we're in opposition to that, as well as the hydrogen development.
Yeah, Ado, Deja, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson for Naidin Kedigi Kodo. Ado Kojashin cannot Ani Banatin Stato Kodo Honorable Nota Eya Dingo Quage na Date Kitchen not Ani the home site lease hat Ege waiver in Lehegish Eya hat Ego in Lehon Ado Kuna Eya Beso the chapters Gi Otskilo Batado the ARPA Gihale Eya Adan late deadline the whole Jish Ado di then le hotat betzil da old taigi tuition waivers graduate sigi shop bantle Ado in that day nice to a water rights nana di de echid a ya do ntrago be in hit the liada do thank it needing its aje le Supreme Court does a hint na Ado Kodosh Deja Honorable Vice Chair Simonson Eto scholarship late Dodi a ajin not day kid Ado kuna Governor Hobbs Ado kuna HBL land late Department of Agriculture do BIA a degrazing permit Ado do Quigo she projects a Katie so gates the Jean Watershed do Black Mesa pump storage do hydrogen development Neko a she could on linigi kodo but sad nadit achnat Honorable President, you do have the floor.
Pro Tem Speaker Chairwoman Brenda Jesus Ado Shananta Nathan Nota. I just want to clarify earlier, so that need be respectful of how you address your council delegates. To me, siba khehile kheda shananta kasno. That's one of the things I'm very, I think all the names, I might be saying it in Navajo, but Shananta means my leader. So when I say Shananta Nota as the Navajo Nation president, I'm telling you, my leader, Nathan Nota. So hopefully that suffices, Mr. Nathan Shananta, Nathan Nota. And I just want to, hopefully I didn't confuse a lot of people, but that's when I guess it's my fault for mixing English and Navajo, so sorry about that. Again, I apologize if I offended anybody, and if your titles and things like that, I do want to apologize for that. Again, it's I feel like I've got really good relationships with you, and I know you guys on a pretty strong personal basis. So again, I do apologize for making sure that that if I offended any of you, I do apologize. Sorry for not calling you honorable by your title. So again, I do appreciate that. So hopefully you didn't take any offense to that. You all are my Shananta. You all are my leaders. I've always committed that I'm going to work with you guys. I respect you. I respect you for all the work that you've done. I've always given you the courtesy, and I've always shared that with you. I don't think there's one time where I offended you. I know that we've had heated discussions, but we always come back together because we do it for the Navajo people. So again, hopefully I do apologize to any of you if I called you by your first name and you wanted a title. Again, my apologies to you. So, but if I do make a mistake again, please forgive me, because I did, in terms within my response to you, I do mention Shananta, which is my leader. So I think that for the Navajo Nation president to call you my leader, I think that's very honorable to have being called Shananta. So Shananta ano tenda hone shladin nadin base mahas anna so thanigi khen kedini do khodo shahos an khodon san kechen nationaligi asi yego shikille khodon jono yadel to ta khedinil zendo ti at neba de tinigi bin na o khan sad dia si the ne ha si to ke da no tinigi e ya ben ye te tinigi bin na che doi ha si she la hon sto de sno horon ke ta to sta da si an kinda han lo sha jo bai just sta shi ne the nebanant an schlinde ke den it on this case we are all equal in these chambers, even as your Navajo Nation president. I do respect each and every one of your positions. So again, please forgive me if I say your name, or if I call you by your name or your last name. Again, you're all honorable. You're all my council delegates. I love working with you. I appreciate each and every one of you. So I just wanted to start off with that. So again, my apologies on behalf of myself. So thank you. Nathan Notam. Yes, that is clarification that I firmly stand that a bathroom addition or a renovation project should not need a home site lease, because those people have been living there for a long, long time, and then they need to be excluded. Maybe I just clarify that in an executive order to where it's very clear cut. So maybe that's one of the things I'll work with Mike Colonna, Division Director, Shananta. We'll make sure we clarify that by just, if it's executive order, or I'll work with Department of Justice, Madam Attorney General as well. So we clarify that and it's very clear. But the other issue is going to be, even though I do the executive order for the bathroom addition or for the renovation, if they're going to need a water line, they're still being asked to get a home site lease. Or if let's say we bring them a nice bathroom addition, now it's ready for water and power, they're still being requested to provide a home site lease for their water and for their power. So I think that's another discussion that we got to have with NTUA and IHS. But I know IHS in the past has delivered water lines before with people without home site leases, because it's life and safety. So we'll really reevaluate that. But to clarify the bathroom addition, renovation, but the next problem is going to be, how do we work out the logistics of the water line and the power? So hopefully we can come back together as one unit and then really work together to figure out, is it good enough to have the people submit an application, and then from there, knowing that they're going to be able to, they're working on their home site lease application. Maybe that's a green light that says, at least the family has submitted an application for home site lease. Let them finish their bathroom addition and put them in line for a water line or a power line, because the last thing we need is for them to wait for a home site lease for water or power, and then by then they might have forgotten about it. They might have lost some paperwork. So I'll bring you into those discussions when we do have the discussions. If not, I think Division of Community Development, Division of Economic Development, and Natural Resources, and I know NTUA is on the line. Let's make sure we keep our honorable Shanantaz in the loop when it comes down to those, because that's going to be real critical. Also, you mentioned some of the barriers. I know in my State of the Nation speech, I asked for amendments. I know that just making sure that we can use them a lot clearer. Again, I'll have those specific barriers that we're proposing with Honorable Brenda Jesus as well for some of these amendments that will actually help us streamline. But in terms of the processes that we're working on, we're making sure, like I said, I try not to leave my office too often. I try to make sure that I'm there so that when 164 documents are coming through the office, or when contracts are coming through, that I'm able to review them, because I know within 6 months I've signed 600 contracts or 164 documents, so that's about 100 a month. I feel like we've done a great job of getting those critical documents that need my signature through the Office of the President. So I've made that commitment, and hopefully next year it'll be 200 documents a year. Dang. But we've done about 600 documents over the past 6 months. Again, I appreciate that. And as I'm trying to read my handwriting, funds to the chapters, I completely agree. I know that we've got Controller Sean McCabe in the audience. I know that he's really trying to streamline some of those bureaucracy. And good example, I know Honorable Slater will attest to it. I know him and Sean McCabe sat down and they had that simple discussion, and now, instead of treating Arizona funds like New Mexico funds, they were actually able to treat it differently. So those funds are actually expedited and being sent to the chapters a lot quicker. So I'm glad that Sean McCabe is coming up with creative solutions to work case by case, because not all the funds that come from the federal government should have the same type of restriction. So let's make sure that, I'm glad that he's working on that, and really looking forward to how we can streamline a lot of those ARPA funds to the chapters, because we got to get out there. We got to make sure that the chapter people and the resources are being expended out to the community as well. And then tuition waivers. What I meant to say was tuition waivers. I know that NTU and Dannett College are offering free tuition to their graduates if you go to those institutions. I know that New Mexico already waives tuition for all New Mexico students, but I know Dannett College and NTU are doing the same thing. The other institution that I think about is Northern Arizona University. So I think it's barely July. If there's Navajo students thinking about college, I believe that NAU will continue to keep accepting applications up until late July, from what I was told, and that I will personally write you a letter of recommendation, because NAU will provide free tuition to any Navajo pursuing a bachelor's degree, whether you live in New York City, Miami, Florida, Chicago, Illinois, or you live here on the reservation. If you're Navajo, regardless of your income, NAU will waive your tuition, and I am more than happy to provide a letter of recommendation to get you into the NAU school. So I think that as students, we got to continue to take advantage of where free money is. You know, that's walking out of, as mentioned earlier, how do we keep our students closer to home? The way we keep them closer to home is making sure they don't walk out of a university institution with $100,000, $200,000 in debt. There is nowhere on the Navajo Nation, unless they have a high six-figure salary job, to pay some of those debts back. And that's why they're in the big cities. So if we can encourage our youth, our young, to really look at institutions and universities that are waiving tuition, like Northern Arizona University or NTU or Dannett College, let's welcome that. And I'm glad that you've asked that question, and I'm glad that hopefully NAU, I better get a hat soon. Hey. Go Lumberjacks. Hey. Little Colorado River. The reason why I said it's a smaller loss, because the way I think about it, not ani danitle. Es chansi don kiltaskitande kejete stilnaido kiltask. Doido skita dini da sido skita. Dolan khanda hajustina lon nkhan sohodo kezigido belteda. But as leaders, we got to make sure that we rebound real quick. And by rebounding quick, I think the best way to think about it is that if the federal government is not going to help quantify our water, let's take it upon ourselves and make sure we quantify it that meets the needs of our people. And that's what I'm excited about as we move forward, that we're going to be responsible for quantifying some of those waters. And I remember, I think I had a brief discussion with Assistant Secretary Brian Newland of DOI, and this was as of last week, that I think he mentioned, I got to confirm it, that he did mention that as DOI, they still have that commitment on behalf of Secretary Holland to help our tribes quantify some of their waters. I'm definitely going to follow up on that discussion. Maybe as a department, as a secretary, she can continue to help us quantify some of those waters. So again, I'll keep you in the loop on some of those things. So again, Honorable Council Delegate Nathan Nota, thank you so much. Ado Shananta Jermaine Simonson Yate Ado as you mentioned earlier about scholarship funds, Department of Dannett Education, and return on investment. I think that kind of stems back to the question that Nathan posed as well too, is how do we build upon retention? Because I know one of the things I know is a lot of people get full ride scholarships on behalf of the Navajo Nation, and how often do they come back and serve their people? It's very little. And so one of the things we should do and look into is how do we make it more enticing for our students to come home? Good example is we signed that MOA with the University of Arizona. Now, how do we make it fun for our veterinarians to come back and work for the Navajo people? So I really want to work with you and really try to provide some tangible solutions so we can acquire a lot of those, a lot of talent like that. I know Department of Justice has over 10, I think it's up to 20 vacancies looking for attorneys. And I know that the Navajo Nation provides full rides to Navajo law students at the UNM, University of New Mexico, and at Arizona State University. Year in, year out, we have a lot of people Navajo people that come out of that law school. But we don't see them here on the Navajo Nation when they have a full ride scholarship. So I hear your cry for how do we continue to make it easier for our people. And I think that it was mentioned earlier, one way is salary studies, making sure that they're being paid what they could be paid at nearby communities. Another one is making sure that recreational facilities are open. I know Mr. Honorable Shananta Casey Allen, he's wanting to test my basketball skills. So hopefully if we can open a lot of these facilities to our people, that will actually make it easier for our people to, I know that even Navajo Nation employees here within the Window Rock area, there's no place for them to take their kids after school or to have facilities or gyms without signing or without providing insurances. So I'm looking forward to working with you, Shananta, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, to come up with some of those solutions so that it's easier for our people to transition home and not make it such a burden for them to come home. We can't just say, you got to sacrifice and you got to take these pay cuts and deal with your student loans and sleep in your vehicles and just tough it out. I don't think that's the answer. The answer is not tough it out. The answer is here, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, the Office of the President, Office of the Vice President, that we work collectively to make sure that we have facilities and we have communities that embrace them. So I'm really looking forward to, I think that one of the things we should do is, I think I'd love to do like a university tour, maybe like a listening roundtable session with some of our graduates who are seniors, either seniors or graduate students or about to graduate from college. And let's have those discussions and ask them, where are you going? Why aren't you going home? And I think that way we can get some really solid data. I know my Shananta over there, Vice Chairman Carl Slater, he's all about data. So I think that it'd be great to have that discussion with HESI. Let's go visit the universities that pump out a lot of our Navajo students, and let's have those discussions, tough discussions on how we can work with them. And then, as you mentioned earlier, the largest tribe doesn't have water rights in the state of Arizona. You are completely right. You've got people that have rights to the Little Colorado River, the Colorado River, who are hundreds of miles away, and tribal nations that are not even the size of some of our chapter houses. To me, that is unfair. And as a unit, I think that's one of the things, as the 25th Navajo Nation Council, as your president and the vice president Montoya over here, we got to unite behind this and really unite behind it so that we can establish and quantify our water so that our people can have water. As in 100 years, when they celebrate 200 years of water, they'll look back on the 25th Navajo Nation Council and say, you know what, that council really moved the needle and they helped secure Arizona's water rights. That would be a big testament to see from the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and I'd love to be a part of it as well too. So I think that's one of the things that is exciting, and we got to keep our state leaders accountable, and I'm all for that. As meetings do develop, I did mention to the governor, let's try to figure out a time and place to have some of those negotiations. I do believe that this is probably the best shot we've had. We have a governor that came out to Dinek College, that gave a commencement speech. We have a governor that came out on the 100th annual of the celebration of the Navajo Nation Council that spoke before this body, and that came out here. And I think that we're prime, and it's up to us to make sure that we unify and come together and make sure that we can secure as much water as we can. So again, Shananta, Honorable Council Delegate Jermaine Simonson, I do appreciate your leadership. Thank you so much. NPL residents, I think that these are the people that have been forgotten. One of the things I've told the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and I've also told a few of my staff that I actually want to go out there personally, and I'd love to go out there with yourself and the leaders that have been affected. Let's hear from our communities, and really, let's put a dent in it. I know every year we talk about this, every time. These are the people that come up to me and say, President, I have nowhere to go. I've been kicked off. Now I got kicked off, and I'm my 70s. My children, my grandkids, to have no place to go because I didn't pay my taxes. So to me, it's very unfair. So I know that projects that are into the future that are going to be within the affected areas, I'm going to push for making sure that all the funds and revenues and taxes that are generated from those communities are reinvested in those communities, because that way they can have a chance to build themselves back up. So that's my commitment to the Bennett Freeze area, and the NPL area, to make sure that we get behind them, because you can always go back over there. Your wife is from Arizona. You can go back over there anytime you want. We have nowhere to go. We got kicked out of our area. We had a home, and then we didn't pay for it. Now we have nowhere to go. And that's one of the things that breaks my heart, is people that have been displaced. And so as your Navajo Nation president, working with the 25th Navajo Nation Council, let's really get behind some of these communities. Maybe we look at some of the areas and we purchase land, and purchase some land, or there's areas of land that we already have, and say, you know what, if you're from this affected area, and as if your grandparents were removed because they didn't understand taxes, you are entitled to a 1-acre home site lease on this land that the Navajo Nation purchased. I think that it's time that we go down those areas and really figure it out, because they want a place to go. Because one of the things that all of us are celebrating, the 100 annual of being a Navajo Nation Council, all of us, we have a place that we can call home. Nahaskit is where my wife is from, Onion Hill. No matter where we go, no matter where we get kicked out of, we always have a place to go. But these people, they have nowhere to go. So we should be able to support them and help them. So I'm seeing the cases, Honorable Council Delegate Jermaine Simonson. So let's work on that. I know the BIA is willing to work on it, and the DOI is willing to work on it, because for far too long, putting people like that in those situations isn't fair. It's unhumane. It's unfair. They're Navajo. They have a tie to this land. They have ties to lands. So they should have access to at least an acre of land somewhere that the Navajo Nation is willing to help them with. Again, I know that you mentioned some studies, the Black Mesa pump storage and the hydrogen project. Again, I want to hear resolutions on behalf of your community, kind of like what's happening out in Chaco. You know, all the communities were against it, and that was my position as president. Is I understand, so I highly encourage you to work with your chapters that you represent and get those resolutions. And as your president, I will support those decisions. So thank you so much, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Council Delegate Asiego. Thank you so much, Hoto. And then again, if I've missed anything, I have my staff here that will respond thoroughly. And as I mentioned earlier, I want to make sure that you get responses within a week, so that you're not waiting for it, and no responses that say we're working on it. So
Adon Hinat Ani, President Nigrin Kodosad, Kodona De Kidigi, Honorable Nota Do, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, but named Ado. Ashona should not Ani consider some of us that got student loans. Just kidding. Akonabanas, Soigi in queue is Honorable Vice Chair Ms. Yazi. So you do have the floor, Shanat Ani.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, and good afternoon, President Nygren and Vice President Montoya. It's good to see you again. I usually just see you on Facebook traveling. Good to see you again. Today's mounting social and political and environmental crisis that we see will require collective action, particularly for equitable outcomes. More people today are interested in community-focused careers and activities. Yet many, and you've talked about this, especially our youth, feel that they do not have a voice or choose not to participate in our tribal, state, national, and global governance. So during the month of June, my little team, my LDA, and I had an intern. We spent that time putting together, and we put together a survey of my constituents, and it's a quick snapshot of what my community have identified as their priority. The important thing is involving our people and listening to them. So I took this survey, went to the flea markets, I went to the chapter meetings, and sent them emails, and this is what I was able to find out. So it seems to me that we've inherited a lot of problems and disharmony, and you will see a lot of that on social media, what people are talking about. And in my survey, a question that I asked my community is, how do you want to improve your community? And these were some of their suggestions. Better customer service at the chapter, transparent funds at chapter, building community for everyone, improve planning and sharing information, networking from our elected officials and chapter administration, include more social determinants for quality of life, getting officials more involved. So how do we address their suggestions? They live close to the problem in their communities and in their chapters. Would it be impossible to re-empower the voters at the local level? I want to schedule some time between yourself, President and Vice President, and also Division Director Calvin Castillo. And I might come off as a little pushy or demanding, but can you help me by getting me connected with Division Director Calvin Castillo? I need to share some documents with him today. Lastly, I also want to invite you to our Delcon Medical Center that will be opening. We'll have a grand opening on Friday, August 4th. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time 2:07. Honorable Vice Chair Yazi, for your question. Next in queue, I do have Honorable Chair Parrish. You do have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Brenda Jesus, for the time. President Nigrin Dole, Vice President Montoya, thank you for being with us today. First, I'm going to start with my request. My first request is that the Division of Economic Development invest in a compliance officer with the RBDO for Utah. We were at a Navajo Utah Commission meeting, and there's no compliance officer that's helping the communities that are extracting oil in the area, so they need a compliance officer. The second request is that the executive branch also appoints a member to the Black Mesa Review Board. The Black Mesa Review Board is working closely with the Attorney General Ethel Branch, and I just want to commend the Attorney General for her work in the acquiring the assets from Peabody Coal Mine. That's a big project both Delegate Jermaine Simonson and I are working on. Second of all, I want to thank the Vice President for going to the agency council meetings. I know that at the agency council meetings in Western Agency, they have asked twice for your presence, President Nygren. It's important that you spend time with the chapters and meet directly with the people. It's my understanding that a lot of the responses that you give to, at least my communities, have been to talk to their delegate, and once they talk to their delegate, I explain to them that a lot of the services that they need are through the executive branch. So that's where we need to work together between the executive branch and also the legislative branch. I do take my job as a council delegate seriously. However, I need your assistance too, as the president of the Navajo Nation, to work to make sure that our senior centers are receiving the adequate manpower they need. And that brings me to a few other departments in the executive branch. The first one is public safety. I want to go off of what Council Delegate Dr. Andy Nez was talking about, interruption of services. I talked to the Kayenta Police Department and the criminal investigators in the Kayenta District, and they're receiving calls from Maricopa County asking for assistance in trying to investigate crimes in Phoenix with Navajo citizens. So your direction as president and also the direction of your executive director is needed to address those topics. So that's important to know. Another thing is your division directors who aren't confirmed, they need to be confirmed by council. You need to work with council. I know you've stated over and over working with council. However, that doesn't just mean working with the speaker. It means working with each and every one of the council delegates. Each and every one of us are elected officials as well. So it's important to work with us. That also means working with our committees. If you knew and if you listened to the Budget and Finance Committee, you would know that we are already working on a lot of the amendments that you're discussing. We've been working directly with the controller and also the Office of Management and Budget. So again, that goes back to our initial conversation with the Chief of Staff, who we invited to the Budget and Finance Committee, but there was no response. And to further talk about the budget, what is your vision for the legislation that prevents carryovers this year? How are you working with the executive branch departments in addressing that? We looked over the 3-branch government and budget and finance, but we didn't see how the executive branch was going to present the unmet needs for the different departments throughout the Navajo Nation. How is your administration going to mitigate the reaversion of funds from the FRF subrecipient agreement grants, because sometimes prices fluctuate. So once the money goes to the chapter houses, how is your administration looking at how those funds might be turned back over to the nation? There's a few other things. The next one is the Office of Management and Budget. How is your administration addressing the unfulfilled positions? Those vacancies have been there for quite some time. In the winter council session, you said that you would give the council your amendments to the plans of operation. I haven't seen one yet. And through the transition in the Navajo Department of Transportation, what is the transition of leadership? As you know, that this creates more lead time, so this means that our roads we're gonna have to wait longer for the roads to be created and to be constructed on the Navajo Nation. Again, working together means also working with each and every one of the delegates, and it also means working with the committees. So, we missed you at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting, but we look forward to continuing working with you. Yeah, thank you.
Ado Shadeja, Chair Parrish. So at this time, I'd like to allow this opportunity for my colleague, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, to go ahead and take the seat here.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Jesus, and thank you, honorable colleagues, for those really, really good questions. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Nygren for a response at this time.
Shananta, Honorable Council Delegate Sherilyn Yazi. And I'm glad that you took a very personal approach to work with your community, because I think sometimes that's what we're missing. And I know all of last year, just like you, we worked with people that normally don't go to the chapter houses. We worked with people that stay away from chapter houses, and we listened to them. And I'm so glad that you're able to put that survey together. I'd love to see that survey, and I'd like to actually publish that same survey on some of our social media accounts to see what kind of response we get across Navajo nationwide. So again, if you could send me your survey, I want to actually put it on our social media accounts and some of our people that we tune in with, and I'd love to get some response as well so that we can better align ourselves with the people that we serve on a daily basis, because sometimes we tend to forget, because I know a lot of our elders, they really want the young people that are a lot younger than they are to get more involved, to be more present within their government. And I'm glad that you've taken that approach. I think that a community-focused career is great, because if you're community-focused oriented, you're not going to worry about how much you're making, or you're not going to worry about all these other things. But if you take the approach of how can you better serve your community, but that only can take you so long as the community is ready to embrace people like that. So I think that let's work together to develop communities that will encourage people that want to come home and participate, so they have a good time and that they can use their skill sets together. So I think that you put together a very survey that I'm very interested in, and if you could send me that your results as well, I'd love to take a look at the results and figure out and just for having my set of eyes on it as well, because I know there's this with the problems and the disharmony. How do we improve our community? Transparency is a big one, and customer service. Let me start with transparency. What I hear a lot of about ARPA and a lot of the funds that have been allocated, I hear it. I really hear it. And I think that we got to take a more transparent approach to where that we got to make sure down at the chapter level that they're reaching out to people that normally that are way out there, that don't know how to pick up a phone, that are just by themselves trying to survive. Those are the type of people we got to make sure their voices are being heard at the chapter level, especially with this unprecedented amount of money that the Navajo Nation is getting. Because the last thing I want is somebody That's what I think about. And that's what you hit home on transparency. That's very key. We got to make sure that our chapters are transparent on who they're helping, who they're assisting, who they're letting in, and making sure that chapters are opening up these facilities to where even chapter officials should have access to the facilities. Even their council delegates should have access to these chapter facilities. So I'm all for that when it comes to transparency at the local level, because chapters are our very first resort, and then it goes to council. And then if I'm out and about in the community, obviously it's your president. And so that's one of the things I really do appreciate, is you're really taking that community approach of transparency so that people can get involved. So thank you for thinking about that. And customer service, and I think that's critical. I tell that not only to my staff, but every week I ask a weekly reporting to my staff as their manager. I say, what are you doing for employee happiness as a manager? What are you doing? Every week I read those reports from all my deputy directors, and even my OPVP staff that are managers. I ask that question at the very end. The first question I ask is, what did you accomplish this week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Don't just tell me you went to a meeting. What did you accomplish? What do you want to accomplish next Tuesday, next Wednesday? And then the last question is, what are you doing about employee happiness? Because I think that's critical. Because there might be a receptionist that's being treated terribly, and they might not have a voice, and maybe that's why they pick up the phone and they don't want to cooperate, or maybe that's why some of those reasonings. So, and I know that working with Department of Personnel, I really want to come up with a program that really makes people enjoy working for the Navajo Nation. So I think I'd love for you to be a part of that, Shananta. I think that you have a passion for customer service, and if you can really help me, I want to get involved in that, to where I want people to change their dynamics. Man, I can't get off the phone with a Navajo representative because they're making me 10 feet tall. You know what I mean? I think that's the approach that it should be. And I'm glad that you brought that up. So yeah, and networking, I think that's critical. As chapter leaders, as council delegate, and as the president, I know I hear all of you, because the minute I walk out and I'm out in public, people assume I can do this at the snap of a finger. And I'm glad that I write down their questions, their concerns. I make sure all my staff follows up with these individuals or directs them in the right direction. And then if it's out of my control, I always tell my staff, write it down. This is stuff that we got to tell our council. They're the ones that are the lawmakers. They're the legislators. So let's communicate to them, because we don't want to, if we keep it to ourselves, it does us no good. So let's make sure we're communicating. So again, thank you for that. Getting officials more involved, I'm all for that. I think that we got to do that, because we got to stay in touch with our community, not only at the chapter level. Go to the places where people don't normally go, but it is your community. And that's one of the things I want to work on too, is I want to start visiting areas that where people don't congregate, the areas where people that are shy to go see government officials, the people that feel are forgotten. I'd love to see and meet with some of your individuals that feel that way. We're gonna have those tough discussions with them to let them know that we're working on it. Council, Office of the President, Vice President, we are gonna try to meet some of their demands. So again, and then Calvin Castillo, make sure you contact Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Aro isin tsagi nan kenanta bechendi kisto na besh beheneda tenegi hajo be betkhadil ne hajo ya nat enegi hajo belchenni kelo tanol in. So Calvin, make sure you get a hold of Sherilyn, Honorable Council Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, and the grand opening for Delcon Medical Center. I will be there. Look forward to being there. I remember the board came to my office within the month of being president, and they're like, President, we can't get water. How can you bring NTUA in and get this done? And I did it in a very diplomatic approach. I didn't go to NTUA and get after them. I know that with your leadership, the leadership of the board, we all made sure we put together a very diplomatic letter that says this is exactly what we need from you, NTUA, and if you don't do it, these are some of the consequences, and we want to open in July. I'm glad we stuck with July, and I'm glad that we're opening on this time frame. So again, I just want to thank you for your leadership on that as well, and bringing in leadership into my office to have those discussions. So yeah, and just so you know, I'm gonna take a break after answering these questions real quick, and then I'll be back. So Chairwoman Shandine Parrish, Yate Shananta, Chairwoman of the Budget and Finance Committee. I think it's an honor that that we work within the same communities. I know that I went with school with a lot of people who went to Tenahotso and Kayenta, so I always feel like you represent my home community, so it's always a pleasure to work with you and your constituents. So thank you so much. I'm going to send that mandate over to Tony Skrlanis, on the regional compliance officer for RBDO, and we'll get an update with you. If you have some recommendations, that'd be good too. I think if you have some recommendations, we're always open to that. And then the executive branch, Black Mesa Review Board. I know you mentioned you've been working with Ethel Branch and yourself. If you have recommendations as well, send them my way. So I'd love to put somebody in there that you believe in, that will have a passion to represent not only your community, but somebody that you can work with. So if you can get that name over to me, I'll be more than happy to forward that name on behalf of the Office of the President as well. And then the agency council meetings, I know that Honorable Vice President Montoya has been doing a stellar job with the agency council meetings, because I know when I report to you guys, I do a lot of the responding. The last thing I want to do too is bring the vice president to the agency council meeting and I wanted to share that responsibility with her, and that's why she is my representative at the agency council meeting as the vice president of the Navajo Nation, to where she understands the things that I'm working on and some of the initiatives that I'm pushing. So So I'm glad that she's done a great job. I know she's reported 3 times, and I think that might be the first time the Vice President represents the President in all these agency council meetings. So again, thank you, Madam Vice President, for representing myself and on behalf of the executive branch and reporting. So for doing that. But I do plan on visiting the agency council meetings. And one of the things I do ask, if some of the agency council members are out there, is let's try to schedule them to where there's we don't have 2 agency council meetings on the same day. Maybe it's a Friday, Saturday, or a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, Sunday. And I know that let's try to work on that, and then I'll do my best to be there. But out of respect for the Vice President, I've tasked her to that, because I didn't want the Vice President to feel like she has a backseat role. I wanted her to show up at these agency council meetings and know that she represents me as the President and as Vice President, that she can answer some of those questions and work with because she has a background of being a chapter president as well. So I don't mean any respect to any of the agency council meetings. I respect each and every one of you chapter officials. I know that we've had many. I know Honorable Carl Slater, you've brought in a lot of your chapters. I know that I think a few Chairman Helena Nez has done the same thing. I think there's a few of you that have brought your chapter officials into my office, and we've really gone through some of the challenges that are affecting your communities, and I do appreciate that. I think that we have a lot more time to talk and interact if you bring your chapter officials in and we sit down and we go through project specific, because I know when you go to an agency council at Eastern, you got well over 30 chapters on the line, and it's hard to get that one-on-one time. But if Honorable the Eastern Agency council delegates bring in their groups, it's a lot easier to work with them one-on-one, and you have that one-on-one interaction with them. So again, to my agency council leadership, it is in no means no respect. I respect the agency council, and that I send the Vice President on behalf of the Office of the President, and I hope that you treat her with the same respect, that this is the Vice President of the Navajo Nation, and that you treat her the same way as you would treat the President. So I know that she's the first woman Vice President, and that I think it's an honor to have her to be my voice at the agency meetings as well. So thank you, Ado Executive Branch. I think that I'll get with Mike Anderson specifically on the interruption of services. I don't know too much about the question, but I'll make sure that Mike Anderson is in contact with you, and we'll get a more solid response, because I don't have that answer for you in terms of why it's being delayed or if there's issues happening there, but I'll make sure we have a response here. So I do apologize for not having an answer for you, Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Paris. Also, work with all the delegates. I do my very best. I tell Alray anytime there's anything happening over here, we try to invite you guys. I send out an allocation that I'm in the office. There's some time slots that are open. If you can come see me, come meet with me. I know a lot of you do take advantage of those time slots. I see a lot of you in my office, and we have a lot of those discussions. So we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to have those discussions as you come in and meet with me and have that one-on-one time. And again, if you want to meet with me too as well, I always tell my scheduler, elevate a council delegate's request to meet with me if they want to meet with me. Do not put them at the bottom of the list. If a council delegate wants to meet with me, move some meetings around so we can accommodate that as much as we can. So that will continue to be my promise on my behalf, is to accommodate you guys to meet with you one-on-one. So again, OMB, and I know that I'm glad that you're working with executive branch leadership, OMB, Dominic Biel, and Controller Sean McCabe as well, and then with the Chief of Staff, he's had some health. He got pneumonia, so he was in the ICU over at Rehoboth. So he was on the machine, and he had things plugged into him, and he lost, I think, a lot of weight. and I know that he's recovering. His left lung collapsed, so I'm sorry that he's been out of it for about 2 weeks now, since early July, late June, so he hasn't been feeling so good. So, but we really try to stay in contact. I know that a lot of the projects that he's been working on, he's been texting me directly, because right now his recovery is hopefully within the next week or two, he'll be back here with us and he'll be moving along. So I do apologize, and then they also had to fly him out to Phoenix too. They couldn't service him over at Rehoboth, so they flew him out down to Phoenix, and he was in ICU for a few days as well too. So again, I do apologize, Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Parrish, but I'll make sure I get that information back to him to be more respectful to you and your committee. So yeah, sorry, I do apologize on behalf of the Chief of Staff, who's currently out, but did have conversations. I think that his left lung is still affecting him a little bit, but he's still fired up to come back and work. So we'll keep you in the loop. Hopefully within the next week or two, he'll be fully on board, and we get the, in the meantime, Arbin Mitchell and Bitta Becker is available. I'll make sure that they're in contact with the Budget and Finance Committee as well. Also, carryover and budget positions. We'll have a position statement, because I didn't truly understand it myself personally, but I know I met with Dominic, I met with Arbin, and I met with a few others, and I think that we're for it, so that we'll make sure that we get that position. I know that legislation is before this body, and we'll make sure we have a strong position to really help you out. So we'll make sure that position statement is available. The costs of construction, as they fluctuate, all of us know that supply chain and cost of construction is always fluctuating, so the sooner we can get dollars out to it. I know Sean McCabe is here listening. I know that I cannot stress to him every single day and OMB and Tom Platero to really become creative, innovative, and let's really try to get dollars out there, business units established, and dollars out to our community so they can start spending it. So again, I'll reiterate that back to them to make sure that they're constantly working on that, because cost of everything is always fluctuating. So thank you for bringing that up, Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Parrish. Roads, the transition, I get it. It is, Garrett has done a wonderful job. Where is he? Garrett, thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for all that you have done for over the past 7 years, and we look forward to working with you. We'll make sure there's a smooth transition, and I'll make sure that the new director, like I said, Garrett is not going anywhere. He's only going to NECA, so he's got a week, and we'll continue to be in contact with him. I'll make sure I'm constantly bugging him and make sure that he's being a team player. So I think that all of us share the common concern when it comes to roads. We've got a lot of roads across the Navajo Nation, and one of the things that I've tasked Garrett and we've tasked NECA is, like recently we did a groundbreaking. Brenda Jesus, Chairwoman Ashananta, was out in Sweetwater. It was $21.5 million for 6 miles of road. That's still $3 million a mile. I still believe we can get it down to $2 million a mile. So that's what I've tasked Garrett and the new director is, let's get it down to $2 million a mile. Let's be creative. Let's be innovative. We're not, the money that's coming down from the federal government is constantly going the opposite direction, but it is within our control to bring it down to $2 million a mile. So with that, I want to say, Honorable Chairwoman Shandine Parrish, for your questions, and it's always good to see you. It was good to ride in this morning too, so I know we threw a lot of jokes together back and forth, and so I'm glad you weren't on the fast Mustang. Oh, that was Shauna Hidalgo. No, I think it wasn't Mrs. Shauna Claw, Honorable Shauna Claw. Hopefully Hidalgo brought you real good over here. Thank you. I'm going to take a restroom break, if you don't mind, and then but the Vice President will be here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bunagran Shnanda. You're excused for the restroom break. Thank you. Yeah, Konzago, we'll go ahead and continue on to next in queue. I know Ms. Vice President here, Rochelle Montoya, is taking good notes, as well as we have other support staff, and I'm certain the speakers in the restroom works pretty well. So he'll be able to hear the questions that my colleagues have next. So next in queue, we have Honorable Rick Nez.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Simonson. Yeah, Arushanand Anotliniki Beshmans Ando, Honorable Vice President Rochelle Montoya. I always appreciate your respectfulness and your vision for the Navajo Nation, for the great Navajo Nation. Let me say that, because that's what it says on the seal. Great seal of the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation. Bless you, sister. Thinking for the future. Thinking for the future. Aro yides card ncha case no baka. Atale ha sutsila and in lahira satan and nada. Honorable Elmer Begay, he just left. Data nabikiati. I is nabikiel tiko krobe has ani idel nela. Hot out or linso hot out that did linson that di nela. Oba yel tiko, either oba yel tiko, oba yel tiko, no action, johot aya hadzi. And it made a lot of sense to me. A codistrin and navigate meaning at leti Nico Haiti, Nila Nabidi, Nila Okida Kasabane Kenizadia. A coquagi and at Bakagi des card and Sahakes. It is card and they nasty des card. On Sahakes or she on Sahakes. Haida best ogo Joe. It is card and Sahakes don't hat. No, stop it. I just thought I'd bring that to your attention, Madam Vice President. Koro, back 100 years ago, July 7, 1923, the first council of 24, not Ani, gathered at Tohala, Totalina, New Mexico, as the first Navajo Business Council. Chi Dodge was the first chairman of the council, Nobaka. On the third page at the second paragraph, today is in this centennial year of the council, Nelia. Otherwise, Kesani not ani no Senegi Conti, I Isaben Khas, Neho E Compacatida. As I drive over the mountain at Sheep Springs, there's a sign off to the, almost about a mile before the summit. Off to the side, there's a biography of Dr. Annie Wanika. And I think we need to move that sign at the summit. That will show that Dr. Annie Wanika was a powerful figure for all our Navajo Sanis. If you put it at the summit, it'll show that this lady, a proud Navajo mother that we are so proud of, climbed the mountain and conquered mountains. And if we put it up there, it would really definitely make a statement. Stop there and read that biography, Sani no Thinigi. Arote horoba bahenchi water rights at Ninigi. Ne Supreme Court Lata Nahona. Nte do Baspera House and the Ada Nahas Haneke. Lata Nehemasan, Hitche Nehemiah and Hitatun de Yeko Agi. Zero Yada Huns and the way Ada or Cadillac, the big habit Hada delegate, correct, and that should have been done das or 1 day, a job buttons and a hot on kitchen hot Arlanson. I don't like the page, I say this kid. On page 7, Kodo, data, CJY 4121, Niki, Kodo,
Amendo Lith Nova Henchi, Yego Beta, Halnashanant, Arjanet has Arja executive, Nhidin Hanan, the lawmakers need, Nekuchiko, Ado Heda, Koto. Ashat Bethanant Leko, Anant Agaben Kihodot, Archanant, I called the last council, good old boys club and hit at no Hodena. Aqua Korosani, I hashnap the nego, good.
Time, Rick Nez. Thank you, Delegate Rick Nez. Jananda, Ikehat Nana, Ado, the Krigoshi behind the do Hehat. Ado Quint Bejit Non Stohigi Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton Nanat Dinstado Lechnanta.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. President Nygren, I just want to say that I don't mind you calling me ECN or Eugenia, so I just want to make that clear for the record. There's been some great people who have great initials, RGB, AOC on the Navajo Nation. We have ECN, so I'm good with that. I do want to say that I applaud your administration for unlocking the youth facilities, and I want to say finally, we do have an ODY in Shiprock, and I rarely see people there. It's not open on the weekend, and it runs it has the business hours, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. But if you think about it, our kids are usually in school Monday through Friday from 8 to 3 or 4 in some cases, so they really only have an hour at these facilities and then they're shut out. So I want to applaud you for your efforts in opening those facilities. I also want to put you on the spot, both you and Vice President, and I want to voice my disappointment in your administration not addressing a Navajo Nation employee who engaged in violent behavior in a Navajo Nation building under your supervision. There was no visit to the community. When things like this happen, our people want to see our leaders out there. And I just want to remind you, President Nygren, that per 2 Navajo Nation Code 1005A, you are the CEO. And this happened under your watch, and you allowed this to happen, and you did not address it. So disappointment there. And you did state that chapters need to be transparent. It sounds like there was a question about transparency that evolved into a violent behavior. So if you can please address that. In terms of the disability community, we did talk about the progress of addressing the needs and the issues of Navajos with disability. And this, you stated, was a priority for your administration. But just so you know, President Nygren, there has been no movement on this. And so, again, a little bit of disappointment that you're not leading the efforts with the disability community. And so hopefully we can get that changed. In addition, there's no movement happening with your Director of Economic Development. I've left messages for him to call me back, no call back. I've emailed him, no response back to my emails. And so I just want to say that this is not how we work together. I've had zero communication with him, especially regarding the Bucks business there in Shiprock. He has not responded to any of my emails. I also want to talk to you a little bit about your thoughts on dissolving NHA, since NHA has done zero for our Navajo people aside from being accused, and we see this on the Navajo Times, being accused of taking money. I think that, you know, we need to have a serious conversation about the lack of leadership as well as the lack of movement happening with NHA. I also want to talk to you about public safety and justice. I want to know where the public safety and justice falls on your priorities. Number 7, bathroom addition. DOJ did rule that bathroom additions, that bathroom renovations are not eligible for ARPA money. So we do need clarification on that. My guess is that we're going to buy them toilets and water heaters, give it to them, and tell them to install it themselves. So we need to have that discussion with DOJ. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. You have reserved time of 1 minute and 17 seconds. Thank you. Gonzago, nata isitol kito sa pihanata hasotzi. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Boo Nygren for a response.
So thank you for allowing me to take a restroom break and get a fresh cup of coffee. Asi Juno Folgers coffee halni. Hihadolation and Dano Liniaro Pro Temp Speaker Jermaine Simonson, Hiha Horoshatin Anigido Horo Nat Sad Nadishnet, Daide Kirigibin Nacha Hihan Dini Dole. Aro Shana Yat Shana Rick Nez Shananta Hiha Dole. Conjono, the Nebazar Bayan Tito, and Jono, the Nahat Agi Hihan Dishnikasi. Toedo touchini bini nacheda da siego a hadole to ani behenzi. We'll look into that. I think the Dr. Annie Wanika sign, moving that and highlighting that and putting it into an area where our people can read it. It'd be nice to be a spot where people can pull over, read the sign, learn a little bit about history, because from what I know, she was a very powerful woman that led the way for our leaders of today, our women leaders of today. So I think that it's only right that we do honor her in that way. And I think that even within one of the things I was thinking about, as you mentioned, that we should have some of those even within the grounds of the Capitol here. The legislative and the executive capital. I think that even around here, the nebidi nach Latin on Janob Bikitash dit on at ani de credo dit o da illa hat nora jan lede harishi tajdaga hashi not ani kida not ani das lepa hat bada hat nisha hat oido bada yo net asi nan ago de khe hot end the nepetzi yikadas what give in nach behenni again. I think that's a wonderful idea. I think that we just work on that. And I think that's something that I would love to work with you in those terms, but I'll look into seeing how feasible, if we can just make a replica of that sign and see if we can move it over and see how feasible it is. I'm not sure which department is in charge of that, but we'll get that response back over to you. And also, you're right about it. I think that le bilagan and dawi ahigi don khansida case siego dahado wala dene chiribelt andal chido chinen da chon de yegi edo yaho danzina ni hote hajobel bebel nahan nego ebni na siego. I think we got to come together and really come together and make sure we highlight and tell those stories all the time. And I think that we're in a time and place of where I know that people that have high social media capital, like ECN over here, we work with people like her to really highlight some of these situations and highlight them and make sure that people all over the world understand what we still go through every day. Because sometimes they think, Elchinias that the hot to Yaho Danzina Hadeil to Tonde Nilto to see to Hashit Oberton has only Hajob Babethan now. I'm all for that. I know that we have the Navajo Nation TV as well. I know that they have a really strong film crew. I think that it's about time we start highlighting some of our own stories, some of our own struggles that people can watch from all over the world, and we get it over to people that have influence, people that baby the hosnito, the asiego, the this to the net de this senegi hajobe beltahan now, but not a hot obeche, but the yosnat of the natural higa honda so higa honda zone, you know, higa hon hayeta kida win zone. I really agree with that, Shananta, Chairman Nez. Amending CJ 4121, I think that it was in suggestion. I know that one of the things I'm trying to do in the State of the Nation is really don't just come across the street and kind of just give you a report that's kind of just reporting. You know what I mean? I think that the Nebenant Ayan sick case to Haila lay cases zero leto hate or layan sick case and that's why if you've noticed the end of my State of the Nation, I had 4 asks, and then I've asked the council. So it's an ask to it or slita and hidini da to dito bansis case to be lance or Leon Shishat Italy Hodo Nidibinacha. I think that's what our government is really working on, and hopefully they don't label us as the good old boys club looking at some of these projects or the good old girls club, but I think it's about time we all come together. we should be the good old council and leadership club that works in unity, that makes sure that the nebade which ben yada di ka to hashin heda the lato elkijin de nishbin yada the naya tagot tahodo wolo tonde yehigido biga habeta tenigi eye bekijin doles eye bade to hashi hanan hane ben deben yadet ina. And I think that we can't be shy about coming together and uniting behind the basic needs of our people. So I'm all for that. I'm all for coming together, uniting, going up against the social ills, the basic infrastructure needs of our people. I think that's going to be an exciting time to see the 25th Navajo Nation Council, the Office of the President and the Vice President to unite, to pass legislation, to execute legislation, and to get services out there to our people. For far too long, Tota net dan so dan kens shero hoto man just case the anot and na tin shanan tata no senegi hist on khan just case in go jo pa hollo the neben yeda the never card de shwalta no so which nada do na higi shel to hot on khan just case. So I'm really excited to continue to unite. I know there's going to be challenges. I know there's going to be times where I'm not going to deliver every time for you guys, but I'll get up every day knowing that we do this for our people. I know that we're all not perfect, but I know that we try every day within the time frames that we're given to support and help our Navajo community. So I'm glad that you brought that up, Shananta, Honorable Council Delegate Ricky Nez, Chairman Nez, and Aro ECN, not a. Yes, ECN, social. Just got done talking about your social media capital. I always appreciate the community that you represent, because I still go through your community to go get the things that I need to get into town, or to make sure that I'm always in your area. So whatever we need to do to work together is always at the forefront of my mind, because nowhere else on Navajo Nation do we get a lot of the most you probably have the most people that traverse through your community. So I'm a little disappointed that my Director of Economic Development is not in communication with you, because Shiprock has the highest potential, because you got 491, you got Farmington, you got Cortez, you've got so much potential. And that's where his focus has to be, as well as a top priority, because for far too long we've taken Shiprock for granted. So with your leadership, and I'm going to have that discussion with Tony Skrilanis, to make sure that he gets in contact with you. So we'll make sure we work on that, because I know Shiprock. All of us, we go to the flea market on Saturday. There's thousands and thousands of people for a reason, and we got to take full advantage of that. So I look forward to you and your leadership, and actually I'll request a meeting with you, myself, and Tony within I know I'm not sure how long this week will go for you, but for sure within next week or within the next 2 weeks, let's come together and me, you, and Tony sit down and talk about your priorities for your community, because your community has a lot of potential. And I'm glad you support reopening ODY. I think that we're going to work with the programs and figure out, because one of the things, the stories that I know is other tribal nations, they have ODY programs. They open 8 to 5, and then from 5 to 9 or 5 to 8, they're run by volunteers, tribal volunteers. Why can't we let our volunteers run our programs? Are we saying our people are not capable of being volunteers? I know a lot of working professionals that are baseball, after little league coaches, basketball coaches, cross-country coaches. I'm pretty sure some of them want to be volunteers to have ODY and a lot of these facilities open until 9 p.m. And I know there's plenty of them. So let's we're going to entertain that, because that's no excuse. It should be open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and making sure that we keep our youth off the streets so that they can use those facilities. And I'm all for that. So I'm glad that we are on the same page. And I think that's one of the things that, again, if I run into some issues with using volunteers, I'll definitely let the council know, and we'll definitely would love your support with legislation to make sure that we can entrust our people with volunteers, because other tribal communities are doing it. They have facilities that are 20, 30, 40 million, and they've got volunteers using them during the evening. So again, I think that I think it's more than feasible. I think our Navajo people are responsible, and there's a lot of Navajo professionals that are teachers, engineers, Navajo Nation employees that want to contribute and try to make opportunity for our youth after school. So I look forward to that. And Honorable Vince James, we got to play a horse, okay? Hold on, that's not this one. Sorry, ECN. Vince James distracted me. So I get the situation out in Loop. I know that it was a tough situation. Just to hear and see some of the things that have happened in that community and Casey's community, I know that it was it was tough. And I know that it's also happening in other areas. And I think that's where we got to come back together as the 25th Navajo Nation Council and myself, and we really got to reevaluate our chapters and how do we make sure that they're not bullying, making sure that those things are not happening. It's about governance. It's about making sure we're pushing the initiatives and the basic services of our community. So I'm all for it. We got to come together and let's really strengthen our chapter houses, Title 26, whatever it may be. Look, I don't want to overstep my authority, but if we can really try to change some of those things with the support of council, I'm all for it. So I look forward to having those discussions, and I know that it's a tough time for Loop, but I look forward to. I know that Madam Attorney General was out there. I know that the Chief of Staff was out there. I know that I think Director Cody was out there, and a few others that were out there. And Human Resources, Debbie Nez Manuel was out there really trying to use hajot and nedani linigi bin inacha hajot khidi kahoya khaishe bin yete tinigi khaishe bin yet khanas nelebet ndahas anigi a ede ya hajot danil on bigat lil nanigi njano sahaslin the quidishi hoto again. I think that I do apologize for not personally being out there, but I know the executive branch leadership and the people that do work for me were out there who are from that area. So again, I do apologize, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. The disability community, I know we had that very productive discussion that we had in the previous quarter, and I want to re-entertain that. I know that one of the things I've pushed, Division of General Services, that disability money, ADA. So I've really been pushing that since then. So I'm sorry that I didn't communicate that back to you. I do apologize, because I know the monies that General Services does have, I really want to get out there and as much as we can, the facilities, and really try to figure out the equally dispersed among the 5 agencies and find a median as much as we can spread those dollars to help our communities get into compliance with ADA. And I'm glad you're all about compliance, because I know you're running with legislation here today, or with this summer session too, with the International Building Code. You're all about safety and the well-being of our community. So I commend that. I totally support that legislation as well too. So thank you for always thinking about our community and their safety, and figure out how can we be better guided by policies and rules that our communities can abide by. So thank you for that. And again, Tony Skrlanis, I've had that discussion, not only with all the making sure that our Navajo businesses that exist on Navajo, they have the hardest time. So we should make sure they have exceptional customer service when it comes to them, because they are putting their families on the line. They are sometimes working for free. You know, I heard of a story, I forgot who did I meet with. There was a story, I met with some, they basically work just to employ their staff. That's it. I forget who the business is, but they have such a love and compassion to run their business that it's about community, it's about running their business, and it's about employing Navajo people. So Navajo businesses that exist on Navajo, I'm all for you. And it's very disappointing that we haven't gone to Buck's Towing and making sure that we're working with him, because you and I both have had those discussions. And it's a little embarrassing that the delegate from Shiprock and myself as the president, that we haven't gotten this accomplished. So let's within the couple of weeks, let's get that situated. So again, that will be one of the talking points we do have with Tony Skrlanis as well. So, and then NXA, when it comes to NXA, I think all of us are well aware of it. something has to happen with NXA. And as far as dissolving it, I haven't really looked at that option as far as dissolving it. I know that we've proposed some NXA commissioners. I think the legislations are still being dropped. And I think that within those terms, I think that we just got to, I've tasked DOJ to review it, and some of my housing people to figure out, to really look at those options as well. So once I have that position statement, one, for what needs to happen to keep them running efficiently, two, what happens if we dissolve it, or three, if we break them up, how does that look like? Because at the end of the day, it's about making sure that we're spending the dollars that they're getting, and we're getting services out to the community and the people. So I think that's a real in-depth discussion. I think that past administrations have really tried to figure it out. Past council has tried to figure it out. But if the 25th Navajo Nation Council and myself, if we can solve that puzzle, I cannot imagine the amount of people that we will be helping out. So I look forward to having that discussion. Public safety, I think that's where do I stand on it? It's one of my highest priorities, because economic development is not successful without public safety. Public safety goes in hand with economic development, because if we have thousands of people come out here spending money and generating businesses, and they've got Navajo business owners that invest millions of dollars into their storefront, and then it gets vandalized, what does that mean? That doesn't work for them. So public safety goes in hand with economic development. Not only is it for economic development, it's for the safety and health and well-being of our community. So I'm all for it. It's a top priority to me. And I know that you're in the works of trying to fund some facilities. And I know that there's a building that you're trying to push to make sure that's a temporary solution call center that you're working on within your community. I look forward to sitting down and pushing that through on your behalf. So thank you so much for working on that as well. Also, bathroom additions. You mentioned that DOJ issued that renovations are not part of it. One of the things is that you don't have to renovate. Just one of the solutions that I remember through the CARES Act in my time when I worked on bathroom additions is that families were okay with doing an addition, and then they treat their existing bathroom as storages, because that way they still get the addition, and they just say, hey, you know what, my old bathroom addition is just going to be storage, because it's unoperable, it doesn't work anyways, the plumbing, the electrical is not even in place. So attach a bathroom addition, and that way you don't have, it's actually safer if we put a brand new bathroom addition instead of renovating. So that's what I would encourage, is that you encourage your communities to get additions, because it's actually a lot safer, because they bring them up to the latest codes as well. I know that NTUA and NECA would actually appreciate that too. So, and the safety and the well-being of your community. So with that, I know you've got some reserve time, but I'm pretty sure you'll ask a few more questions. But thank you, Honorable Chairwoman ECN. Thank you so much.
Mr. Nygren, for your responses. I want to take a moment. I believe we have some visiting guests. Mr. Ferdinand Clark, can you go ahead and ask your students that are visiting from Mancos, Colorado, Deer Hill Exhibition, and they're traveling here to Window Rock today to learn about they're here to learn about Navajo history and government. So thank you for your interest, and thank you for your time and spending some time here probably during your summer break and coming and visiting our council chambers here today. So thank you very much, and I hope probably in between the Navajo and the English you're picking up some of the dialogue here. So I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you. It's really good to have visiting guests from different parts of the country, because the more we can educate people outside of the Navajo Nation about our government and our Navajo Nation, the more knowledge is out there. And when we, when some of our issues come up at federal level and state levels, people are knowledgeable and aware of our issues. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking that time. So we'll go ahead and continue on, colleagues. If you need to stand up and take a deep breath and move and shake your leg, please do that. But we are going to go ahead and proceed. Next up is Shana, Delegate Herman Daniels, Navajo.
Yeah, good afternoon, and also visitors and the students from Macon, Colorado. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming here to the great Navajo Nation, the capital of the Navajo Nation. Pro Temp Speaker, Honorable Simonson, delegates hundal hin san junon khadel ba gaita should hot ashin kedol should shonde ya belegetan chain asai basol chain ho ako aro shamande ya so it chain ne yajos ni yaj linde ho al khada cheeky bego my brother shamahi give lajna nago should shade on there ho al khada cheeky bego sitzilia ya honorable President Nigel ya al sege naide desh kil to the audience gaidam khanel shan ken dastra the season ho I seen here na hold say Jäger holzreik at Jäger und at de yol atali has zinde oye schneinella ashon hier ni yolde und nicht gaat in ande hat schlende ashon hier dann yolde und nicht schneinelle akodo digin reidam I seen here na hold say da shnat ano shnegi Kitaro da so kegi, Zuda hate ada eat $8 kodo, Nere windmills. I say Toby da state lao, I don't know natural springs, Edo Trondal se, Tuadas Lenego, at Trondal se, Kodo, they see Kodo da jo RDC Ebas land, Kodo, Ajo Ebesha and the Skokodo, and the cargo net Kodo, Halit at Ekodo Eba $8 Lacho Kodo, our Navajo people. Nagay drought agi konal tlosk at tuach hadin tra aro kodon hit an ende nagay tondal hit el keit it kiyanta what into you egg el keit it anunana gouldings a konzago el keit it hat do yena in the name has tra ko 80 yabashin kodo ako 80 zer khait arab bendadil nash ede at skelko ado kodon gaidam emergency declaration da kododam khanati aliben dadil nash kodon gay beso gi be it has it all at the chapter level so 80 bahate sikodo adonana kona yan gaidam kodon gaid kodoba ot zi kodon gay stuito sani bagan Nas going to throughout the Navajo Nation, we have senior centers, senior citizen centers. Nas na swido san in that day. Aya which in das stage like a data. A corner hot ena emergency legislation go kodo. Beshbans not on in Lenigi Shaye lastly 89,000 to repair Old Jato Senior Center HVAC system. HVAC system. To this day, there's none ante. Do chodestu. Aro nana quado hodi now des cars do lech. So ADG quadodam. Adi quado Nahabach dish ash quadodam. Mr. President quadona gatam. Navajo Department of Health, Division of Health in Nishiki. Quadota Anana Zalgo, Kim Russell. kodota aji bananas nanel at skill khabach edil aro throughout the nation el kodosin senior centers das del $8 kodo aro nanan reil al chine da al tragi lon rei Navajo Head Start centers $8 but enta has ti kodo aro nana dana anta dol nil no yes hata see like for example old Jato in person نخاد يجن نخا أنتول نيلتا نيجو شو يهدا سيكو لاي هوم بيس دا أشتغل أنت نغير كنيكي بس أنت هست إيشي بنات إكودو سو إيدا كودو دا نول إيشا شو إيدا إي بابا هذا سينسوي إكودو إيدا يانا هلن أرو كودو شنايا هات زيك كودو legislation كودو نغير CJY 4121 work session دا
Yeah, Shanant, Mr. Daniels, ato nasta nati kaho kwato Hinant Teresa Lager Fernandez, well, New Mexico Congresswoman lo yana rahiki kwaatne belkhot zo yilnal nishto leki shillatnin tke do kon khan yala Laris Manuelito well ashodizi Shin.com ni trasatao hashin zauna holji kha ko enrinya ado a quin bana astohigi quad shicat delegate Shana Kla na holji dole shinanta
Hagoshi kha shama Pro Tem Speaker Simonson Ado Yat and Shnito 25th Navajo Nation Council Ado Nakhanav Nishigi Ado Kore Shamandanigi Vice President Rochelle Montoya Nishi Itza Ekehe in the Deshni John Lebek Ebahotzana de Ada Asasigli Oko Nenecha Eya and Jonago Sad Behinzi Oko Ebenishni Oko Ekehe in the Shnito Ado Aatro Anahot in Lage in Lead do Aatro Kea Benecha Eya Nishbahazan Gat Ako yat do Ekehe in the Shnito Ado Kore Shanant Shitselenigi Dr. Nigran is do yat Ado Dide Sa Nandadesh Kissenson Ado Ayodi Bashin Ako Eltehe they always say you do your negative first and then end with a positive. So the first thing I want to say is that with the RDC, we have many federal issues that we are addressing. Just recently, I was a little disappointed. I was attending a meeting and I found out very abruptly that the emergency declaration was lifted. Ako ayo nan asalino. Jodi, our meetings and when we're coming together, when we had it the way it was before, we were able to multitask. Now we have to sit here, but it would have been good if you would have consulted us as delegates to ask when would have been a good time so that we would have prepared legislation that would have been inclusive for the entire Navajo Nation. Another thing that I wanted to bring up was in regards to that, there are issues with the RDC, which pertains to land, water, air, also the enterprises. And this has not been the first time, but we do need to be apprised of what your next move is. So if you could kindly consult with the RDC before issuing executive orders, that will aid in less confusion and then also having one voice as a Navajo Nation. As you have heard from many of my delegates here, we are considered to be leaders and no branch is top heavy, meaning that no one is more important than the other. And we all were elected into this position, into the leadership role. Another one that I have pertaining directly to my community is I do have the Chinle Community Center.
And so during the COVID, it was used for COVID units. We do need assistance in getting that back to where it was pre-COVID. Also, the Chinley Nursing Home is in need of assistance. And then also, I too, like Madam Chair Charles Newton, I do have some concerns regarding divisions. And then also the non-compliance when we do ask for help and ask for meetings, we are not met halfway. And so we do have a lot of complaints that I hear personally from Navajo Nation employees. Some of it is regarding safety, like no AC. And then also thinking about our healthcare. As a president, you have the authority to work intergovernmental agreements. One of the things that I did bring up to our governor this morning was access pertaining to Arizona, our healthcare system. We need you to advocate fiercely for our members and then also our healthcare providers. And then going back to what we heard, disharmony at the chapters, we do see that viral on social media, as well as it happens on emails. And those are to go unaddressed. No one even approaches or addresses that as well. And then I do have some concerns regarding student education, and then also our reapportionment plan for our division, our Department of Diné Education. So some of those things I wanted to address to you, but I just want to say continue to do the good work. The people do see you out there, and we appreciate you being in our communities. And
Delegate Claude, do you waive the rest of your 8 seconds? And so before I hand it over to Dr. Bunai for response, I'm going to hand this gavel over to Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, Vice Chair. I've warmed up the seat for you, so.
Good evening, everybody. Do I hear a motion to recess? No, just kidding. I'm teasing. All right, I haven't done this yet before, so give me some time to find out like where all the buttons go and who's next in the queue and such. All right, but Sherilyn Yazzie, and I'm Vice Chair for Law and Order, and it's good to be up here and see everybody from a different view. Usually I just see the back of your heads. Okay, so next in the queue we have Delegate Casey Johnson. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Sherilyn Yazzie. I was about to make a motion to recess, but you were just kidding. We had a second. Okay. Just want to welcome President Nygren and Vice President Montoya. Thank you for being here with us. Also, the OPVP staff, thank you for being here with us. And I'm going to get right into it. We've seen that NECA presented the nation with a check of $1 million. Where's the other 10 checks that should be presented today? We should have the other enterprises providing their dividends as well to the Navajo Nation. So we should have about 10 to 11 more checks up there. So get that out of the way. And I know I heard one of my chapters come up, Luke chapter, and I take great pride and I'm very honored to represent all my chapters: Luke, Coal Mine, Cameron, Lonnie Lake, Bird Springs. Some of your chapters aren't innocent as well. There's a lot. There's been in-house fighting. It just hasn't been put on social media. There hasn't been anybody video, broadcasting it live. So don't sit there and act like you guys are all innocent. So, but again, I'm very proud of your team. I'm very proud of your chapter incident response team, coming together collectively and as a unit, and really sitting down and having those meetings when I came back from Washington, D.C. And they really came together in the last couple weeks. And I really like to thank the director, Debbie Manilnez. If I don't mess up your name, but I just want to thank you for taking the lead. I don't know if she's in here. Can you stand up, please? Thank you. And we're still, the meetings, are still going. And if any of my delegates, colleagues, if you want to be a part of that, she's more than willing to share that, those meeting dates and times, to really, address these issues. And this issue is not something new. This has been ongoing, has never been addressed by the past council, or the past administration. So, but now, we are stepping up to make these incidents, we're going to address these concerns and incidents, as we go. It's just not something that we're not going to just, leave there and put it underneath the rug. Those days are gone. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, the team here, the Nigran team, and as well as the council, we are going to be working together, to resolve these issues. I really, think that anybody that does anything on Navajo Nation property, whether it's in the chapter house, council, or across the street, anywhere, should be charged to the fullest extent of the law. They shouldn't be getting away with those type of acts during a chapter meeting or any kind of meeting or a school. You've seen what happened at the Capitol last year on January 6th. Now, they're all under federal. They're all being charged. They're all going to prison. What about here? That's something that we need to address, in our legal system, to improve our legal system as well. I'm willing to, work with our Law and Order Committee as well as our health, because this is a health issue. This is a mental health issue. We invite you, to our communities and, whatever we got to do, let's sit down, let's collaborate. And anything we can do to improve our communities collectively as a united. So, okay, the NTUA or water resources have capped the water, to homes that don't have running water to 500 gallons a week. I believe NTUA has a card where you swipe it and, you can't, you can't get any more water throughout the week, so you have to ration that water out. So we'll need to get those restrictions unrestricted. We need to allow the families that don't have running water to get as much water.
All right, time. Delegate Johnson. Next in the queue, we will go to Delegate Yanito. You have the floor.
Yate Shinant, Navajo Nation President Bu Nidrin, Ado Vice President Montoya. I got a lot of questions about a lot of issues. The first question would be, what is your intent or purpose to bring in Yale University to help our Navajo Nation? Is there anything wrong with our Diné College or Navajo Technical College? That'll be my first question. I heard on the media, and I saw you on there, that there's a disagreement between states, Navajo, like Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, on water rights issues. I think you need to apologize to the public. And then, as far as water rights, what is your plans for the local grazing permittees to develop their own business? Today we have Nappy over there. These local livestock producers, that Enido farmers and ranchers, they like to own their own business like Nappy. Is there a way that your plans to enhance their request on those? The next question would be, is the Navajo Nation willing to pour all their asset money into the water rights development for pumping out San Juan River to the mesas and gravity feed to the grazing permit holders' fields for economic development and chapter projects? And if we can put a lot of money into our water rights system, I think that's the key for future business development. Water, this pandemic time, there's a lot of bottled water that's been donated to us, and none of those water bottling was developed in Navajo Nation. So those are kind of the development that we need to see. So I think, this is we got to prepare for the pandemic in the future. Another thing that I like to see, that I like to waiver, deal with land surveying, art clearance, and biological assessments that energy for the Navajo business development. For paying for a lot of these surveying. So that's where a lot of the business development are not developed, and we're always been told that this land is not ours. It's always a government land, or at least that. And you didn't know why are we investing a lot of our money into this investment while the government owns this. So and then if we can do that, I think there'll be more business entrepreneur to develop a lot of these business out there. I want to ask you that question. The last question would be, can you make the Navajo language be official language for all the Navajo Nation? That will be the only question. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Delegate Unito, you have 1 minute, 3 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and give the floor over to President Nygren to answer Delegate Casey Johnson and Delegate Curtis Unito's questions. President, you have the floor.
I can't pro temp Speaker Sherilyn Yazzie. I'm going to start with, I know we left off at Honorable Herman Daniels, Shauna Claw, and then Honorable Casey Johnson and Honorable Curtis Unito. So I'll go in that order. Thank you. Herman Daniels, Yate, Shana. I guess it's not because you're taller than me. Nay. Yadole, Shananta. Aro Anni Naidenskid, Hashidadi, Nisto Nastkinda, Beninachi, Halahodo Nikanta de Stew. The Nenzar Tunde, yes, Adoyidanel Ada. We really got to address the wells and the springs based not Pasabandas. Anigido, one of the things I think about, and I've asked Garrett Silversmith too, and then I'm going to start asking Mike Colonna is that I really want to start tracking how many, Garrett is already doing it for me, in potholes. How many potholes have we fixed? On a monthly basis, he's tracking that. The other thing I'm going to track, I'm going to make sure Mr. Halona is working on, is how many windmills did we fix and how many are outstanding. And I know you know already, there's no excuse. We have good universities like NTU that has a strong engineering program to where we got to work with them and figure out if these parts are hard to find, we should be able to manufacture these parts here on the Navajo Nation. So that's one of the things I really want to work on, because I know there's money within the, as I was told, that we had this discussion on windmills about 2 weeks ago, and Mr. Halona was looking into options of really strengthening our windmill system program, our operation and maintenance of our windmills, because they have nowhere else to go. They need water to drink, and they're not supposed to be drinking it, but they're drinking it. And we got to make sure that these windmills for the livestock, that they're open and operational. So I'm going to make sure, Mr. Halona, let's make sure that we give Honorable Herman Daniels an update on how many windmills and the program that we talked about when we had that meeting a couple of weeks ago. So let's make sure we have that update, because windmills all across the Navajo Nation are all critical right now. And we shouldn't have an excuse to make sure that we put a full set of team out there. Maybe that we got to look at options of making sure that we might have to redivert some resources, because livestock out there, I know that we're going to look into that, Honorable Shananta Herman Daniels. I know that we're going to have an alternative plan, because that's where everything comes from, is our wells and our springs. And the other thing I want to mention too is, as you mentioned, over in Kayenta and at Gouldings. And we just got to find alternative watering points and that are a lot closer to them. And I think that's the same case all across Navajo land. And in the Honorable Casey Johnson, Yahatzi, Ashtad Nezet, gallons, Hone La de Ba, Hot Egiro, Sasiego, Sade Quigo, Shidin, and the Ne Askedat, Toya Sad and Nekat, Ida, Nesna, Stazata, that's a Hone La de Nekat, any given in that chip, Edigi, Hajon Nodings. We really got to make sure that our chapters, I know there's watering points that were installed during CARES. I want to check up on those to make sure that they're open and operational, because I know IHS put a lot of money in NECA install those watering points during COVID for drinking purposes. I know that there's still need for livestock, so I'm definitely going to ask Mr. Halona and the Division of Natural Resources to get an update from Water Resources Department to see the status of all these watering points, if they're open and functional. And then we also need to come up with other options for windmill and livestock water. So, I know that you ask the questions that are needed for the people out in the rural communities. Tono water body negido best ada and need a nation and Herman Daniels. Ado the you're right, I'm gonna meet with Department of Health and see what we can do on review, because I know the heat got this stewed up in declaring a state of emergency for heat and drought this week. That we'll get a response back to you, and we should know probably by today, tomorrow. She ashchane bahazindale annehin idin kiri beninnache beso ada dot nilo behita donish nzo she basinin kezi ya try olga not ani aret neba baban says a case ya dole our senior centers. I'm going to make sure I task General Services and Department of Health to make sure that AC unit is fixed. I know that's the same case. I know within the Navajo Nation some of the employee housing don't have AC. Some of the Navajo Nation buildings, as Honorable Helena Nez has expressed to me, senior centers, why is it hard to bring a vendor out to Old Jato? So I'm going to get to the bottom of that to see what the response is, because I know Old Jato is pretty close to Blanding and Monticello, so there should be a reliable contractor that can come out there. If not, we'll plead with some other contractor that wants to go out there and help a community and help our seniors. Sometimes these contractors are willing to go the distance to help our elders, so at least if some of the cost is covered, then at least they should be able to work with that. So I'll get you an update on maybe their procurement or what the holdup is, and we'll get a response, and I'll make sure that you let me know end of the week if you've gotten a phone call and if there's been a visit from a heating and ventilating contractor out of this student. And I know that's probably the case with other contractors. We really got to make sure we redefine that too, because I know even right now, I think they're doing it purposely. I they do na. Esi to ya hoda no zin hui joy sti so they do na. Esi do ke na no woto. Shi hot o ke da any given in shi to be hen ni be de ni to le. E to he din ni to le to the Head Starts. I think the in-person option, I'll definitely get with Dodie to get a response with you on the exact khashito anda to nilto pinto nisto ala jabone zanagi inal sos jehoda dilni so ehoto he handini dole shinanta Honorable Herman Daniels ado sta I was trying to come up with a good joke about Hidalgo. It didn't come to me. It's one of my favorite movies. Honorable Shauna Claw, Council Delegate from Chinle. I think that you're right on the money. You got to make sure that the declaration. I'm going to make sure that I've gotten those questions. I know some of the questions that I'm getting is quorum. Chapters having quorum issues. The options of having a hybrid system, because I think that those options should be there. I encourage that because I know there's a lot of certified chapters that are out there. You know, I mean, there's chapters that can have those options themselves. So I highly encourage that. I know your chapter is a certified chapter, so I would hope that they would pass resolutions that support hybrid participation, because I know that a community that's that large would be great. I know Honorable Niga Hasadanigi, ECN, you guys are one of the biggest chapters. Better not say that Auto Hasadada. He's not here. But I know that you guys have different types of set of issues representing large chapters. So again, love to sit down and really hear some of those issues out and figure out how we can help you on behalf of the executive branch. RDC, I know you are the oversight for land, water, air, definitely consulting, making sure that we have one voice. I try to do my very best. I know that last week before I went over to DC to express before the House committee, I know that I'm happy that the resolution was passed by council, RDC committee, so I do appreciate that, and I think that just really shows one voice and making sure that we're all on the same page. And you're right, no one is more important than one another. So remember, Chinle is no important than Tuba City. I'm just kidding. Your other question, the community center. Quincy Nate was Superintendent Quincy Nate. I visited with him about 2 or 3 weeks ago over at the office, and that was his number one issue, is that Chinle Unified School District did their part. They opened up the community center. It was gutted, and they were able to host COVID operations out of there, but it was left like that. And now the community can't use it. So to me, I was very frustrated. I said, you know what? If they should at least put it back to the way it was. So I fully encourage that. And I know that Navajo Land Department and the Division of Natural Resources, they're really trying to look at options. I'm trying to figure that out. But if there's another option of really, maybe it's a legislative fix, I would highly encourage that, and I highly support it, because if we borrowed a facility, we should give it back just the way we got it. So I fully support that, and it was I think that was one of the very first facilities that was fixed up on Navajo, and so we got to get that facility back to use because. And as a community as large as yours need facilities like that, so our youth can use those types of facilities. So if legislation does come my way and it's putting that back to the way it was, I fully support that as well too. So yeah, for bringing that up, and thank you for Superintendent Nate for opening up their doors to the Navajo Nation and making sure that people were being helped out of that office. Healthcare, I totally agree. Making sure that we're on. When I start having those discussions, I'll definitely keep you in the loop. So I'll keep you in the loop when I start having those discussions. Emails on bullying. I just cannot stand that. You know, we shouldn't be in a time where we work against one another. All of us in this room have limited resources, limited time, limited staff, limited dollars. The last thing we need is to really be getting after one another and bringing each other down. So I know the best, easiest example I can say is, as a person, as your president, I'll continue to lead by example, to be open-minded, to be solution-driven, and I know you're that same type of caliber as well. But I know that as Honorable Casey Johnson has mentioned too, as well, is that we got to make sure that we put that to an end, because when you're in a facility like a Navajo Nation government building, you should be treated like as if you're on the federal property, to make sure that we should be respectful of one another. And then the reapportionment, I want to have that discussion too. I'm not fully completely aware of the situation or the issues, but if we can have that talk, and again, if Dodie's still here around, we'll make sure we get a response to you on some of those efforts that are happening. So we'll do that. But yeah, Honorable Shauna Claw from Chinle, thank you. So, and also I think division directors being non-responsive. Again, just give me the names and I'll make sure we have those discussions, because I know that you're hearing from the communities yourself directly, and they should make some time to sit down, talk with you, and come up with creative solutions. And so I do apologize on their behalf, but if you can give me those names, we'll bring them in. It's just kind of the way I've discussed with a few others, that we'll bring them in and have those discussions as well. Ado, Honorable Mr. Council Delegate from the West, Honorable Casey Johnson, Ayate Aroheha, and I'm glad that you're on the same page as me. I think that it'd be nice if $10 million worth of checks were delivered today. That would be good. I know that there's enterprises that are twice the size of NECA, a lot bigger than NECA, and I think that we should also require them to deliver just like the way they're doing. And I think that as a member of the RDC committee, I know you and your colleagues have oversight to them, and I think just having that dividend mandate is a good example of just how well that they're doing, the success that they're doing, that they're encompassing. So again, thank you for that comment. I'm all ears, because that's a way for our nation to continue to keep our enterprises accountable and transparent, so that they can continue to deliver. So I'm all for that. So thank you for that. And then know that in TUA and water the limits on 500 gallons a week. Let me look into that and see some of the things, and maybe there's an exception, because maybe what's happening, some people are taking it for livestock, and maybe if it's a life safety, maybe there's the amount of water and quantity available to the community might be very limited. But I'll get a response from NTUA and Water Resources Department, the possibilities of maybe bringing it up to 750 gallons, or if there's a different options of supplementing that water to your community. I appreciate that. Again, I thank you for acknowledging one of my division directors, Debbie, and also the other ones that have been involved and really trying to mitigate the infighting. And also, as you mentioned earlier, there should be harsher penalties to people that commit crime like that on Navajo Nation campuses. That's unacceptable. You should never resort to anything like that. So I think that I'm right with you. That's completely unjust, and it needs to be making sure that that doesn't happen again. Tohni bilchito ka e hoto to tne ton khana te to le to da che do to tne hoda on to be landa it le sha. It's going to continue to happen, so we got to put a stop to that right away. So I'm glad that you and the Law and Order Committee are going to be looking into avenues of addressing and maybe strengthening the laws so that people can have respect for people and one another when they're on Navajo Nation facilities. My delegate, I can say it, there's my delegate right there, Curtis Nito. Again, I think that anytime when people want to come and help, I don't deny it. They came to my office. Yale University came to my office and said, hey, we have students that are interested. They want to help out. They want to volunteer, do what they can to provide any type of help and resources. And I know I've had those same discussions with NTU and Diné College, and I welcome them. In Diné College, building upon some of their programs, or training programs, so we can help our Navajo Nation employees, NTU, better training our people so that they can be better prepared to take on Navajo Nation jobs. Then I think Diné College, the law school, NTU, coming up with innovative, creative ways to working with them. So no disrespect to anybody. I think we should never push people away that want to help, because the issues and the problems that we are facing today, we need to be united, and we need more people to help us. So it'd be nice if we get all the Ivy Leagues, all the state universities knocking in our door wanting to help. And I'm pretty sure the Diné College president, Dr. Russell, and Dr. Guy would welcome all of that. I know they have collaborations with state universities as well too. So hopefully I didn't mean any respect. There's nothing against that. The more help, the more merrier. It makes our life a little easier. So that's what I think about in terms of Yale University. And then obviously some of the statements around the water rights. First and foremost, my statement has always been the same, that tribal sovereignty, Navajo sovereignty, needs to be respected. When the Navajo Nation Council, the local leaders, regardless of what the issue is, fundamentally, regardless of what the issue is, when the chapters say no, the council says no, the Navajo Nation president says no, you should take that under advisement. To me, you got to respect that. All of us in here are protecting the Treaty of 1868. The Nedanes, Nado Tkedahosni, Dohodishjide, Kea, Hunsogon, Tweedon, Kazani, Yendas, Badon, Yentaos, Kanigibinache, AI Yisiba, Yanigibinache. That's the first and foremost as your Navajo Nation president, and I know you think the same as well. Navajo sovereignty comes first, above all, being an elected official. So again, and then the other thing that is mentioned earlier is my request was simply we need relief for the allottees. That's it. Khait oi bkhado was khait oi peso do bachin ta hoisnanagi beni nache tabatil jiji beni nache hajo nta o khangi khado was ta nenagi yese lajin national to alse the nazi led bikita nit igi yego bada hoiliaro le ode hani Heshita te selto ode heni na kebelagana tito na nishida do slichtan keslenege de ga nehi de nedanitle nazi le seba da huilia ebri na che de neta is nelegi bikita nit idele hot o neza tinna na khego khwa hajo ke da honit indel eshi hoto shaba hun zendalation anta. Again, no offense to anybody, but hoto pansis case ebri na che na ani tani tlenegi yise khwa de nebeke porque da nit ingi jo pada hajo paegi ede padete todo khanta chegi don le naste nkachin ke so ke dat engi padete hajo keya basa anole toba halodole keya halodole hen jono da no seto behes ani bazat badazat no hore ke da hot in panse de kes a hoiche ne hoto not ani lenigi handini dole shanant. Thank you so much, Honorable, and it was good to see you this past week at Sweetwater. I know that it was good to be there with Chairwoman Jesus as well for the groundbreaking of N35. I know you've been hounding my door on that, and your communities have been hounding my door on that. I'm glad that we finally got that groundbreaking on the way. So thank you so much for your leadership there too. Again, really trying to figure out how do we utilize the San Juan River. You know what I mean? There's a lot of water. And in your case, the Utah Water Settlement, the water rights that you represent personally, coming from that area. And I think that I'll look to you for your guidance and leadership, and I'll make sure DOJ is involved to figure out how can we support you as the things that you're working on. So I'm all about supporting you as well. Key developments when it comes to, I think, land, art, biological, and development projects for business owners. I think that I really want to figure out the business development areas that I think at the chapter level, I think they're trying to zone out development areas. I definitely want to get in touch with Navajo Land Department. Chapters that are interested in development, we should make it easier so that they can withdraw land for apartment complexes, youth centers, or things that will help our community. And so I'm going to make sure I look to Natural Resource Department to really help and assist with chapters that are trying to withdraw some land for development into the future. So then from there, thank you for bringing that to light, Shananta. Also, making Navajo language an official language. I think let me do some research on that. I think that's a great way to put it, because I know that I visited some tribal communities recently, and all their signage is in Navajo. Not Navajo, whatever their tribal language is, and then they put English at the bottom. That's what really amazed me, is that you visit all these other tribal communities, they don't have as many fluent speakers as we have on this council floor, but they took the initiative to put their signs in their own language. And that's one of the things that I'm really amazed into, is if we can go down that route. But again, I'll need your consultation as well before we go down that route. But I do agree that we should at least put Navajo English a lot of our signages. Maybe that's something that I'll work on in terms of, it'd be nice. I know the only place we see it is at Navajo museums. So sometimes I just go over there just to stop there, just to see it myself. So, and I think that we should have it all across Navajo. We had our code talkers saved this country through the Navajo language, and we still have the most amount of fluent speakers in all of Indian country, and we should make sure that we go down that route. Thank you for your advocacy for the Navajo language. The Honorable Council Delegate Curtis Unito, my council delegate.
Thank you, President Nygren, for your answers. I do want to say I'm sorry that I missed Delegate Daniels and Delegate Claw, and that was my mistake. I also want to say thank you to everybody still here in the chambers that has stayed with us all day. I appreciate that you're listening. We're all listening to our leaders. And when you travel, when you go home tonight, travel safe. I'd also like to share the gavel with my colleague, Delegate Shauna Claw. And thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be pro temp Speaker.
Good evening, Doyate. Thank you to all of our listeners out there, and then also to the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and then our Honorable President and Vice President. We will continue on with our discussion. And then also thank you, Shadeja, Madam Speaker, for allowing the women to take the whole of the pro tem. And so I want to go ahead and continue right now. Next in queue, we have Honorable Norman Begay, Ashina Nana Shana.
Thank you, Pro Champ Speaker Claw. Aro kinat ani aro chair gelidan ingi. Ya we know kiras tahido Michelle. Gracias so. Alkin nildolish ka. On ye on senior center. You see Navajo Nation. There's not really 110 senior centers, but there's probably like 80 something, yeah. Eastern side, you go, you see, yeah, no, they don't get these soldiers. I didn't know that that senior center is closed, la. Ako, haret ao, benahuit ao, Eastern side, jigin, asati tleshto, because the only way we're going to resolve the senior center in Banaltegi is hearing from the voice of the workers, yeah, how they can improve the senior centers, though, and we can just listen and how we can, your staff can approach this, yeah. Ako, national staff, though directors on Lingi,